Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Found a Lost Hero Card System. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Arc 1. The Rules of the Duel. Rain slicked the sidewalks of Mizudafu, turning the neon signs into rivers of color that ran through the puddles. Izuku Midoriya hunched under his backpack, notebook pressed to his chest, trying to pretend that the drizzle was not just another reflection of his mood. A warm sun peeked out from behind the late afternoon clouds, close to sunset, creating a harrowing dichotomy of light rays beaming through the water droplets. The mix of different weather conditions reminded Izuku of the strange whirlwind of emotions that permeated his soul that day. And every other day, given his condition. Just another reminder that he did not belong. Bakugo's words still echoed in his head, a quirkless loser like you could never be a hero. The words had followed him for years, lingering like a scar that refused to fade. He could still remember the first time someone said that to him. It certainly was not Bakugo, he had been too young at that point. It was a doctor in a white coat, adjusting his glasses as he explained that Izuku's pinky toe joints were just too normal. That he would never develop a quirk. He had been 4. He did not even understand what never meant yet. His mother had cried that night, whispering apologies while hugging him too tightly. He had tried to tell her it was okay, that he could still be like All Might, but his small voice had cracked halfway through. Then came kindergarten. While the other kids showed off sparks, flames, and little telekinetic tricks, Izuku held up empty hands and said, "I don't have one." They laughed. Years blurred together after that. The notebooks filled with diagrams and hero statistics. The late nights watching All Might rescues on his cracked tablet. The quiet mornings walking to school early to avoid the other kids. And always, Bakugo. Loud, bright, unstoppable, reminding him of the distance between them. Sometimes with words, sometimes with a shove. "Face it, Deku," Bakugo would sneer. "You can't fight villains with dreams." But even as the memories pressed down on him, there were others, softer ones that refused to fade. All Might's smile on the screen, the moment he saved hundreds with that effortless pose. The feeling that heroes were not born because of quirks, but because of hearts. That belief had been his light for so long. And yet now, standing in the rain, even that light felt dimmer than usual. He took the long way home, hoping the walk would clear his thoughts. It was just the beginning of the school year and he already felt exhausted. Thankfully, the people at Aldera, both students and teachers, elected to ignore him most of the time. Even Bakugo himself would usually just skim past him during lunch or when meeting him in the corridors, but he was very quick to remind him of his place when he expressed the slightest hint at his old dream. Becoming a hero. How could one be a hero if he was quirkless? Izuku could not tell you the answer, but he still held on to that glimmer of hope like it was his lifeline. Luckily, it was his second year of middle school already. Just 2 more years and then I will get my shot at UA. He used to think on days when he was not feeling particularly gloomy. Yeah, sure, and they will accept a quirkless student in the hero course. As if. The route led him through an older district, a narrow street where modern hero billboards gave way to shuttered shops and faded awnings. This place seemed to always be immutable, as if outside the grasp of time. The same old street, the same old shops. To his surprise, he noticed a new addition to the row. Izuku hesitated. The narrow street was one he had walked a dozen times before, yet he was certain this little shop had not been here yesterday. Between a shuttered tailor and an empty cafe stood a narrow wooden storefront, wedged like a secret between friends, a little white lie. The sign above the door read Kajimoto Curiosities, its painted letters faded but neat, and a faint scent of cedar drifted from the half-open window. He adjusted his backpack and squinted at the dusty glass display. Inside, he caught glimpses of things that did not belong together. A cracked lantern beside an old police badge, a stack of ancient books, a porcelain mask smiling faintly in the gloom. A small paper tag fluttered against the glass, antiques from forgotten eras. He frowned. How had he never noticed this place? He took this shortcut home almost every day. He remembered the cracked wall beside the tailor, The vending machine with the broken cola button, even the faint graffiti of a cartoon, all might giving a thumb up. But this shop, it was as if it had slipped into existence when he was not looking. For a moment he considered walking away. Normal people did not wander into strange, half-lit stores in back alleys. Heroes did not waste time chasing curiosities when they should be focusing, right? But the thought made him wince. That word still had a sting. He looked down at his reflection in the rain-slick window, messy green hair plastered to his forehead, his school uniform damp at the edges, eyes tired but restless. He saw the same kid who had spent years taking notes about people who would never know his name. Something inside him whispered, "Go on. Just look." Curiosity had always been stronger than fear for him. It was what kept him watching hero analyses until 3 in the morning, what made him fill notebook after notebook even when everyone laughed. Maybe this was just another kind of curiosity, one that wanted to see what lay behind that warped glass and flickering sign. He placed his hand on the doorknob. It was cool to the touch, smooth with age. The moment he turned it, a faint tingle ran up his arm, like static, or maybe nerves, he could not tell. The bell above the door chimed softly, not a bright jingle but a delicate, almost human sound, like someone sighing in relief. Warm air greeted him, carrying the scent of old paper, wood polish, and something else, something faintly metallic, like ozone after lightning. As the door closed behind him, the city's noise vanished. Only the low hum of a ceiling fan and the distant creak of wood remained. Shadows stretched long across the floor, and glass cases glittered with reflections of relics from forgotten ages. Izuku took a cautious step inside. His heart was beating faster now, not in fear, but almost in excitement. He had no clue as to why that was, but the strange place seemed to emanate a peaceful aura. Something that made him feel like he belonged. Inside smelled of dust and polished wood, as shelves bent under the weight of ancient books, glass jars, and strange trinkets. Behind the counter sat an elderly man with silver hair tied in a short tail, spectacles glinting in the dim light. "Welcome," the man said, voice calm and almost theatrical, as if he had been expecting someone. He did not rise from his seat, just lifted his chin slightly, the lamplight catching on the rims of his round spectacles. His silver hair was tied loosely at the nape of his neck, and his long fingers rested on an open ledger filled with handwriting so neat it looked printed. Izuku froze, startled. Sorry. I did not mean to, intrude," he said quickly, bowing without thinking. The man chuckled softly, a sound almost like the turning of pages. "Intrude? My boy, curiosity does not intrude. It wanders. It whispers. It brings the right people to the right places." Izuku felt heat rise to his cheeks. "Right people?" I was just looking," he managed, trying not to trip over the words. "Then look closely." The man leaned forward, folding his hands under his chin. His smile was warm but his eyes were sharp, almost too sharp, as if they saw more than the shop around them. Most people glance and rush along, never noticing the things that watch them back. Izuku swallowed. "That sounds kind of creepy," he said before he could stop himself, then flinched. "I mean, not in a bad way. Just, different." The man laughed a second time, deeper now. "Different is good. The world is full of ordinary. What is rare is a young one who pauses long enough to see the extraordinary." Izuku rubbed the back of his neck, unsure what to say. His mother always told him he apologized too much, but it was hard not to around people who seemed so composed. The man tilted his head, studying him with a slight squint, an appraising look, almost like a craftsman examining a piece of metal before forging it. "You have searching eyes," he said. "Eyes that are always asking questions. That kind of gaze is drawn to strange things, and strange things are drawn to it." "I just like learning about stuff," Izuku said quietly. It felt silly to say it out loud, but it was true. "I'm not really special." The man tapped his ledger with a single finger. "Special is a word people use when they do not know the right one. I prefer attuned." "Attuned to what?" Izuku asked before he could stop himself. The man's smile widened, slow, deliberate, almost pleased. "To possibilities." He gestured with an elegant sweep of his hand toward the aisles behind Izuku. Go on. Explore. Let your eyes settle on whatever calls to you. There are things here that have been waiting a long time. Izuku blinked, glancing over his shoulder at the maze of shadowed shelves. Something waiting? For me? That sounded ridiculous. He was just himself. But for some reason, the man's words did not feel like flattery or a sales pitch. They felt like an invitation. Thank you, Izuku murmured, giving a small bow. As he turned to wander the aisles, the old man spoke again softly, almost to himself, though Izuku's ears caught every word. Let us see, he whispered, what your curiosity awakens. A chill ran up Izuku's spine, but not a frightening one, more like a foreboding sensation. Maybe it was just the atmosphere of the weird shop, or maybe, just maybe, it could have been something else. He did not know where that thought went from, but he decided not to indulge on it. Izuku stepped deeper into the shop, the wooden floor creaking beneath his shoes like an old house breathing. The aisles were narrow, forcing him to turn sideways between tall cabinets stacked with objects from eras he could not name. Dust motes drifted lazily in the lamplight, glowing like tiny sparks in the dim air. He let his fingers trail along a shelf, brushing over uneven textures, cold metal, chipped ceramic, the dried leather of a cracked book cover. Everything felt aged, as if each item carried a story that was just waiting to be asked. Attuned to possibilities, the antiquary had said. Izuku was not sure what that meant, but the words clung to him like static. He paused at a display case holding several old-fashioned toys. A spinning top carved with constellations, a wooden puzzle box with a faintly shifting pattern, and a row of marbles that seemed to shimmer faintly even in the low light. These aren't normal, he whispered to himself. But curiosity tugged him onward. To his left stood a tall, glass-doored cabinet filled with strange artifacts. An old police badge dulled by time. A military medal lined with faded ribbons. A rusted compass that pointed nowhere and everywhere at once. Each item felt like it belonged to a different person, a different life. Izuku found himself imagining the kind of heroes who might have used these things, unsung ones, forgotten by history. His chest tightened with that familiar ache. Would he be forgotten too? Or would he never even be known at all? He shook the thought away. He was used to pushing those feelings aside. A glint of something else caught his eye, a porcelain mask painted in vibrant red and gold. The mask's expression was serene, but the longer he looked at it, the more he felt as though its eyes were fixed on him. He stepped back instinctively. From the corner of the shop, he heard the antiquary humming softly, an old tune that did not quite fit any melody Izuku knew. It was gentle, but unsettling in a nostalgic way, like a lullaby from someone else's childhood. Izuku made his way to the back of the shop, where the shelves seemed older than the rest, heavy oak lined with books whose titles had long faded from their spines. When he brushed one with his fingertips, a thin layer of dust puffed into the air, carrying the scent of old paper. On a lower shelf, half hidden beneath an iron lantern, laid a carved wooden box. It did not look like the others. While everything else in the shop bore signs of age, scratches, dull surfaces, rust, this box was strangely preserved. The wood was smooth, with swirling engravings that mirrored each other like mirrored flames or wings. A subtle glow, or maybe just a trick of the light, pulsed along the edges. Izuku crouched down, his heart beating a little faster. "What's this?" he murmured. His fingers hovered above the box, hesitant. The carvings seemed to shift slightly with the angle of his gaze, forming patterns he did not recognize. They reminded him of something between mathematical symbols and ancient glyphs. He reached out and lifted the lid. Inside lay a deck of cards, arranged neatly as though someone had placed them there moments ago. They were not glossy like modern cards, but thick and weighty, the edges trimmed in faded gold. The top card showed a figure in a dynamic pose, a masked hero, drawn in a style that felt both old and timeless. Izuku's breath caught in his throat. A hero card? He picked it up, and for a moment, the card felt warm. His fingers tingled faintly, a buzzing sensation traveling up his wrist. He swallowed hard. This doesn't look like any game I've seen. Behind him, The antiquary's voice drifted through the quiet. So that's the one that chose you. Izuku nearly dropped the card. See, it chose me? The man stepped out from behind a shelf, hands folded calmly behind his back. His eyes glinted with an unreadable expression. Some artifacts do that, he said simply, though they only reveal themselves to those who still believe in the extraordinary. Izuku's heart pounded. The card seemed to pulse in his hand again, just faint enough that he could not tell if it was real or nerves. He looked down at the deck, then back up at the man. I do not understand. You will, the antiquary replied. In time. And somehow, Izuku believed him. Izuku stared down at the card he had picked, and for a moment he forgot to breathe. It depicted a towering warrior clad in red armor, plates interlocking like the segments of a living furnace. Lines of gold energy pulsed through the joints, outlining a muscular form that radiated raw power. The hero's cape, jagged, almost torn, fluttered behind him as if caught in a battlefield wind. His name was written in bold, stylized letters across the top of the card. Superhero Balance Breaker. Izuku mouthed the words silently. Superhero? He had seen dozens of trading card games online. None used this naming style. None had this art. None had this design. He flipped the card gently, hands trembling. The back was embossed with a circular crest, a core of swirling light and shadow. Tiny markings etched along the edges caught the lamplight, almost shimmering like circuitry or ancient runes. What is this? Izuku whispered. He looked up, almost as if asking the air itself for an answer. Instead, the antiquary answered for him. That, the old man said, stepping quietly beside him, is one of the few relics left from a game long forgotten. Izuku blinked. A game? A game or something more? The man confirmed with a soft nod. Before Quirks. Before Hero Society. Before the age you know. He leaned slightly on his cane, gaze fixed on the red-armored warrior as though greeting an old friend. People once battled not with powers of their own bodies, but with their wit and willpower projected into monsters like him. Izuku felt a shiver crawl up his spine. Monsters? Fit him? He did not dare look away from the card. The antiquary smiled. Superhero. Champions created from the spirit's potential. They were symbols, ideals, made manifest. Izuku's mouth went dry. Symbols of what? Balance, conflict, justice, ambition. The man waved a hand casually. Whatever the duelist believed in most. In the old stories, anyway. Izuku stared again at Balance Breaker. The name made sense now. The armor. The power. The imagery of red, of intensity, passion, the edge between creation and destruction. He swallowed. Feels alive. Does anyone still know how to play? Izuku asked, voice small, hopeful, scared of the answer. The antiquary tilted his head. Very few. And fewer still who can feel the cards respond to them. When Quirks first came under the limelight, somehow people forgot about this game and the technology it carried with him. Izuku's heart thudded hard. I respond. The old man only smiled. That same unreadable, almost knowing smile. You felt it, didn't you? A pull. A warmth. A whisper that said, pick me up. Izuku looked down again at the card in his hands. He had not told him about the warmth. Or the tingling. Or how the card almost seemed to pulse faintly with his heartbeat. He did. The confession slipped out before he could stop it. The antiquary's eyes gleamed. Then it seems the deck has chosen its new bearer. Izuku's breath caught. D-deck? You mean? He looked inside the box again. Beneath Balance Breaker lay the rest of the cards, neatly stacked, their edges glinting with the same faded gold. The top few showed silhouettes, heroes of different shapes, each with dynamic poses and bold color. He did not recognize any of them. Not a single name. Not a single design. This was not from any game he had ever heard of. How much is it? Izuku asked before he could stop himself. The words jumped from his mouth the moment the thought appeared. The antiquary watched him for a long, quiet moment, studying him the way a mathematician might study a strange but promising equation. Finally, he said, For a boy who listens so closely to things most people no longer hear. A soft chuckle. 1,000 yen. Izuku nearly dropped the box. 1,000? Are you sure? Cards this unique, this intricate, should have been thousands. Tens of thousands. Collectible cards alone could bankrupt someone. 1,000, the man repeated. No more, no less. Consider it the discount for potential. Izuku stared down at the deck again. The red-armored hero stared back. A faint pressure settled in Izuku's chest, not fear. Anticipation. A feeling he had only ever felt watching All Might videos. Maybe something is finally about to change. I'll take it, Izuku whispered. As he brought the box to the counter, the antiquary closed his ledger slowly, as though signaling the end of a chapter and the beginning of something new. When he handed Izuku the wrapped box, his fingers brushed Izuku's own, and for a split second, Izuku felt a spark. A flash. A flicker of something ancient and vast. Treat those cards with respect, the old man said, voice low. They carry more memories than any of us. Izuku nodded, clutching the box to his chest as if it might vanish. As he stepped back into the rainy street, he could not help looking over his shoulder. For a moment, only a moment, the shop's sign seemed to flicker with a faint red glow, the same shade as Balance Breaker's armor. Then the wind shifted, the light changed, and everything looked normal again. Izuku stood there, box in hand, heart racing. He had no idea what he had just brought home. But something told him that the world, his world, was never going to be the same. Boy, was he right. Izuku closed the apartment door as quietly as he could, slipping off his shoes so his mother would not notice how late he was. The lights in the living room were already off, and a warm line of light peeked out from under his mother's bedroom door. She had probably fallen asleep while watching TV again. He clutched the small wrapped box to his chest and tiptoed into his room. The moment he shut the door behind him, he finally let out the breath he had been holding. He set the box on his desk. It looked so ordinary sitting there. Simple brown paper, short string, like something someone might toss away without thinking. But Izuku could not look away from it. He sat down slowly, heart thudding with a mix of anticipation and nervous excitement. Hey, calm down. It is just a card game, probably. Just open it. He untied the string carefully, reverently, and peeled back the paper. The deck box slid out. Black background. The gold-etched crest. The swirling emblem. Izuku felt his fingers tingle in excitement, just out of sheer curiosity. He opened the lid. The smell of old cardstock drifted up, faint, dusty, comforting. Right? Izuku whispered. First step, look at all the cards. He took the stack from the box as if it might crumble in his hands if he moved too fast, and laid it on the desk with the kind of care he usually reserved for old hero magazines. The cards were heavier than he expected. Not heavy like metal, heavy almost like importance. Like each rectangle of ink and paper had been waiting for someone to look at it properly. Izuku hovered for a second, fingers resting on the top card. His pulse was annoyingly loud in his ears. Breathe. It's just cards. But he didn't believe himself. Not when the shop lights seemed too bright, not when the silence of his room made every tiny sound, paper sliding, his chair creaking, feel like a signal. He finally pulled the top card free and turned it over. Superhero Balance Breaker. Izuku swallowed. There he was again, red armor, a stance that looked mid-strike, as if the artist had caught him in the split second between decision and impact. The pose was dynamic in that old-school way, like the covers of All Might-era comics he devoured until the pages softened at the corners. It hit him, stupidly, in the chest. This guy looks like he stepped out of my dreams. Before reality had gotten teeth. Before Bakugo's laughter had sharpened into a habit. Before Izuku had learned that wanting something didn't mean the world would let you have it. He stared at the hero's confident eyes. No fear. No doubt. No hesitation. Just motion. This guy seems to have an ability written on the card. It's probably better if I try to understand a bit more about the generalities of this game before throwing myself onto that though. Izuku placed Balance Breaker aside in a separate pile, hands moving on autopilot, copying something he'd seen in videos, deck analysis, sorting, priority cards. It was almost funny, the way he was imitating a hobbyist routine like it was normal. He wrote in his head as he did it, suspected important cards. He pulled the next card. Superhero Alloy Garter. A silver hero stood firm, armor smooth and reflective, holding a shield so large it looked almost comically heavy, except the pose made it believable. Not a showy stance. A protective one. Someone you'd put between civilians and a collapsing building. Izuku's brain clicked into place, the familiar analytical hum rising. It always did when he found something to categorize. Something to understand. Okay, he murmured, more to anchor himself than anything else, and his hand reached for his notebook before he even decided to. 2 hero-type cards. His pencil hovered, then scratched. Both look like warriors. Both armor-themed. Different roles? He didn't say it out loud, but the thought slid in anyway, like a team. He flipped another card. Superhero Burst Medic. Orange armor. Sleek lines. Hands glowing with energy, but not in a flashy attack pose. More precise, more controlled. Tools strapped around her waist, practical and grounded in a way that made Izuku's throat tighten. Because he could picture it so clearly, the hero sprinting into the aftermath of a fight, kneeling beside someone hurt, making the choice to save rather than strike. Izuku's eyes warmed. His grip on the card softened unconsciously. A support unit, he whispered. And then, because his thoughts never stayed quiet for long, they raced ahead. So, it isn't just about hitting harder. It's about surviving, coordinating, protecting. His pencil flew, excited enough to make the graphite squeak. Offense, defense, recovery. Roles. Team structure. The next few cards only fed the fire. Superhero Quake Driver. Heavy, armored, gauntlets like pistons, built for impact. Superhero Spectral Scout. Slim blue hero, digital lenses, posture alert like he lived for information. Superhero Core Charger. Green armor, a reactor glowing in the chest like a heart you could see. Izuku's breathing picked up before he even noticed. It was embarrassing how quickly he got invested. How quickly his mind started building connections like it was laying tracks. This is like, he thought, startled by how true it was. Not just the heroes, but the concept behind them. Different strengths, different roles, people working together toward something bigger than any one of them. A whole team, he murmured, and he couldn't stop the smile that spread over his face, wide and bright and a little too hopeful. Like a patrol squad. He imagined them moving through a city, scouts spotting danger first, Garter holding the line, medic patching people up, driver smashing through obstacles, Charger pushing everyone forward. And for one glorious second his mind slid him into that formation, like it didn't matter what reality had stamped on his forehead. Then he hit the first non-monster card. At the top, it clearly said it, Spell. Izuku's fingers trembled slightly as he turned it. Heroic Recruitment. The art showed Balance Breaker extending a hand to a shadowy figure. Not pulling. Not dragging. Offering. An invitation to rise. Something in Izuku's chest twanged, the way a string did when it was tuned too tight and someone touched it anyway. Like All Might, he whispered before he could stop himself. He remembered a broadcast from years ago, All Might smiling through injuries he hadn't understood at the time, reaching toward a scared child in the rubble. He remembered the way his own heart had cracked open with certainty. That's what a hero is. To people like me, he almost added, and that was the dangerous part. The part he didn't like admitting. Because it implied there was still a version of him who belonged in that sentence. He forced himself to keep going, to treat it like analysis instead of longing. Heroic Reinforcement. Emergency Boost. Unbreakable Code. Justice Sync Formation. Each card looked like a frozen moment from a highlight reel. Movement, teamwork, impossible timing. It wasn't subtle. It wasn't cynical. It was heroic in a way that felt almost naive. And Izuku devoured them anyway. He wasn't playing a game. Not yet. He was studying a language he'd somehow been handed, one he didn't understand, but could feel the shape of. Symbols, stat lines, keywords he couldn't translate. A grammar made of rules he didn't have. And piece by piece, the meaning started to emerge at the edges, like dawn bleeding into night. After what might have been 40 minutes, long enough for his tea to go cold and his hand to cramp, Izuku leaned back and rubbed his eyes. His notebook was already half filled. Diagrams. Theories. Connections. Arrows connecting cards like he was mapping a villain's weakness. Scribbles in the margins, question marks stacked on question marks. He tapped the pencil against the page, anxious. If spells help the heroes coordinate, he murmured, and the hero units each fill a role. His mind raced ahead again. Then what's the win condition? Combat mechanics? Summoning rules? He opened the box, searching for an instruction sheet like someone searching for a lifeline. Nothing. Just empty cardboard and the faint smell of old paper. Izuku flipped Balance Breaker again, squinting at the tiny text. Stats. Descriptions. Symbols. A whole system squeezed into a few lines. But no explanations. Was this game really lost to time? He asked the room, and the room didn't answer. Silence pressed in. The kind that invited old thoughts back. Bakugo's voice, sharp as ever in his memory. A quirkless loser like you could never be a hero. Izuku's fingers tightened on the pencil. He didn't snap it, but he wanted to. He wanted to do something loud with the frustration, something that proved it didn't hurt. It did hurt. It had always hurt. He looked down at the Red Warrior again. Balance Breaker's stance was fearless. Unshakable. The pose of someone who moved first and didn't apologize for taking space. If this were a hero, what would he do first? Probably appear at the start, Izuku muttered, clinging to logic because logic was safer than wishing. He looks like the main attacker. Maybe there's a way to bring him out early. He scribbled summoning cost? With a question mark so aggressive it tore the paper slightly. Then his thoughts drifted, unbidden, into softer territory. I may not have a quirk. The sentence formed quietly in his mind, familiar and heavy. He swallowed around it. He stared at the heroes again, at their roles, their teamwork, their stylized confidence. And something small flickered inside him. Not a power. Not a miracle. Just stubbornness. But heroes come in all kinds of forms, he whispered, voice barely there. It sounded childish. It sounded like the kind of thing he would have said at 4 years old, before life taught him to be careful with hope. And yet it was true. Heroes weren't just quirks. Heroes were choices. Positions. Timing. Protecting others. Standing up again. Finding a way to fight even when the world told you couldn't. He smiled to himself, small, sad but real. And maybe, he breathed, maybe I can learn to fight like this. He gathered the cards into a neat stack, smoothing the edges with trembling thumbs until they were aligned. He placed Superhero Balance Breaker on top again, like a cover on a book he wasn't ready to close. Then, before he could talk himself out of it, he hugged the deck to his chest. Just for a moment. It felt ridiculous. It also felt warm through paper. Heavy with possibility. Tomorrow, he decided. Tomorrow he would start truly figuring out how to play. Maybe, just maybe, that would be the first step toward becoming the hero he had always dreamed of being. Bakugo Katsuki did not try to overhear people. It was not his fault their voices were annoying enough to slip through the cracks. He walked into homeroom that morning with his usual stride, confident, irritated, bored. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead like they were already testing his patience. Same old class. Same stupid chatter. Same extras. Though today, something felt off. He could not immediately place it, but there was a faint itch behind his temples, the feeling he got when something in his environment was different, and he had not identified it yet. He hated that. And that is when he saw him. Midoriya. Sitting at his desk. Staring down at something in his hands. Bakugo slowed his pace just a fraction. Not enough for anyone else to notice, but he felt the shift in his muscles, the instinctive tension of a predator narrowing in on something unusual. What is that nerd doing now? Usually, he would be scribbling in that stupid hero notebook, muttering under his breath like a malfunctioning engine. But today, Midoriya was not muttering. Midoriya was not writing. Midoriya was not even looking up to flinch when Bakugo entered, and that alone was weird. He was too focused on whatever he was holding. Bakugo slid into his seat, tossing his bag down with a grunt. He did not look at Midoriya directly, no reason to. But he had good peripheral vision, sharper than most people gave him credit for. A stack of cards. Rectangular, with stylized art. Bakugo scowled internally. A card game? Seriously? The hell is wrong with him? He waited for Midoriya to start muttering, to get lost in his own nerd brain spiral. But Izuku stayed quiet, eyes moving with intent, almost like he was analyzing a battlefield. That annoyed Bakugo more. Why did it bother him? It was not like he cared what Deku did. It was just weird. Too weird. Midoriya was predictable, annoyingly, pathetically predictable. So seeing him focused, silent, not time-bombing into nervous rambling, it crawled under Bakugo's skin. He grabbed a textbook, slamming it louder than necessary onto his desk. A few extras jumped. Midoriya did not. Bakugo's eye twitched. At least pretend you are afraid, nerd. He leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, pretending to tune out the classroom noise. But his attention kept drifting back. Midoriya picked up one card, some red-armored warrior, and turned it slightly, like he was checking every detail. Eyes narrowed, brows furrowed with concentration. That was another thing that irritated Bakugo. Midoriya was not stupid. He acted stupid, but he was not. Bakugo hated that about him too. The teacher walked in, calling order. Kids scrambled to put away their stuff. Midoriya flinched a little, finally stuffing the cards into his bag. Bakugo's eyes caught the movement. He felt the itch again, sharper this time. He clicked his tongue. What's with the cards, Deku? The words came out low, almost lazy, but they cut through the surrounding chatter like a knife. Midoriya froze. Slowly, he turned in his seat. Kaken, I was just, nothing. Just something I bought, just some old game. There was the muttering, the fluster, the panic. Bakugo exhaled through his nose, annoyance, relief, and something else tangled together. Back to normal. Still, something in the way Midoriya clutched his bag bothered him. Protective. Not scared of Bakugo, protective of the cards, protective. Like they mattered to him. An old game? Bakugo repeated, voice flat. Midoriya nodded way too quickly. Why yeah, I just thought it was interesting, actually it's really unique, the art style is dash. Bakugo shut him up with a glare. He did not care about the cards. He did not care about Deku's stupid hobbies. But something in his chest twisted. Irritation mixed with a spark of curiosity? Midoriya had never brought anything like this to school before. Never showed interest in anything that was not hero-related. And this was not a notebook. It was not analysis. He was enjoying it. Bakugo hated how noticeable that was. He turned away, clicking his tongue again. Tisich, whatever. Do not get your nerd germs on me. It should have ended there. He should have stopped thinking about it. But as class went on, Bakugo found his gaze drifting once, twice, too many times, to Midoriya's bag. To the corner where the cards were tucked away. Why did he care? Why was it bothering him? Maybe because Midoriya had never kept secrets before. Maybe because Bakugo was used to knowing exactly what Deku thought, felt, and, most importantly, feared. Maybe because seeing him obsess over something new, something Bakugo did not recognize, felt like losing grip on something he had always controlled. Or maybe, it was because when Midoriya looked at those cards, he had the same look he got when watching All Might. And Bakugo could not stand it. He leaned against the hallway wall during the mid-morning break, arms crossed, jaw set. Kids passed by, laughing, shoving, talking about weekend plans or hero gossip. Noise. Pointless, irritating noise. Normally, Bakugo did not mind background stupidity. It helped him feel like the only real person in the room, someone destined for clearly bigger things. But today his mind kept circling back like a defective spark wheel. Those cards. He clicked his tongue, annoyed that the thought even surfaced. He hated when things did not add up. Maybe he hated when people changed without his permission? And Midoriya, Deku had always been constant. Predictable. A useless, quirkless nerd with a head full of pipe dreams. But this morning, something had been different. Midoriya had not looked at Bakugo with fear. He had not stared at him at all. His eyes had been glued to those cards, analyzing, thinking, muttering under his breath only when forced. And that bothered Bakugo more than he wanted to admit. Midoriya had no quirk. Midoriya had no future. Midoriya was supposed to cling to him, follow behind him like a shadow, begging for scraps of validation. That was the natural order. That was how it had always been. So why the hell did Bakugo feel like something was slipping? He scowled deeper, arms tightening across his chest. It is just a stupid game. Who cares? It is not like it matters. He told himself that again and again, until the bell rang, rattling in his ears. But the itch did not go away. Bakugo usually spent lunch with his supposed friends, who mostly existed to hype him up and not get in his way. Today, though, he peeled off early, something dragging him back toward the classroom as if by gravity. When he slid the door open, he paused. Midoriya was alone. Desk cleared. Lunch unopened. Cards spread out across the surface in neat rows, each grouped into piles. He was mumbling to himself in that same breathless, rapid-fire way, but this time, Bakugo did not immediately want to explode at him. Midoriya was not doing his usual panicking or obsessing over heroes. No, instead he looked focused, determined, and most importantly, completely absorbed. Bakugo slipped in quietly, dropping into his own seat with more force than necessary to announce his presence. The chair screeched. Midoriya flinched, but only for a moment. His eyes did not dart away from the cards. Bakugo narrowed his gaze. That was new. Midoriya placed 3 cards in a row. Balance Breaker, Alloy Garter, Burst Medic. He tapped each one, muttering. If attacker types work together, then maybe formations matter, or maybe there is a cost system, but if spells support coordination, then, but what about counters? There has got to be some defensive mechanic dash. Bakugo's brow twitched. He recognized that tone. It was the same tone Midoriya used when analyzing All Might's fights. The same obsessive energy. The same passion. Except it was not aimed at a hero this time. It was aimed at something new. Something Bakugo did not understand. Something Bakugo did not have. Bakugo felt something in his chest tighten. Irritation, heat, and confusion. Midoriya scribbled diagrams in a notebook, flipping cards back and forth, comparing symbols, making little victory noises when he connected 2 concepts. Bakugo found himself leaning forward slightly. Why does he look so into this? He hated the thought immediately. He was not curious. He was not interested. He just needed to know what kind of stupid nonsense Deku was wasting his time on. Midoriya picked up Balance Breaker again, staring at the art with an almost reverent expression. He really does look like a hero, he whispered to himself, smiling unconsciously. Strong, confident, like he would protect anyone. If he is the main attacker, then maybe the whole deck is built around forming a team. Bakugo's hand curled into a fist on his desk. That smile, that quiet, hopeful smile, burned into the back of his skull. Because that was the smile Deku only ever had when talking about becoming a hero. And now he was giving it to a card? Bakugo's stomach twisted. He did not like this. He did not like this. At all. He slammed his hand onto his desk before he could stop himself. Midoriya jolted upright, nearly knocking over Burst Medic. Kaken. Bakugo glared at him, electricity practically sparking off his skin. What the hell are you doing? He snapped. Midoriya swallowed, staring down at his hands. I'm trying to figure out the rules, he said quietly. I do not know how to play, so I am trying to learn. Bakugo grits his teeth. Of course that is what he would say. Of course, Deku would pour his whole soul into something no one else cared about. Of course, he would get all bright-eyed and hopeful about something stupid and useless. But Bakugo's heartbeat thudded too loud. But why did it bother him so much that Midoriya was doing it without him? Was it another way of looking down on him? He did not have an answer to that. He clicked his tongue sharply. You are wasting your time, nerd. Midoriya bit his lip, but did not put the cards away. That irritated Bakugo enough to stand. Without fully realizing why, he walked toward Midoriya's desk, looming over the cards. The card Deku referred as Balance Breaker stared back at him. Bakugo stared at it for a long, heavy moment. He hated the weird pull he felt toward it. He hated that Deku had something new to be passionate about. He hated that he was not the center of it. He hated that the hero on the card reminded him of something he wanted to become. He turned away abruptly, hands shoved into his pockets. "Don't get too into it," he muttered, voice low and clipped. "You will just disappoint yourself. Like always." He walked to the door. But before leaving, he glanced over his shoulder. Midoriya had not put the cards away. He was still studying them. Still thinking. Still dreaming. Bakugo's chest burned with something unfamiliar and ugly. He slammed the door behind him. Izuku sat alone at his desk with the kind of posture he usually only had when he was watching an All Might compilation for the 20th time, leaning forward, elbows close, shoulders tense with focus. Except this time there was no screen glowing in front of him, no cheering crowd audio bleeding through speakers, no slow-motion highlight reel to lose himself in. There was only a lunch tray gone cold at his side, and a spread of cards arranged with almost reverent care. He'd lined them up in little clusters the way he organized notes about hero agencies, central figure in the middle, support pieces flanking, anything that looked like utility off to one side. It was instinct more than intention. His brain always wanted to sort, to categorize, to impose structure. And yet he couldn't stop thinking how strange it was that he felt the same rush he got from analyzing hero fights. While analyzing a game. A very old, very strange game. He picked up the top card again, thumbs smoothing the edges unconsciously, and stared at the art like it might blink. Superhero Balance Breaker. He read the name once, then again, lingering on it. Balance Breaker. It sounded like something a headline writer would use after a decisive victory. Like the kind of epithet you earned by showing up and changing the whole pace of a battlefield. His eyes dropped to the details. 7 stars. ATK 2400 Def Fire. Warrior. So, it really is a hero deck, he thought, amused by the sincerity of it. The creatures, no monsters, the old clerk had insisted, looked more like costumed fighters than anything monstrous. The word felt weird in his head. He glanced at Balance Breaker's design again. Red armor, dynamic stance, that determined tilt of the chin. If this is a monster, then what does the game call an actual villain? He swallowed and forced his attention down to the effect text. It was rather short, as it did not occupy the entirety of the ability box. He squinted, mouthing the words silently the way he did when he read unfamiliar terminology in old hero textbooks. If this card was summoned this turn, you can target one hero monster you control. Its attack is doubled until the end of the battle phase. Izuku's pulse jumped. Not because he understood everything, but because he understood enough. The card wasn't just a picture with numbers. It had an action. A trigger window. If this card was summoned this turn, that meant the way to put monsters on the field was called summoning. And it also meant timing mattered. This turn, not whenever, not once in a while. Immediate momentum. Then there was the phrase that made his brain light up like a circuit finding power. Battle phase. So, combat wasn't just attack whenever you want. There was a structured section of a turn where fighting happened, like a training drill with designated rounds. He felt his fingers curl tighter around the card, excitement rising in a way that was almost embarrassing. This game has phases. This game has timing. This game has rules that reward planning. His mind immediately tried to build a turn structure from scraps. The battle phase has to either be at the middle or end of the turn, otherwise this ability would be useless. He set Balance Breaker down carefully, then reached for the second card. Superhero Alloy Garter. The artwork hit him differently, less like a star player, more like someone you'd be relieved to see at your side. Silver armor, smooth and reflective. A shield so big it bordered on absurd, but the stance made it believable, grounded, patient, prepared to take hits for someone else. 4 stars. ATK 1200 Def Earth Attribute. Warrior. He stared at the def number longer than the ATK. 2000 was a lot, wasn't it? At least compared to the attack. So, defense matters in this game, he thought, and even the idea made him sit up straighter. He read the effect. When this card is in defense position, your opponent cannot target other hero monsters for attacks. Izuku's eyes widened. Not just defense. Protection. This wasn't just a card that survived hits. It redirected attention. It forced opponents to deal with it first. It was a frontline hero in rule form. A protector, Izuku whispered, and the words came out softer than he intended, like he didn't want to disturb the logic he could finally see assembling itself. Like a shield specialist. His notebook was already open beside the cards, and his pencil moved almost on its own. Monsters, stars, maybe called something else. Stats, battle positions. Effects triggered versus passive. Field positioning matters, attack defense. Combat structured by phases, possibly like the turn. He paused, pencil hovering, then glanced back. At the top of each monster card where the stars sat. 7 on Balance Breaker. 4 on Alloy Guarder. He remembered Burst Medic had 3. Others had different counts too. These must indicate the strength of the card, its level of power, he murmured, and he felt that familiar itch, the one that came when he was close to a theory but didn't have the last piece yet. Balance Breaker has 7, so maybe he's harder to bring out because he is a bigger payoff. His mind flicked back to old scraps of information, half-remembered mentions from outdated sites and ancient hobby forums. Maybe sacrifices? He thought. A system where you had to offer something you already had to bring out something bigger. I don't see any other resource indicator, so this must be it. And suddenly it made a kind of intuitive sense that felt satisfying in a deep, logical way. This game doesn't seem to have a mana bar or energy gauge. The only resource is cards. So, to progress, you'd have to turn cards into cost. Trade presence for power. Sacrifice the small to call the big. He tapped the pencil anxiously. Then he had another thought, smaller and oddly endearing. And why do they even call them monsters? They all look like people. He almost smiled at himself. Maybe monster just means unit. A chess piece. A combatant. He reached for more cards, flipping through them quickly, not reading every line this time, but confirming what his gut already believed. The more he looked, the more it reinforced the same idea. This deck wasn't random. It wasn't just a pile of cool hero art. It was organized. A whole team. Izuku's eyes sparkled with something painfully earnest. It is a whole team, he breathed, and he couldn't keep the wonder out of his voice. Each one has a tactical role, just like a hero squad. He could practically hear Present Mike narrating it. And here comes the tank. Now the support. Watch the formation. His grin grew, and he had to swallow down the impulse to start pacing. He didn't want to scatter the cards. He wanted to keep the formation intact. Then he pulled out a spell card and immediately sat still again, focus snapping back into place. Heroic Reinforcement. The art style matched the others, bold, kinetic, heroic. But it was the text that mattered, and Izuku read it twice to make sure he wasn't misunderstanding it. Add 1 superhero monster from your deck to your hand. Izuku froze. A search effect. Not draw and hope. Not wait for luck. You could go into your deck, the unknown pile of possibilities, and choose. His mind jumped ahead so fast it almost made him dizzy. That means, he whispered, eyes wide, that means this game isn't just about what you draw. It's about planning lines. He grabbed his notebook again and scribbled. Deck access consistency. Choose the needed hero combos. His heart kicked in his chest. A deck that can search is a deck that can build a game plan, he thought. It can adapt. He leaned forward and started scanning the rest of the spells and traps with hungry attention. Heroic Emergency Boost spell. Target 1 superhero monster. It gains 1000 ATK until the end of this turn. His eyes flicked to the odd symbol besides the words, spell card. It represented a lightning strike. So, spells have types too. This implies speed. Reaction. Maybe it can be used at different timings. He didn't know for sure, but the designation alone felt like a promise. This wasn't just, cast it on your turn. It was a tactical tool. He looked down at the scattered hero cards again and felt something almost giddy. So you build a board. You set up a team. You create a formation. The deck wasn't just themed like heroes. It functioned like heroes were supposed to, coordinated, purposeful, filling gaps in each other's weaknesses. He kept flipping and then his fingers stalled. A spell card, specifically its artwork, caught his attention in a way the others hadn't. It wasn't the usual heroic palette. Not the bright reds and greens and clean metallics. This one was violet, deep, almost regal, with a faint metallic sheen under the fluorescent light that made it look like it belonged to something ceremonial. Izuku's breath caught, and he lifted it carefully, as if he were afraid the card might be more fragile than the others. In the art, Balance Breaker and Alloy Garter stood back to back, framed by a swirling sigil. The energy between them resonating, like two distinct forces harmonizing. The pattern between them was geometric, almost ritualistic. His skin prickled, and not just from excitement. This card felt important. He read the name. Heroic Convergence. Then the text. Activate only if you control 2 or more hero monsters with different attributes. Draw 1 card, then you can set a heroic spell trap card from your graveyard to your spell trap zone. Izuku's jaw dropped. Not because it was flashy damage. Not because it summoned something massive. Because it rewarded exactly what he'd been thinking about: teamwork. Different attributes. Different specialties. Different people on the field working together. A teamwork bonus card, Izuku whispered, unable to stop the amazement from leaking into his voice. It literally pays you back for having a mixed squad. I wonder if the attribute is... His gaze darted to the heroes he already knew. Balance Breaker was fire. Alloy Garter was earth. Burst Medic was light. Spectral Scout was wind. So, the deck encourages mixing, he said, voice rising with excitement. Instead of spamming the same type, it wants you to set up multiple heroes with different strengths to trigger stronger plays. He paused, staring at the second part of the effect. Set a heroic spell trap card from your graveyard. His mind latched onto the word graveyard like it was a key. So, cards didn't just disappear. There was a discard zone. A used pile. The place where resources went when they were spent. And heroic convergence could reach into that pile and bring something back, set it again, reuse it. That was insane, tactically. Resource management, he thought, voice in his head almost reverent. The game is evidently about cycles. Everything started fitting together in a way that made him feel almost breathless. Levels. Stats. Positions. Summoning types. Searching. Reusing. Timing windows. A system. A tactical simulation. He leaned back slightly and stared at the spread of cards like he was looking at a blueprint. This is not just a game, he murmured, and the words came out slow, awed. It's a system. A tactical simulation of teamwork, field control, and resource management. His eyes shimmered. He didn't know why that phrase, tactical simulation, felt so important, but it did. Maybe because heroes were always described in stories as symbols and inspiration. But in Izuku's mind, heroes were also technique, positioning, timing. This game understood that. He whispered, voice almost breaking with how much he wanted it to be true. It's literally a hero team strategy engine. He picked up Superhero Balance Breaker again. The Red Warrior stared back, fearless and unshakable. And for the first time since he was a child, since before the word quirkless had become a sentence people used like a verdict, Izuku felt something he hadn't let himself feel in a long time. Possibility. Heroes come in all shapes, he whispered. Bakugo hadn't meant to walk home alone. Usually, there was always someone orbiting him, 2 extras trailing behind like they were part of his shadow, talking too much, laughing too loud, making the walk feel shorter whether he liked it or not. But today they'd peeled off with excuses that barely registered. Cram school, errands, whatever. Bakugo didn't care about their schedules. He cared about the knot under his ribs. It had been there since the morning, tight and ugly, the kind of irritation that didn't burn off no matter how many times he told himself it was nothing. He kept trying to crush it down the way he crushed everything else that didn't serve him. Ignore it, outrun it, blow it apart. But it stayed. Because it had a name. Midoriya. And a shape. Cards. And a look. That stupid, bright look the nerd got sometimes, like the world had handed him a miracle and he was too naive to be suspicious of it. Bakugo shoved his hands deeper into his pockets as he walked, shoulders set, jaw tight. He blasted a small explosion against a metal railing as he passed. Nothing big, nothing that would draw attention, just a sharp pop of sound and heat to shake the pressure loose. It didn't help. Why the hell do I care? He thought, teeth grinding. Why is that dumb deck getting to me? He clicked his tongue and kicked a stray rock down the sidewalk hard enough that it skipped twice and vanished into the gutter. The noise of it helped for half a second. Then the knot tightened again, like it was laughing at him. He was still in that mood, half distracted, half furious, when something on the street caught his attention. A gap. A storefront he didn't remember. It was old enough that it looked like it should have been a permanent landmark. Dusty glass, paint peeling off the sign in tired flakes, a narrow door with a bell hanging above it. The kind of shop that didn't belong on this route, not on a street he'd walked so many times he could take it in his sleep. Bakugo slowed without meaning to. His eyes narrowed, automatically scanning, cataloging. He wasn't the type to get surprised by his environment. He paid attention. He memorized. He could tell you where every vending machine was, which convenience store had the best view of the intersection, which corners were blind, which streets made people easy targets. This shop? Nothing. No memory. No recognition. Like it had been pasted into the street after he turned his head away. That alone was enough to make his irritation sharpen into something more precise. Then he saw the front display. Behind the dusty glass, tucked between old books and strange trinkets and charms that looked like they belonged in a museum instead of a neighborhood street, sat a deck box. But gold-etched. A swirling emblem that seemed to twist the longer he looked at it. Bakugo's pupils constricted. His breath caught in a way that made him angry at himself. No way. He stepped closer, eyes locked on that emblem. He'd seen it before, not in detail, not like this, but enough to recognize it like a bruise you kept poking. Midoriya's junk. So that was where the nerd had gotten it. Bakugo's lip curled. He barely noticed the rest of the display after that. The odd books, the dusty charms, the little objects that might have been antiques or might have been garbage. None of it mattered. Just the box. Just that feeling crawling under his skin, like the shop was aware of him standing there. Not dangerous. Not overt. Just watching. Evaluating. Bakugo hated that. He pushed the door open hard enough to make the bell ring sharp and angry. Inside, the shop was dim, cluttered, and too quiet. Shelves rose in uneven lines, packed with strange objects that cast long shadows across the floor. The air smelled faintly of incense and old paper, an old, dry scent that reminded him of libraries and storage rooms and places where things sat untouched. He hated it on instinct. And then a voice cut through the stillness. Welcome. Smooth. Almost theatrical, like it had been practiced in front of a mirror. Bakugo's eye twitched. An old man stepped out from behind the counter, posture straight, expression polite. But his eyes were sharp in a way that didn't match the smile, as if he'd been expecting Bakugo specifically, and was only pretending this was a normal customer interaction. I rarely get young customers, the man said warmly. Twice in 2 days, how unusual. Bakugo's blood went cold for half a second. Twice. So, he meant. Bakugo clicked his tongue loudly, choosing aggression the way he always did when something unsettled him. You sold something to a green-haired nerd yesterday, didn't you? The man's smile didn't change, but something in it deepened, like amusement behind glass. I sell many things, he replied, voice mild. But yes, I recall a very curious boy. Bakugo took a step closer, posture squared, hands still in his pockets but tension coiled in his shoulders like a spring. He didn't want to look cautious. He refused to look cautious. What the hell did you give him? Something he wished for, the old man said simply. Bakugo's jaw tightened. That nerd doesn't deserve anything. Oh. The man tilted his head, as if genuinely interested in that statement. Is that so? He seemed quite eager to learn. Bakugo felt something flare in his chest, anger, yes, but also something sharper and more annoying, something he didn't want a name for. He hated the idea of Midoriya being eager about anything hero-related, like the kid was allowed to hold that kind of hope without earning it. "I didn't come here for chit-chat," Bakugo snapped. "I just want to know what kind of game this is." The shopkeeper's eyes gleamed faintly in the dim light. "Game?" he echoed, like the word tasted funny. "That what you think it is?" Bakugo bristled immediately. What else could it be? The man's smile softened into something almost pitying. "A challenge," he said. "A mirror. A path." He paused, letting the words hang in the air like incense smoke. "Depending on who holds the cards." Bakugo's irritation spiked. He hated vague answers. Hated being spoken to like he was in a riddle instead of a conversation. Hated how the man acted like he'd already decided Bakugo's role in whatever this was. The old man turned slightly, reaching behind the counter with deliberate slowness. His hands disappeared for a moment, then returned with a small bundle placed gently on the wood. Wrapped. Familiar in shape. Bakugo's breath caught before he could stop it. Another deck box. This one was different, etched with a crackling geometric pattern, like lightning frozen mid-explosion. It looked less like an antique and more like a warning sign. Bakugo felt something jolt low in his stomach. Not fear. Not exactly. Recognition. Like the box had been built around him. Like it understood him. The shopkeeper nodded toward it, as if offering something ordinary. "This one has been waiting as well." Bakugo stared, throat tight, palms suddenly damp. "Waiting," he repeated, voice lower than he meant it to be. "For who?" The man looked up at him, calm and certain, and smiled like he'd known the answer since before Bakugo walked through the door. "You, of course." Bakugo's heartbeat hitched. For a second, the shop felt smaller than it had any right to be. Night in Mizudafu was not like in other cities. By day, the advertisements of top heroes cast their overwhelming glow from every screen and billboard, branding the skyline with optimism. But at night, those same lights dimmed, casting long silhouettes that left deep pockets of shadow between the alleys. Places where the surveillance cameras did not always work. Places where pro-heroes never patrolled unless they had a reason. And places where the old world could breathe again. Beneath the clattering of elevated trains and the hum of half-asleep neon signs, a quiet meeting was underway in an abandoned industrial lot, a forgotten scar from the pre-Quirk era that the city planners had chosen to ignore. The concrete floors were cracked, the iron beams rusted, and the air heavy with dust and something else, something metallic, almost coppery. 3 figures stood around a shipping container, its doors half open, revealing crates stacked inside. The first was tall and lanky, wearing a patched-up coat that looked 2 sizes too big. His hands were buried deep in the pockets, fingers tapping a restless rhythm. Weird patterns adorned his hands, almost as if trying to contain something underneath. The second was shorter, with a gaudy gesture-patterned scarf wrapped around his neck and a painted-on smile that did not match his eyes. He carried a suitcase, which he clutched with theatrical flair but a grip too tight to be casual. The third figure, the one who seemed to lead, stood in the shadows, still as stone. Only the faintest outline of a mask was visible beneath the hood, a porcelain grin stretched across unmoving features. A voice broke the silence. Smooth, mocking, almost sing-song. "You're late." The tall man flinched. "We had to be careful. The heroes downtown have been tightening surveillance dash." "Heroes," the masked figure repeated as though tasting the word. "They look upward. Only upward. They never bother with the dust beneath their boots." He stepped closer. Light grazed the lower half of his mask, revealing its painted smile, eternally cheerful and entirely hollow. "Show me the goods." The short man with the scarf snapped open the suitcase. Inside, nestled in velvet, were 6 small objects wrapped in black fabric, each roughly the size and shape of a certain familiar deck box. A faint shimmer escaped from beneath the cloth. Not light. Not heat. More like pressure. The air seemed to compress for a moment, then relax. The masked figure's posture sharpened. "Finally." The short man swallowed. We did not open them. Like you said." "You couldn't have even if you wished to," the masked man replied. "Chaos magic resists unworthy hands." Consider yourselves fortunate. He reached into the suitcase. But the moment his gloved fingers brushed the nearest wrapped object, something shifted in the air. Subtle, like a change in humidity, but unmistakable. The shadows of the warehouse deepened, pulling at the corners of the room as if reacting to the movement. The tall man stepped back. "Captain?" A faint hum rolled across the concrete, rising through the metal beams. A resonance. But dangerous. The masked figure paused. His head tilted as though listening to a distant whisper. Then the hum stopped. "It's awakening," he murmured. "Good." He pulled the object out of the suitcase. The wrapping loosened on its own, fluttering to the ground like torn petals. In his hand now was a deck box, but not like any card game sold in legitimate stores. This one was patterned with spirals and jagged lines that seemed to twist if stared at directly. Its clasp was shaped like a grinning mouth. The short man swallowed hard. Are you sure it is safe to use here? We should wait until we return to the troop." The masked figure chuckled. A soft, breathy sound that felt wrong in the vast empty space. "Safe? My dear Harlequin, these relics have slept for centuries. They hunger. They do not recognize hesitation." He lifted the deck box slightly, as though greeting an old friend. "We must feed them." The other two men exchanged nervous glances. The tall one spoke again. "Captain, the last time we tried to awaken one dash." The masked man did not turn. He did not raise his voice. "Do you fear chaos?" The warehouse fell silent, save for the creak of old steel in the wind. Finally, the tall man shook his head quickly. Of course not." The jester scarf man echoed him. "And not at all." "Good," the masked figure said. He slid the deck box open. A gust of cold air burst out, scattering dust in a spiraling pattern. The lights flickered. Somewhere in the rafters, a rusted chain swayed violently as though struck. The two subordinates stumbled back. What was dash? The masked figure inhaled deeply, savoring the invisible current swirling around him. "Chaos seeks a host," he said softly. "And chaos has found one." One of the cards flipped out of the box and landed at his feet, face up. The tall man stared at it horrified. "Yes, sir, that is not a monster card. That's dash." "Yes," the masked figure. "A challenge." The card's artwork depicted a silhouette, a hero shape, but distorted, arms elongated, torso fractured, as though breaking apart into shards of darkness. The masked figure knelt and picked it up with reverence. "The world above believes quirks define power," he whispered. "They have forgotten what we lost. Forgotten the games that shaped fate itself." He straightened. "Soon, the shadow circus will remind them." The warehouse lights cut out completely. A second later, the laughter began. Quiet, layered. Dozens of mismatched chuckles echoing through the dark, even though only 3 men had been in the room. The tall man sulked in silence. The jester scarf man dropped his suitcase. And the masked figure simply smiled behind porcelain. "Awaken, little hero," he whispered to the card. "Let us play." The next day, Izuku Midoriya returned to Kajimoto Curiosities with answers. Or at least, he returned with questions that had become too heavy to carry alone. The bell chimed as it always did when he stepped inside, soft, restrained, almost courteous, and the door closed behind him with a finality he did not consciously register. The warmth of the shop washed over him, familiar now, no longer strange. The shelves stood where they had before. The smell of old paper and wood polish lingered in the air. Nothing had changed. And yet, everything felt different. Izuku clutched his notebook tighter against his chest, fingers brushing the edge of the deck box inside his bag. He had spent the entire night poring over the cards, tracing their text, testing theories, mapping interactions until his eyes burned and his pencil grew dull. He had not slept much, not because he was afraid, but because his mind refused to slow down. The game made sense. Not all of it, not yet, but certainly enough. Enough that he could no longer pretend it was just a novelty. The antiquary looked up from behind the counter the moment Izuku stepped forward, as though he had been waiting. He closed his ledger without a word and regarded the boy with quiet interest. "You came back quickly," he said. Izuku nodded, then bowed, a little too deeply. I think I understand more now. About the rules. Or at least, some of them. The man's eyes flicked briefly to Izuku's bag. Understanding, he replied, is a dangerous thing when it comes too easily. Izuku hesitated. The words were not a warning exactly, more like an observation, but they sent a faint ripple of unease through him. He pushed it aside. This was why he was here. I tried to figure it out on my own, Izuku continued, voice steadier than he felt. The summoning conditions, the way effects activate, how teamwork between cards seems encouraged. It is not random. It is structured. The antiquary stepped out from behind the counter and gestured toward the open space at the center of the shop, the same place Izuku had unconsciously avoided the first time he was here. Then the next step, the man said calmly, is to see whether your understanding survives contact. Izuku blinked. See contact? A duel, the antiquary said. The word landed softly. Not dramatic. Not threatening. But it echoed anyway. Izuku swallowed. This was what he had come for. Proof. Confirmation. A way to test whether all those notes and diagrams meant anything at all. I'd like that, he said. Then, after a beat, more quietly, if that's okay. The antiquary studied him for a long moment, not weighing his skill, but his resolve. Whatever he saw seemed to satisfy him. Very well. He reached beneath the counter. Outside the shop, partially obscured by the cluttered display and the warped glass of the window, Bakugo Katsuki stood with his arms crossed and his patience wearing thin. He had not followed Midoriya this far out of concern. He told himself that again as he stared through the glass, watching the nerd talk animatedly with the old man inside. Whatever this was, either a scam, an actual game, or an obsession, Bakugo intended to see it through. Because something about the way Midoriya stood now, straight-backed, focused, certain, made his chest tighten in a way he did not like. Inside, the antiquary placed 2 deck boxes on the counter. One was familiar. The other was not. This is not a lesson, the antiquary said, his tone shifting, subtly, but unmistakably. And it is not a harmless game. Izuku's fingers curled around the strap of his bag. What is it then? He asked. The man met his gaze. A demonstration, he said, of why duel monsters was once feared. The lights did not flicker. The shelves did not move. But the air in the shop grew heavier, as though the space itself were listening. And somewhere beyond the glass, Bakugo felt it too, something akin to a pressure behind his eyes, a warning his instincts could not explain. The game had not begun. But it had already started. The antiquary did not raise his voice. He did not chant, nor gesture dramatically, nor invoke any name Izuku could latch onto for comfort. He simply set the second deck box down on the counter, beside Izuku's own, and placed one hand flat against the wood. Before we proceed, he said, there are things you must understand. Izuku straightened instinctively. His earlier excitement and the thrill of testing his theories had dulled, replaced by a tight knot of attention just below his ribs. He nodded once. I'm listening. The antiquary's gaze drifted, not to Izuku, but to the space around them, the shelves, the lamps, the walls of the shop itself. Duel Monsters was never meant to be entertainment, he began. Not in its origin. It was a language. A structured way for human will to take form, to clash, and to be measured. Izuku frowned slightly. Measured how? In endurance, the man replied. In resolve. In identity. He turned back to Izuku then, expression serious in a way Izuku had not yet seen. Life points, mirroring your actual life. We will both have 4,000 of them, he continued. They are not abstract numbers. They are a representation, a compression, of something very real. Izuku swallowed. So, when they reach 0, he said carefully. The antiquary inclined his head. Something is lost. The words hung between them. Izuku's mind raced, grasping for the right interpretation. Pain maybe. Exhaustion. Psychological strain. This was probably similar. Probably. What kind of loss? Izuku asked. That, the antiquary said, depends on the game. He stepped away from the counter and into the open space at the center of the shop. The floorboards creaked beneath his weight, old wood. Complaining softly. There are many ways to define a shadow game, he went on. Some wager pain. Some memories. Some fear. Some things far more difficult to recover. Some even a soul. Izuku's fingers tightened around the strap of his bag. You're saying this duel is going to hurt, he said quietly. Yes. The antiquary did not soften the answer. Izuku exhaled slowly. His first instinct was to apologize for asking, for pushing, for being ignorant. Instead, he forced himself to stay silent. He had come here for truth, not reassurance. And if I lose? He asked. The man regarded him for a long moment. Then you will understand, he said, why this game disappeared. Outside the shop, Bakugo shifted his weight, irritation flaring sharply as his skin prickled with a sensation he could not name. He lost some words through the glass, but what he got was enough. Something in the posture of the two figures inside, the way Midoriya stood unnaturally still, the way the old man seemed to command the space without effort, set his teeth on edge. This was not a scam. It was not just a card game. And whatever it was, Bakugo hated that Deku had walked into it alone. As if he, quirkless like he was, did not need help or protection. Inside, Izuku took a breath. Then, he said, voice quiet but firm, please don't go easy on me. The antiquary's eyebrows rose slightly, not in surprise, but in approval. A dangerous request, he said. But a fitting one. I didn't catch your name, young one. It's Midoriya, sir. He reached into his coat and withdrew a small object, a thin, circular token etched with the same sigils Izuku had seen on the deck box. He placed it on the counter between them. This duel, Midoriya, he said, will be bound. Izuku felt it then. A pressure, subtle, but undeniable, just like the moment before a storm breaks, when the air grows heavy and every sound feels slightly muffled. The boundaries of the game will supersede the boundaries of the room, the antiquary continued. Outside interference will be discouraged. Izuku's heart skipped. Discouraged how? The antiquary met his gaze evenly. By consequence. He straightened, placing his deck box on the counter opposite Izuku's. If you wish to walk away, he said, now is the last moment you may do so without penalty. Izuku thought of his notebook, of Balance Breaker's steady, unyielding stance. He thought of Bakugo's voice, you will just disappoint yourself. And then he nodded. I'm ready. The antiquary closed his eyes for a moment, as if acknowledging something unseen. Very well, he said. He opened his deck box. Then let this duel be recorded, he intoned, voice calm and deliberate. Not as a game, but as a warning. The lamps dimmed, not extinguished, just lowered, as though the shop itself were drawing inward. Izuku felt the floor beneath his feet steady, solid, unmovable. Somewhere outside, Bakugo's breath caught, sharp and instinctive. And with that, the shadow game was declared. The antiquary did not move immediately. Instead, he stepped to the side of the open space at the center of the shop and placed his palm flat against the floorboards. The wood did not glow, nor crack, nor shift in any visibly dramatic way, and yet, the space between him and Izuku changed. The air thickened, settling into an invisible boundary. The cluttered shelves at the edges of the shop seemed farther away now, as though the room had subtly stretched, making space for something that had been absent for a very long time. Izuku felt it instinctively, a sense of structure. This, the antiquary said calmly, lifting his hand, is the field. At his words, faint lines emerged across the floor and table between them, not etched, not glowing brightly, but outlined, as if sketched in pale spectral light. Rectangles formed in precise symmetry, arranged in two mirrored formations facing one another. Izuku leaned forward despite himself, eyes wide. It's like Dash. A true dual monsters field, the antiquary finished. As it was played at the beginning, before some unfortunate circumstances. The table between them was now clearly divided. On each side, the antiquary continued, gesturing, you will find 5 monster zones. The outlines nearest Izuku pulsed faintly as he spoke. These are where your monsters exist, where they may attack, defend, and be destroyed. His finger moved back slightly. Behind them are 5 spell and trap zones. Both types of cards are placed here. Some remain face up. Others are set face down, concealed until the moment of activation. Izuku nodded rapidly, committing every word to memory. And this, the antiquary said, indicating the far left corner of each side, is the deck zone. Your remaining cards reside here. When you draw from this space. He paused, then added, there are just a couple of other zones, but they are largely irrelevant for you now. Izuku swallowed. This was not just an explanation. It felt like a history lesson, one he had been late to by centuries. The antiquary returned to the table and placed his deck neatly in his deck zone. Izuku mirrored the action a moment later, hands slightly unsteady. Now, the antiquary said, we begin as all duels do. He placed his hand atop his deck. Draw your opening hand. 5 cards. Izuku hesitated only a moment before doing the same. The cards slid into his hand smoothly. He did not look at them yet, not because he was afraid, but because he did not want to break the rhythm the antiquary had set. Across from him, the old man glanced at his own hand, expression unreadable. I will take the first turn, he said. In most duels, the first player does not draw at the start of their turn. Consider this a mercy. Izuku nodded. Watch carefully, the antiquary said. A simple turn can teach more than a complicated one. He selected a card from his hand and placed it face up in the center monster zone. I normal summon, he said, Relic Dust-Bound Custodian. The monster appeared not as a full apparition, but as a spectral suggestion, a translucent figure hovering just above the field. It resembled an animated suit of old ceremonial armor, cracked and weathered, fragments bound together by drifting motes of light. Its presence was muted, restrained, but undeniably there. Izuku's breath caught. Normal summoning, the antiquary continued, is the most basic form of summoning. Once per turn. No cost, provided the monster's level allows it. He tapped the card lightly. This one is level 4. It requires nothing but intent. Izuku nodded, eyes fixed on the hovering figure. Next, the antiquary selected a second card. I activate a normal spell. He placed it face up into his spell and trap zone. Relic Preservation Rite. The card's effect shimmered faintly, and the spectral armor straightened, its fractured plates reinforcing themselves, the glow at its core intensifying. This spell enhances a relic monster's endurance, the antiquary explained. A temporary reinforcement. Modest, but effective. Not every advantage needs to be overwhelming. Izuku scribbled furiously in his mind. Normal spell. One-time effect. Timing matters. This card should not be activated during the first turn, as nobody can attack, but you can consider this entire turn a little mercy for a beginner like you. The antiquary chimed. It's also gonna be the last one. Finally, the antiquary chose one last card from his hand. He placed it face down in his spell and trap zone. The card rested there silently, its back indistinguishable from any other. Now, the antiquary said, folding his hands, this is where uncertainty enters the game. Izuku looked at the card, then back up. That's a trap card, the antiquary said, answering before Izuku could finish. It has been set face down. Ordinarily, your opponent would not know whether that card is a spell or a trap, as both are placed the same way. He smiled faintly. Again, as a courtesy, he added, I will tell you this much. Next time I will not. Izuku felt a chill that had nothing to do with the room. So, you have to anticipate, he murmured. Decide whether to attack into the unknown. Precisely, the antiquary replied. A duel is not won by strength alone. It is won by reading your opponent and deciding when ignorance is worth the risk. He straightened slightly. That concludes my turn. The battlefield settled into stillness. One monster standing. One spell resolved. One card waiting in silence. The antiquary looked at Izuku calmly. Your turn, Midoriya. Izuku tightened his grip on his hand of cards. For the first time since the duel began, he felt the weight of it fully. Responsibility. Izuku did not move right away. 5 cards rested in his hand, their weight suddenly far more noticeable than it had been just moments ago. He could feel the antiquary's gaze on him, not impatient, not judging, simply attentive, like a teacher watching a student take their first real test. Okay, Izuku thought, forcing his breathing to slow. Don't panic. This is still a game. A structured one. I understand at least the basics. He glanced down at the field. Simple. Controlled. But even as he told himself that, something in his chest felt tight. He didn't think it was fear exactly, more like awareness. A sense that his decisions here mattered in a way they had not when he had been laying cards out on his desk the night before. This is your main phase, the antiquary said calmly. You may summon a monster, activate spells, or set cards as you see fit. Izuku nodded, though his throat felt dry. Main phase. So this is where most decisions happen, he thought. Summoning, setup, committing to a strategy. He looked at his hand. There was Superhero Balance Breaker. The card felt heavier than the others. He could almost hear his own thoughts echoing in its bold artwork, in the hero's confident stance. Level 7. Too early. Judging from what he told me before, I'd probably need a tribute. His eyes flicked to the rest of his hand. Superhero Alloy Garter. Superhero Spectral Scout. A spell card, namely Heroic Reinforcement. And a trap he had not fully memorized yet. Start small. Establish the field. He swallowed. I'm going to normal summon, Izuku said, voice quieter than he meant it to be. Superhero Alloy Garter. He placed the card carefully into the leftmost monster zone. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then the air shifted. Not violently. Instead, it felt as though the space above the card accepted the summon. A faint pressure rolled outward, and a translucent figure took shape. Alloy Garter emerged slowly, kneeling as though bracing against an unseen force. Its silver armor caught the dim light of the shop, shield planted firmly before it. The figure was not solid, again, more suggestion than substance. But its presence was undeniable. Izuku essayed in a sharp breath. It wasn't pain. It wasn't fear. It was weight. Like the moment before stepping onto a high ledge, when your body recognizes the consequence before your mind does. The antiquary watched closely. Good, the antiquary said softly, watching closely. You chose a foundational unit. Izuku nodded, heart racing, and pushed the card forward. I normal summon Superhero Alloy Garter, he said, voice steadier now. He hesitated. He glanced at the field again, at the hovering relic custodian, at the faint outlines marking the zones. He realized, suddenly, that while he knew the rules in theory, he had never actually decided how a monster was supposed to stand. Just normally, he finished. The card settled upright in the monster zone. At once, the spectral form of Alloy Garter manifested fully, standing tall now, shield raised but angled forward, armor gleaming faintly as though braced for combat. The pressure Izuku had felt earlier returned, subtle but undeniable, settling against his chest. The antiquary tilted his head slightly. Attack position, he said. The default stance. Izuku blinked. Oh, I thought dash. That is natural, the antiquary replied calmly. Most new duelists assume monsters are always meant to fight. He stepped closer to the table and gestured with 2 fingers. At the motion, Alloy Garter's spectral form shifted, turning slightly sideways, shield bracing fully in front of its body. This, the antiquary continued, is defense position. The pressure in the air changed, becoming different. More grounded. More resistant. When a monster is in attack position, the antiquary explained, its attack points are used to determine damage. If it battles another monster, the weaker is destroyed, and the difference is inflicted as damage to its controller. Izuku's eyes widened slightly. So, if I attacked your monster and lost, you would take damage, the antiquary confirmed. Directly. Izuku swallowed. And defense position? When a monster is in defense position, the antiquary said, it does not inflict damage when it attacks. Well, mostly because it cannot attack. But when it is attacked, only its defense points are compared to the attack of the opposing monster. It glanced at Izuku meaningfully. If its defense is lower, it is destroyed. But you take no damage. Izuku stared at Alloy Garter. The shield, the stance, the intention behind the design. So, defense position is protection, not offense. Precisely, the antiquary said. Choice. One that trades pressure for survival. Izuku let out a slow breath. That makes sense, he murmured. It's like taking the hit so your team doesn't fall apart. The antiquary smiled faintly. You may change a monster's battle position once per turn, he added. But only at specific times. Timing, as you will learn, is everything. You can also only normal summon monsters in attack position. Izuku nodded, committing it to memory. Then he said, gathering himself, I'll keep Alloy Garter in attack position for now. He reached for another card. I will activate a spell card, Izuku said. He placed Heroic Reinforcement face up into his spell and trap zone. For this turn, Izuku said, voice steadier now. This lets me add one hero monster from my deck to my hand. The antiquary inclined his head slightly, inviting him to continue. Izuku closed his eyes for just a moment, then reached for his deck. His fingers hovered above it, hesitation flickering across his expression, not doubt, but calculation. Think, he told himself. What do I need next? I'll get Superhero Burst Medic. He took the card and added it to his hand, mixing it with the others. His shoulders eased the moment it touched his palm, as though the decision itself had anchored him. I don't know exactly how the next few turns will play out, he admitted quietly, but I think having options matters more than power right now. The spell card faded, its effect complete. The antiquary's gaze sharpened with approval. A very good instinct, he said. Strength wins battles. Flexibility wins wars. Izuku exhaled, some of the tension bleeding out of him. Then it hit him again. That sharp, fleeting pressure behind his eyes. Even stronger this time, more insistent. Not pain, not quite, but a warning pulse that made his vision blur for half a second. He essayed in a breath and gripped the edge of the table, knuckles whitening. That feeling again, he muttered. Yes, the antiquary said quietly. The game is responding to your intent. Seeking knowledge, preparing the future. These are not passive actions in a shadow game. These games are not meant for the faint of heart. Izuku nodded slowly, forcing himself to straighten. So even thinking ahead has a cost. Alloy Garter stood ready in attack position. One face-down card lay in wait. And Izuku's hand now held something new, chosen. Across from him, the antiquary placed his hand on his deck. Very well, he said. Now you will see how preparation is tested. The battlefield settled. Two monsters stood facing one another now, one ancient and weathered, one steadfast and new. And Izuku understood at last that every choice he made here carried weight far beyond cardboard and ink. Izuku felt it. A sudden spike of discomfort behind his eyes. Like the beginning of a headache. He gasped softly, one hand gripping the edge of the table. The antiquary's expression sharpened immediately. There? He said quietly. You felt it. Izuku nodded, blinking rapidly. What was that? The game acknowledging commitment, the antiquary replied. Each action strengthens the connection. The more intent you pour into your plays, the more the shadow game responds. Izuku swallowed hard. So, it gets worse? It gets real, the man corrected gently. Izuku forced himself to continue. He selected one final card from his hand and placed it face down. Set one card, he said. And end my turn. The face-down card rested silently beside his spell zone, indistinguishable from any other. Two fields now stood opposed. Two monsters. Two hidden threats. And two players bound by rules far older than either of them. Izuku straightened, chest still tight, pulse pounding in his ears. He looked up at the antiquary. That's my turn. The antiquary inclined his head. Well done, he said. You chose caution. Many do not. He placed his hand on his deck. Now, he continued, eyes gleaming faintly, allow me to show you what happens when experience presses the advantage. Outside the shop, Bakugo's nails dug into his palms. He didn't know why. He only knew that whatever was happening inside, Deku was in deeper than he realized. The antiquary did not draw attention to the transition between turns. He simply drew a single card from his deck and regarded it for a moment, eyes half-lidded, before looking back up at Izuku. Now, he said calmly, observe something many novice duelists overlook. He selected a card from his hand and placed it face down into one of his monster zones. I set a monster. Izuku blinked. Set? You mean dash? Face down, the antiquary finished, and in defense position. He gestured, and the faint outline of the monster zone shifted subtly. Where the relic custodian stood openly, the new card remained concealed, its presence marked only by a low, indistinct pressure, like something crouched just beneath the surface. When a monster is set, the antiquary explained, its identity, level, attribute, and statistics are hidden. It cannot attack while face down, but it may defend itself if attacked. Obviously, you can only normal set level 4 or lower monsters without tributing, but that still leaves an enormous sea of possibilities when it comes to what's underneath. Izuku leaned forward slightly. So, it's information control, he murmured. You sacrifice initiative to force your opponent to guess. Exactly, the antiquary said. Duel monsters rewards those who understand when concealment is more valuable than strength. He folded his hands briefly. That concludes my main phase. Izuku stiffened. The antiquary's gaze sharpened. I now enter the battle phase. The words carried weight. The pressure in the room increased unmistakably. Izuku felt it in his chest, a tightening that made his pulse quicken. The antiquary gestured toward his face-up monster. Relic Dust-Bound Custodian, attack superhero Alloy Garter. The spectral armor lurched forward, its movement sudden and purposeful. The air between the two monsters distorted as the distance collapsed, energy building along the custodian's fractured frame. Izuku's eyes flew to the numbers he had memorized. Custodian's 80k is Alloy Garter's 80k is his breath hitched. I'd take 200 points of damage, he whispered. Before the impact could land, the antiquary raised one hand. Not quite, he said. He revealed a card from his hand and placed it face up into his spell and trap zone. I activate a quick play spell. The card's border shimmered briefly as it resolved. Relic Awakened Fragment. A surge of pale light raced through the custodian, reinforcing its joints, sharpening the glow at its core. The monster's presence intensified, the pressure in the room spiking sharply. This spell increases its attack by 800 points. The antiquary continued evenly. Quick play spells may be activated during the battle phase and more, even in response to actions already declared, even during the opponent's turn. Izuku's heart slammed against his ribs. 1400 plus 800. 2200, he breathed. The custodian bore down on Alloy Garter, overwhelming force gathering at the point of collision. Izuku's vision blurred. For the first time since the duel began, the shadow game made itself known unmistakably. A sharp, stabbing pain flared behind his eyes, stronger than before, violent enough to draw a gasp from his throat. His knees locked as a wave of vertigo washed over him, his body reacting to damage that had not yet occurred. This is what losing life points feels like. No! Izuku blurted, voice raw with urgency. He took his hidden card and slammed it face up onto the table. I activate my trap card. The card flared into visibility. Heroic Shield. The space between the monsters froze. A translucent barrier snapped into place before Alloy Garter, angular and luminous, intercepting the custodian's strike just as it was about to land. Izuku forced himself to speak, teeth clenched through the pressure. This card activates when my opponent's attacking monster has at least 1,000 more attack points than mine, he said. It negates the attack and ends the battle phase. The barrier held. The force of the custodian's blow dispersed harmlessly, the energy collapsing inward instead of crashing forward. The pressure in the room eased abruptly, leaving Izuku gasping as the pain behind his eyes receded. The antiquary watched the resolution in silence. Then slowly he smiled. "Well done," he said. The relic custodian withdrew, its attack halted completely, the battle energy dissipating as the phase ended prematurely. "You recognized lethal pressure," the antiquary continued, "and responded decisively. You did not hesitate. You did not panic." Izuku's hands trembled as he braced himself against the table, breathing hard. I knew it would hurt," he said quietly. "But I remembered what you said. Preparation matters." The antiquary nodded. "Indeed," he said. "And you learned some lessons. First, never concede to greed. If I had not activated my spell, my attack would have gone through and I would have destroyed your monster. Also," he gestured toward the now-spent trap card. "A trap is not merely a surprise. It is a statement. A declaration that your opponent's momentum ends here." He straightened, folding his hands behind his back. "That concludes my turn." The battlefield settled once more. One attack halted. One lesson learned. And one truth now undeniable. Izuku lifted his gaze, eyes burning with understanding. This was definitely not a game you could afford to play carelessly. And he had survived his first real test. Bakugo Katsuki realized two things at the same time. First, whatever was happening inside that shop was certainly not a normal card game. Second, Midoriya wasn't losing. He stood just outside the warped glass, arms crossed tight enough that his shoulders ached, eyes locked on the distorted silhouettes inside. He still couldn't hear every word, but he didn't need to. The way the air pressed against his skin, the dull ache behind his eyes, the tension crawling up his spine, told him enough. This wasn't fake. This wasn't a trick. And that set him off. He watched as the old man's monster surged forward, its outline flaring brighter, heavier, the pressure spiking so sharply that Bakugo's jaw clenched on instinct. Even through the glass, he felt it. Just like standing too close to an explosion before it went off. That's an attack, he thought immediately. And a strong one. He narrowed his eyes, tracking the movement, mentally reconstructing the field despite the distortion. One monster each. Midoriya's was weaker. The old BSTRD boosted his attack mid-charge. Cheap, Bakugo thought reflexively, and then corrected himself. Smart. Hit him and hit him even more when you can. The spike in pressure told him everything he needed to know. That would have hit hard, he muttered under his breath. Real hard. He felt it then, a sharp twist low in his gut, like the moment before impact when you know you can't dodge anymore. Midoriya staggered. Bakugo's fingers twitched. Then the pressure snapped. Not faded, cut. Bakugo's eyes widened a fraction as a barrier flared briefly into existence, the attack dispersing like smoke instead of detonating. The trap. Bakugo exhaled sharply through his nose. Of course it's a trap. He replayed the sequence in his head instantly, pieces clicking together. The nerd had set a card last turn. Didn't attack. Didn't rush. Waited. That wasn't luck, Bakugo growled quietly. He baited it. He leaned closer to the glass despite himself, eyes blazing with focus now. Midoriya hadn't just reacted, he'd planned for that exact scenario. A stronger opponent. The boosted attack. A lethal gap. Bakugo hated how clean the play was. He knew he couldn't win a straight hit, Bakugo thought. So, he let the other guy commit, then shut it down completely. That wasn't desperation. That was control. The old man inside didn't look angry. If anything, he looked pleased. Bakugo's teeth ground together. Don't smile at him like that. Midoriya steadied himself at the table, breathing hard but still standing. Still thinking. Still in the game. Bakugo felt something twist in his chest, sharp, unwelcome, and quickly buried. He muttered, turning his head away for half a second. Don't get cocky, Deku. But when he looked back, his eyes tracked the field again automatically, already anticipating the next move. Because whether he liked it or not, Midoriya had just proven something. He wasn't surviving by accident. And Bakugo Katsuki was smart enough to recognize a real fight when he saw one. Izuku drew for his turn, the motion steady now despite the lingering echo of pressure in his skull. One card. He added it to his hand without looking at it right. But for a moment he simply breathed. The battlefield was no longer overwhelming. The zones made sense now. The flow of turns, the rhythm of action and response. It was all beginning to settle into something coherent, something he could work with. Across from him, the antiquary waited, hands folded, expression attentive but unreadable. Okay, Izuku thought. My turn. His eyes moved across the field. Alloy Garter stood firm in attack position, shield raised. The antiquary's relic custodian remained face up, its presence steady, with a second monster still set face down behind it. The trap he had used was gone. But it had done its job. Normal summon once per turn, he recalled. But that doesn't mean it's the only way to put monsters on the field. His fingers tightened slightly around a familiar card. Superhero Burst Medic. He looked up. I think, Izuku began carefully, that normal summoning isn't the only kind of summoning in this game. The antiquary's eyes glinted faintly. Go on. Izuku swallowed, then placed the card onto the field. Burst Medic has an effect, he said, voice gaining confidence as he spoke. It says it can be special summoned from my hand as long as I control another hero monster. For a split second, nothing happened. Then the air shifted. Not violently but eagerly. Burst Medic manifested beside Alloy Garter in a soft flare of light, armor sleek and luminous, energy coursing faintly along her gauntlets. Unlike Garter's weighty presence, hers felt quick, responsive, just like a system activating the moment it was needed. Izuku's breath caught in a way that was half awe, half exhilaration. The antiquary smiled. Correct, he said. Special summons bypass the usual limits. They are granted by effects, not turns. Izuku nodded eagerly. So that means I still have my normal summon. You do. Izuku's heart thudded. He looked down at his hand. There was Superhero Balance Breaker. Level 7. The card that had felt out of reach since the beginning. But he thought, this is it. I think I understand now, Izuku said, eyes bright. Higher-level monsters need payment. The antiquary inclined his head. Tribute summoning, he said. A ritual of exchange. Monsters of great power do not arrive without cost. Izuku glanced at his field, at Alloy Garter, steadfast and protective, and Burst Medic, newly arrived and radiant. And a level 7 monster, Izuku said slowly, thinking it through, needs 2 tributes. Correct. Izuku's hands trembled. I tribute summon, he said firmly, Superhero Balance Breaker, by tributing Alloy Garter and Burst Medic. He moved the 2 cards aside, placing them together beyond the field. The moment they left the monster zones, the pressure in the room spiked. The spectral forms of Garter and Medic dissolved, not violently but purposefully, their light pulling inward, flowing toward the center of the field as though answering a call. Izuku staggered, catching himself on the table. This time, the sensation wasn't just a headache. It was loss. Controlled. But unmistakable. The antiquary spoke calmly through it. The graveyard, he said, is where used, destroyed, and sacrificed cards are sent. It is not an end, merely a change of state. Izuku forced himself to listen, to understand. Many strategies rely on it, the antiquary continued. Some cards return from it. Some draw strength from it. Others are strongest only once they have fallen. The light converged. Balance Breaker arrived. The red-armored hero descended into the field with a heavy, resonant presence, boots touching down as if striking solid ground. The air buckled around him, the pressure settling like a physical weight across Izuku's shoulders. This was different. This wasn't suggestion. This was power. Izuku gasped, vision swimming, but he didn't fall. He straightened instead, teeth clenched, eyes locked on his monster. Balance Breaker's effect, he said quickly, almost breathless. When he's summoned, I can activate his ability. The antiquary did not interrupt. Izuku pressed on, voice rising with exhilaration. He doubles his own attack points. The red armor flared brilliantly. A surge of force rolled outward, rattling shelves, making the lines of the battlefield pulse sharply. Izuku cried out from the strain as the pressure behind his eyes flared hotter than ever before. 2400 to 4800. He could feel it now. Not just numbers. Intent. Force. The overwhelming certainty of impact. Izuku in a breath, hands shaking as he looked across the field. I enter the battle phase, he declared, heart pounding. Balance breaker. Attack his relic custodian. The red-armored hero shifted forward, power coiling. The space between him and the antiquary's field warping under the weight of the coming strike. For the first time since the duel began, Izuku wasn't just surviving. He was pressing the advantage. The antiquary did not move to interrupt. He did not reach for a card. He did not speak a command. He simply watched. For a single, terrible heartbeat, Izuku wondered if he had miscalculated, if he had overlooked something crucial, some hidden rule or effect that would turn his triumph into disaster. But the antiquary only met his gaze and gave a single, deliberate nod. Proceed. Balance breaker struck. The red-armored hero surged forward, the space between him and the antiquary's field collapsing under the weight of the attack. The air screamed as power coiled and released, a crushing wave of force that felt less like motion and more like inevitability. The dust-bound custodian raised its fractured arms in response. It did not stand a chance. The impact was deafening. The custodian shattered in a burst of pale light and drifting fragments, its spectral form tearing apart as the overwhelming force tore straight through it. The pressure slammed outward, rippling across the battlefield, rattling shelves, and sending a shockwave through the room. Izuku cried out, staggered by the backlash of his own attack, but it wasn't his pain that made his breath catch. It was the antiquary's. The man stiffened as though struck, one hand flying instinctively to the edge of the table. The pressure in the room inverted, snapping inward, and for a split second Izuku felt something cold crawl up his spine. Not numbers. Plus. The faint spectral counter hovering near the antiquary's side of the field flickered violently. 4,600. 3,400 points of damage. The air went thin. The antiquary exhaled sharply through clenched teeth, shoulders tense, the color draining from his face in a way that had nothing to do with age. His breath came slower now, measured, as though each inhale required conscious effort. Izuku froze. I didn't dash. His voice cracked. I didn't mean to dash. Good, the antiquary said, voice strained but steady. Then you are learning. He straightened with visible effort, fingers trembling only briefly before curling back into calm control. This, he continued, is what nearly losing feels like in a shadow game. Izuku's heart hammered painfully against his ribs. That wasn't just damage, the antiquary said quietly. That was my endurance being tested. My focus. My ability to remain myself. Izuku swallowed hard. For the first time, the thought struck him with full force. If that had been me. Balance breaker stood at the center of the field, power still radiating from his frame. Magnificent, terrifying. Izuku forced himself to breathe. I end my battle phase, he said, voice barely above a whisper. I set another card and I end my turn. The battlefield settled. The echoes of destruction faded, leaving behind only silence and absence. Relic, dust-bound custodian was gone. The antiquary reached out and placed the destroyed monster into his graveyard deliberately, reverently. Observe, he said. Izuku's eyes followed the motion instinctively. This is where many duelists believe a card's story ends, the antiquary continued. They are wrong. He lifted his gaze back to Izuku, eyes sharp despite the lingering strain. In ancient duel monsters, he said, the graveyard is not a discard pile. He placed his hand atop it. It is a resource. Izuku felt a chill that had nothing to do with the room. Watch closely, Midoriya, the antiquary said. What I am about to do next. A faint, dangerous smile touched his lips. Is why reckless victory is often more dangerous than careful defeat. The pressure in the room shifted again, becoming coiled, patient, waiting. The antiquary reached for his deck. And now, he said calmly, I will show you how the past strikes back. Bakugo felt it hit him like a punch to the gut. Not the impact, but the sheer aftermath. The pressure that had been building, coiling tighter, suddenly collapsed inward, and for a split second Bakugo's vision swam. He in a breath through clenched teeth, boots scraping faintly against the pavement as he instinctively widened his stance. "What the hell was that?" he muttered. Through the warped glass he saw it. The old man staggered. Not theatrically. Not exaggerated. Bakugo's jaw tightened. That wasn't a trick. He replayed the moment in his head automatically, fast and precise, the way he always analyzed fights. Midoriya had brought out something big. Sacrificed 2 monsters for it. Then doubled its power. A finisher, Bakugo realized. A straight-up kill shot. And the old man had taken it. Bakugo's eyes flicked to Midoriya, still standing at the table, shoulders rigid, hands trembling just slightly as he stared at the field. The nerd looked shaken instead triumphant. That meant he understood that power brings responsibilities. Bakugo scoffed quietly, folding his arms tighter. "Of course, you'd go all in once you figured it out," he muttered. Still reckless, but not stupid. The thought irritated him more than it should have. Midoriya hadn't panicked. Hadn't hesitated. Hadn't wasted the opening. The electric smile on his face during the declaration of attack. Bakugo hated how clean it was. Inside, the old man straightened, saying something Bakugo couldn't hear, his hand resting on the pile of destroyed cards. Bakugo's eyes narrowed. Graveyard, he thought. That's not the end, is it? His instincts screamed it. The fight wasn't over. And for the first time since following Midoriya here, Bakugo didn't feel like he was watching a stupid side hobby spiral out of control. He felt like he was witnessing a battlefield. "Don't screw this up now, Deku," he muttered, eyes never leaving the window. Because whether he liked it or not, Midoriya had just proven he belonged here. The antiquary did not rush his next move. For several seconds after the battlefield settled, he simply stood there, breathing carefully, one hand resting on the edge of the table as though grounding himself. The faint tremor in his fingers betrayed how close he had come to the edge, but it did not weaken his resolve. "Do you see now," he said quietly, "why power alone is never enough?" Izuku nodded, throat tight, unable to trust his voice. The antiquary straightened and turned his attention to the pile of cards at his side. "Now," he continued, "observe the consequence of destruction." He lifted Relic Dustbound Custodian from his graveyard. "Custodian does not protect only the living," he said. "Even in ruin, it serves." The card dissolved into pale motes of light as he placed it aside. "I banish it from my graveyard," the antiquary declared, "to send 1 relic monster from my deck to the graveyard." Izuku's eyes widened as the antiquary reached into his deck and deliberately placed a card into the graveyard pile. Relic Ancient Master Crown. Even dormant, the card felt heavy. "This is called sending," the antiquary explained. "Not summoning. Many effects care not where a monster comes from, only where it ends up." Izuku swallowed. "It's as I thought, the graveyard isn't just an afterthought, it's a setup." The antiquary's hand moved next to his spell and trap zone. "And now," he said, "I reveal what I prepared." He flipped his face-down card. Call of the Haunted. Chains of pale spectral light erupted from the trap, coiling across the field and plunging into the graveyard like hooked fingers. "A continuous trap," the antiquary continued evenly, "that binds a monster's spirit to the field." The chains snapped taut. "Come forth, Relic Ancient Master Crown." The ground seemed to sink as the monster rose. Master Crown emerged slowly, a towering figure clad in fractured regalia, its crown split and mended with glowing seams. Its presence was suffocating, not explosive like balance breakers, but oppressive, like standing beneath something ancient and judgmental. Izuku staggered, breath hitching. "Level 6, the antiquary said. Attack, 2400. The numbers landed like a verdict. Before Izuku could speak, the antiquary's hand moved again. "One more lesson." He reached for the face-down monster on his field. "I flip summon Relic Dead Branch." The card turned. A gnarled, skeletal growth burst from the ground, its form half root, half remains. Branches twisted with remnants of broken artifacts. When dead branches flipped, the antiquary said. It destroys one spell or trap on the field. His eyes lifted to Izuku, not cruel but resolute. I will not repeat my mistake. Dead branches lashed outward. Izuku's set card shattered before it could be activated, dissolving into fragments of light. The antiquary exhaled softly. Preparation is meaningless, he said gently, if you cannot protect it. Izuku's shoulders shook. The antiquary saddened, reading despair. Ancient Master Crown has one incredibly powerful effect, he continued, voice firm but regretful. As long as my life points are below 1,000, it may add the attack of its opponent's monster to its own. Balance Breaker's power surged, and was promptly stolen. 2,400, the antiquary said quietly, added to my own. Master Crown's presence doubled. 4,800. Izuku's field felt suddenly small. This, the antiquary said, is checkmate. He paused, eyes lingering on Izuku, on the tears now streaming freely down the boy's face. I am sorry, he said, voice softening. This pain will be severe, but it will pass. You will remember it, and that memory will make you stronger. He raised his hand. Ancient Master Crown tech. Izuku's shoulders shook harder. The antiquary raised his hand to give the command. He did not do so lightly. He had seen this moment many times before, the instant when hope collapsed into inevitability. The look in a novice's eyes when they finally understood what a shadow game took from you before it ever gave anything back. So, when he saw Izuku's shoulders begin to shake, he felt a familiar tightening in his chest. Too soon, he thought. He learned too quickly, but not quickly enough. Then Izuku looked up. His eyes were red. His face was wet with tears he hadn't bothered to wipe away. His breathing was uneven, chest hitching with every inhale, not from fear, but from something deeper, heavier. The antiquary hesitated. There was no laughter, no hysteria, only grief. Young one, he said gently, lowering his hand. I know what you're feeling. Izuku swallowed hard. His gaze dropped briefly to the table, to the shattered monsters, the spent cards, the field that had become a quiet grave of decisions made and paid for. I'm not crying, Izuku said, voice rough, almost fragile, because I'm about to lose. The antiquary's breath caught. That was not the answer he had expected. Izuku lifted his head again, meeting the antiquary's eyes directly now. There was no defiance there. No anger. Only resolve, and a terrible kind of empathy. I understand now, Izuku continued, voice trembling but steady. What this game does. What it asks for. The antiquary felt something twist painfully in his chest, because he remembered saying those words once. Long ago. I can feel it, Izuku said softly. The weight. The pressure. Every decision hurts, not just when you're losing but when you're winning too. His hands clenched into fists at his sides. And I know that if I let this strategy of mine go through, his voice cracked, and he took a breath before continuing, you won't just feel it as damage. The antiquary stared at him. For the first time since the duel began, he did not see a student across the table. He saw himself. Younger. Too earnest. Too kind. A boy who had once believed that understanding pain meant you could somehow avoid causing it. That was my mistake, the antiquary thought distantly. For a long time. Izuku shook his head slightly, tears falling freely now. I don't want to hurt you, he said. But I won't turn away either. Because you taught me that pretending this doesn't matter is worse. The antiquary's fingers curled slowly, his raised hand trembling just a fraction. So, this is how it begins, he realized. Not with ambition, but with compassion. Dangerous compassion. You carry this too heavily, the antiquary said quietly. If you keep taking every blow as your own dash. I know, Izuku interrupted softly. But if I don't, then I don't think I deserve to play. Silence stretched between them. The antiquary lowered his hand completely. In Izuku's eyes, he saw the same flaw that had once nearly destroyed him, the instinct to shoulder every consequence alone, to feel responsible even for pain that was necessary. And yet, he felt no regret. Only pride. Very well, the antiquary said at last, voice low, reverent. Show me. Izuku's hand moved, not with triumph, but with resolve. Izuku moved his hand forward. From my graveyard, he declared, I banish hero's woe. The card dissolved into light. It activates only this way, Izuku said, tears still falling. Just like your custodian. The battlefield stopped. The antiquary almost gasped. Hero's woe destroys one monster on the field. Master Crown froze mid-motion. I choose. Relic Ancient Master Crown. The towering relic shattered, its crown splitting apart as the chains binding it snapped violently. And then, Izuku whispered, it inflicts damage. 100 points for each level the destroyed monster had. 6 pulses of force rippled outward. The antiquary gasped. 600-0. The world seemed to exhale. The pressure vanished all at once, leaving the shop eerily still. The antiquary staggered, not falling, but barely catching himself against the table, breath ragged, eyes unfocused. The unreal pain he felt in his heart. It lasted merely a second, but long enough to seem like an eternity. Izuku collapsed into his chair, shaking, exhausted, tears still dripping onto the wood. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. Then the antiquary laughed, soft, genuine, astonished. Magnificent, he whispered. He looked at Izuku not as a child, not as a novice, but as a duelist. And still, while some stubborn part of him wanted to keep looking, to keep bathing in that sudden, impossible clarity, he found himself turning away. Only for a heartbeat. Only for the smallest sliver of time. But it was enough. Because in that heartbeat he saw past the kid's emerald gaze, past the human green, past the trembling hope and the sharp intelligence, and what stared back was not an eye at all. It was a sun. A white-hot, blazing presence seated somewhere deeper than flesh, too vast to belong in a boy's skull. A brilliance that didn't merely shine, it commanded, like dawn breaking on a world that hadn't asked for morning. For a split second the antiquary felt himself reduced to something crawling at the edge of a cathedral of light. An insect, a mote, a speck daring to look up. And he remembered, with a sudden reverence that tasted like fear, that one does not stare into the sun and remain unchanged. It was too majestic, too absolute, too holy for mortal eyes to hold. He lowered his gaze, lashes falling like a curtain. Lesson complete, he murmured, voice barely disturbing the air. Then, softer, almost to himself, as if confessing a weakness. Maybe for me. Bakugo felt it before anything actually happened. Not the pressure this time, not the suffocating weight that had been building and releasing all duel long, but rather the absence of it. The way the air seemed to draw in, like a held breath that had been waiting for permission to finally let go. He frowned. Inside the shop, nothing was moving. The old man stood frozen, his hand half raised, his monster looming, unstoppable on paper, overwhelming by every visible measure. And yet, he wasn't attacking. Bakugo's eyes narrowed. That's wrong. He'd seen this moment too many times in real fights to mistake it. The pause before a losing strike. The instant when the attacker realizes too late that the other guy is not scrambling anymore. Midoriya wasn't panicking. Bakugo's gaze snapped to him. The nerd was shaking, sure, shoulders tense, face streaked with tears, but his feet were planted. His hands were steady now. His eyes weren't darting around the field, weren't searching for answers. They were locked forward. He's done calculating, Bakugo realized. He already knows. A chill crept up his spine. Bakugo leaned closer to the glass without noticing, fingers digging into his sleeves. You idiot, he muttered. That looked dash. He had seen it in mirrors. Right before he started sweating. It wasn't confidence. It wasn't arrogance. It was acceptance. The old man said something Bakugo could not hear, his expression shifting, not smug anymore, not cruel, but hesitant. That alone told Bakugo everything. The stronger one was bracing. Bakugo's jaw tightened. Deku didn't win by overpowering him. He'd won by enduring long enough to make the other guy commit. By letting the opponent think the field was decided. By holding something back. Bakugo exhaled slowly through his nose. He's ending it, he said under his breath. Not with force. With inevitability. The pressure in the air dropped another degree, like gravity loosening its grip. Bakugo felt it in his chest as the strange, hollow certainty that comes when a fight reaches its conclusion before the final blow is thrown. Whatever Midoriya was about to do, the old man had already lost. And Bakugo hated how clearly he understood it. Because that kind of timing, that kind of awareness, that wasn't luck. That was instinct. And whether he wanted to admit it or not, it was the same instinct that burned in his own blood. The fight ended the way it always seemed to end with him, Midoriya apologizing, voice raw, shoulders trembling like he still wasn't sure he was allowed to stand tall after winning. And Bakugo hated that part. He hated the instinct to shrink, the reflex to make himself smaller so the world would be less offended by his existence. But this time was different, because Midoriya hadn't stumbled into victory by luck or stubborn endurance. He'd fought for it tooth and nails, skin and breath and will, until the air itself seemed scraped raw by his refusal to fall. And when he looked up through the tears, his eyes weren't just wet. They were alive. Not with childish admiration. Not with the soft, desperate hope Bakugo had spent years stomping out. With an intensity Bakugo had never seen in him before, something honed, something heated, something that didn't ask permission anymore. Bakugo stared into those emerald irises and felt the world narrow. Past the green, past the familiar face of his old acquaintance, there was something else, something vast, bright, and endless, like a door had opened inside Midoriya and all the light behind it had spilled forward. An infinite pit of fire. A sun. Burning and beautiful and terrifying in its certainty. Bakugo didn't flinch. He didn't look away. If anything, his focus tightened, the way it did when an explosion blossomed too close and everyone else ducked on instinct. He met that blaze head-on. Let it scorch his vision. Let it fill his eyes until there was nothing else in the world but that echo. A lonely blossom basked in the radiance, warping its colors into something alien. The bell chimed softly as Izuku pushed the door open and stepped out into the street. For a moment he just stood there. The night air felt unreal against his skin, cool, ordinary, blissfully unchanged. The hum of the city filtered back in, distant traffic and the buzz of a vending machine somewhere down the block. No pressure. No weight. No invisible lines carved into the world. Just normal. Izuku exhaled shakily, hands still trembling at his sides. It's over, he thought. The duel is over. Behind him, the shop door closed with a quiet finality. Whatever the antiquary had said afterward, be it praise, warning, or maybe reflection, blurred together in his mind, lost beneath the thrum of his heartbeat and the echo of pain that had faded but not vanished. He took a step forward and froze. Bakugo Katsuki stood a few feet away, hands shoved deep into his pockets, posture loose in that deliberately careless way Izuku knew all too well. His expression was unreadable, caught somewhere between annoyance and something Izuku could not quite place. The world tilted. Kaken? Izuku croaked. Bakugo clicked his tongue. Took you long enough. Izuku's brain stalled completely. How long have you been dash? Long enough, Bakugo cut in. He glanced past Izuku briefly, toward the antique shop, then back again. You look like hell. Izuku flushed, instinctively wiping at his eyes. I can explain dash. Didn't ask, Bakugo said flatly. He stepped closer, stopping just short of Izuku's personal space. For a heartbeat, Izuku thought Bakugo might yell. Might demand answers. Might explode, literally or otherwise. Instead, Bakugo scoffed. You didn't fold. Izuku blinked. What? Bakugo looked away, jaw tight. That old guy, he continued, voice rough. He wasn't messing around. I could tell. He paused, like the words themselves irritated him. And you're still standing. The compliment landed awkwardly, sharp-edged, backhanded, unmistakably Bakugo. Izuku's chest tightened. I almost dash, he began. Bakugo raised a hand. Don't, he snapped. You made the call. You finished it. He turned away, already starting down the street. Next time, he added over his shoulder, don't act like you're the only one allowed to know what the hell's going on. Then he walked off, hands in his pockets, footsteps steady and unhurried. Izuku stood there long after Bakugo disappeared around the corner. The street felt different now. Not dangerous. Not safe. Open. He looked down at his hands, then back at the shop door behind him, then at the path ahead, at Bakugo's retreating silhouette, at the city that suddenly felt far larger than it had this morning. Duel Monsters was not just a game. Shadow games were real. Pain was real. So were choices. And somehow, Bakugo had seen him. Not as a joke. Not as a burden. But as someone who had stood their ground. Izuku swallowed, heart pounding, not with fear, but with something fragile and fierce. This is only the beginning, he thought. And for the first time in a long while, the future didn't feel unreachable. Izuku woke up before his alarm. That alone would have been strange enough. For a few seconds, he laid there staring at the ceiling of his room, listening to the familiar sounds of the apartment waking around him, the faint hum of the refrigerator, the distant rumble of traffic, his mother moving quietly in the kitchen. Everything was normal. Comfortingly, relentlessly normal. And yet his body felt wrong. Not injured. Not sore in any way he could point to. Just heavy. Like he had run a long distance the night before and never let his muscles fully cool down. Like there was a pressure sitting just beneath his skin, subtle but constant, reminding him that rest did not erase effort. Izuku swallowed and slowly pushed himself upright. The movement sent a brief spike of discomfort behind his eyes. Not pain, exactly, but a sharp echo of something he recognized all too well. He froze, breath held, waiting for it to pass. It did. He let out a shaky breath and rubbed at his temples. So, it wasn't just a dream, he thought. It really happened. His gaze drifted instinctively to his desk. The deck sat there exactly where he had left it, nestled beside his notebooks and scattered hero analysis sheets. No glow. No pressure. Just a neat stack of cards in a worn box. For a long moment, Izuku did not touch it. Part of him was afraid that if he did, something would start again, that invisible weight would return, or the room would subtly shift the way it had in the shop. Another part of him was afraid of the opposite, that nothing would happen at all. Eventually he reached out. The box felt like cardboard. The cards inside slid softly when he opened it, edges whispering against one another in that familiar, harmless way. He fanned a few out on the desk. Superhero Balance Breaker. Superhero Alloy Garter. Superhero Burst Medic. The mighty combo he managed to pull off yesterday. Paper. Normal. Just plain old gaming cards. Izuku exhaled, shoulders sagging with something like relief, followed almost immediately by disappointment he did not know how to justify. So, the game only responds when it's invoked, he reasoned. When both players agree. When there's intent. That thought settled uncomfortably. He closed the box and rested his forehead briefly against his hands. Intent. The word had come up again and again during the duel. Not just in what he played, but in how the game itself reacted, how every decision had carried weight beyond its immediate effect. Winning had hurt. Losing would have hurt worse. And hurting someone else, even when necessary, had felt almost unbearable. Izuku leaned back in his chair and stared at the ceiling again. Is that what it means to be involved in this world? He wondered. To accept that there's no clean outcome? His thoughts drifted, unbidden, to Bakugo. The memory of him standing outside the shop hit Izuku with surprising force. Mostly due to confusion. Bakugo had seen him. Not just the duel, but the aftermath. The cost. And instead of mocking him, he had acknowledged it. Izuku's chest tightened. That changes things? Maybe? He thought. Whether I want it to or not. He stood slowly and made his way to the bathroom, splashing cold water on his face. His reflection stared back at him. Same freckles, same unruly hair, same tired eyes. And yet, there was something different there. Not confidence. Not pride. Awareness. It was not the sharp, exhilarating kind of awareness he felt when analyzing heroes or watching fights, the rush of pattern recognition, of pieces snapping into place. This was quieter, heavier, like realizing the ground beneath your feet was not as solid as you had always assumed. Izuku leaned closer to the mirror, searching his own eyes. He had always been observant. That was nothing new. He noticed details other people missed. Small movements, subtle shifts, the way cause and effect rippled outward in ways most never bothered to track. But this was different. Now, when he thought about power, he did not picture victory first. He pictured cost. He remembered the antiquary's stagger, the way the man had braced himself after taking the blow, not dramatic, not theatrical, but undeniably real. He remembered the pressure in his own chest as he had made that final choice, knowing exactly what it would do. Winning had not felt triumphant. It had felt necessary. And that frightened him more than losing ever had. Because it meant he understood something now, something he could never unlearn. That there were battles where choosing not to act was a decision in itself. That responsibility did not come from strength alone, but from knowing when strength had to be used anyway. Izuku straightened slowly. Is this what All Might feels? He wondered suddenly. Not the glory, but the weight? The thought lingered, uncomfortable and grounding all at once. He was still the same person. He still wanted to save people. Still believed in heroes with his whole heart. But now, layered beneath that hope, was a quieter resolve. A new understanding that being involved meant being willing to carry consequences that no one else could see. Izuku exhaled, steadying himself. If this was the cost of awareness, then he would bear it. He dried his face and headed for the door, school bag slung over his shoulder. His hand hesitated on the doorknob for just a moment. If this world exists, he thought, if dual monsters really can hurt people, then pretending it did not would be worse than never having found the deck at all. Izuku stepped out into the hallway, the door clicking shut behind him. By lunchtime, the morning had settled into something almost familiar. Classes blurred together the way they always did, with notes half-copied, teachers' voices drifting in and out, the quiet ache behind Izuku's eyes flaring now and then before fading again. No one noticed anything wrong. No one asked if he was okay. That too was familiar. Izuku ate alone. He always did. Most of the times in class, but he sometimes used a corner of the cafeteria, far enough from the loudest groups, close enough to the windows that he could pretend he was just interested in the view. The hum of conversation washed over him, punctuated by laughter, the clatter of trays, the sharp bark of Bakugo's voice somewhere across the room. Today he chose neither. He needed to think, so he went to eat on the roof. Still alone, mind you. Izuku opened his bento mechanically. Vegetables. Something warm, something safe. He ate slowly, barely tasting any of it. It's fine, he told himself, as he always did. I'm used to this. But today, somehow, the loneliness pressed heavier than usual. Not because he wanted company, he had learned long ago how dangerous that want could be, but because he had something now. Something real, something heavy and impossible to explain. And no one to share it with. His thoughts drifted, unbidden, to the deck in his bag. To the shop. To the weight of that final decision. You're carrying this alone, he realized. Just like everything else. A shadow fell across his spot. Izuku looked up. Bakugo Katsuki stood there, tray in hand. The world around him seemed to dim, not because it actually had, but because Izuku's attention had narrowed to a single, incomprehensible point. Bakugo did not speak. He didn't glare. Didn't smirk. Didn't insult him. He simply stood across from Izuku and sat down. Izuku froze, chopsticks hovering uselessly above his food. Bakugo set his bento down and started eating. No announcement. No explanation. Just the ordinary, impossible act of sharing a table. Izuku's heart hammered. Kaken? He waited for the punchline. For the sudden insult. For the explosion of laughter from Bakugo's usual entourage. None came. Bakugo ate with the same intensity he did everything, quick, efficient, almost aggressive, as though daring the world to comment. His gaze stayed on his food, jaw set, posture rigid. Minutes passed. The silence stretched. Izuku's thoughts raced, but he didn't dare speak. The moment felt fragile, like something that might shatter if acknowledged too directly. Finally, Bakugo broke the silence, not by speaking, but by shoving his elbow forward slightly, knocking Izuku's bento a fraction closer to him. Eat, Bakugo muttered, not looking up. Izuku blinked. I am, he said weakly. Bakugo snorted. Doesn't look like it. He took another bite, then added, quieter, almost begrudgingly. You're gonna need the energy. Izuku stared at him, chest tight. Bakugo didn't explain. Didn't ask questions. Didn't demand answers. But in that small, ordinary moment, sharing lunch in silence, Izuku felt something shift. He wasn't alone at the table anymore. And for the first time since finding the deck, he wondered what it would mean not to be alone in the game either. Bakugo kept eating. That, more than anything, is what finally pushed Izuku to speak. The silence had stretched long enough to become deliberate. Not awkward, intentional. Bakugo wasn't waiting for permission. He wasn't fishing for answers. He was listening. "You went back to the shop yesterday," Izuku said quietly. Saying it out loud still felt strange, like testing whether the words would break once they left his mouth. The cafeteria noise pressed in around them, trays clattering, voices overlapping, but the space at the table felt oddly insulated, as if the conversation existed just slightly out of step with everything else. He stared down at his bento, eyes tracing the edge of the box, the way a single grain of rice clung there stubbornly, refusing to fall. Bakugo did not look up. "Yeah," he said simply. Izuku swallowed. "There was a duel," he continued. "You already know that." He did not elaborate. He did not need to. What mattered was not what had happened on the field, it was what had happened to him. "It wasn't like fighting," Izuku said slowly. "At least, not the way I imagined it would be." Bakugo's chopsticks paused, just for a moment. Izuku took a breath. "It felt like the game was watching," he admitted. "Like every time I made a choice, it pushed back. Not to stop me, I think just to make sure I understood what I was doing." He pressed his thumb into the edge of the bento without realizing it. "It hurt," he said, voice low. But not in a clean way. Not like getting hit. It was more like pressure building up inside. Like the consequences were already there, waiting, and the game just made you feel them sooner. He glanced up briefly, then looked away again. "And the worst part is," he added, "it didn't stop when I was winning." Bakugo exhaled through his nose. Izuku shook his head faintly. "I thought winning would feel relieving," he said. "Like everything would ease up once I figured it out." His fingers curled slightly. But it did not. If anything, it felt heavier. Like the more control I had, the more responsibility I was taking on. He went quiet after that. Not because he was done talking, but because he did not know how to put the rest into words. Bakugo did not rush him. Did not interrupt. Did not scoff. He just ate, slower now, attention clearly no longer on the food. After a long moment, Izuku spoke again, almost to himself. "It was fair," he said. "Strict but fair. Every move had a cost. Every mistake was on you. And every win meant someone else paid instead." He swallowed hard. "I don't think I realized that before." Bakugo finally looked at him. Not evaluating this time. Recognizing. "Yeah," Bakugo said quietly. "That tracks." The simple acknowledgement loosened something in Izuku's chest he had not realized was tight. He had not needed reassurance. He had just needed someone else to understand what it felt like. Bakugo took another bite, chewing slowly now. "But there's something that doesn't add up." Izuku blinked. "Huh." Bakugo gestured vaguely with his chopsticks. "The setup," he said. "That duel I saw, with table, zones, cards laid out properly. That is fine for a shop. Or a room." He fixed Izuku with a sharp look. "But there's no way people used to do this in real fights." Izuku froze. Bakugo leaned back slightly in his chair. "That guy said this was ancient, right? Before Quirks. Before heroes," Bakugo continued. "You don't build a whole combat system. That only works if everyone politely sits down first." Izuku's mind raced. "I hadn't thought about it like that," he admitted. Bakugo scoffed. "Of course you didn't. You were busy not dying, nerd." Izuku winced, but Bakugo didn't press it. "So, Bakugo went on, people back then were idiots?" He paused. "Or the game didn't always work like this?" Izuku's chopsticks slipped from his fingers and clattered softly against the table. The antiquary's voice echoed in his mind. Somehow people forgot about this game and the technology it carried with him. There were other things, Izuku said slowly. The antiquary mentioned lost technologies. That what we saw was a pure form, but not necessarily the most practical. Bakugo's eyes narrowed. Technologies, Bakugo repeated, frowning slightly. Not magic. Or whatever the hell that was. He said it like a dismissal, but it rang hollow even to his own ears. Izuku hesitated. He could feel the weight of the words before he spoke them, the way they settled somewhere deeper than his chest. He had been circling this thought since the duel ended, never quite daring to name it outright. I think, he began, then stopped, searching for the right framing. I think it's both. Bakugo looked at him sharply now. Izuku swallowed and pressed on. The game uses magic, he said quietly. Saying it out loud made his stomach twist. Not like quirks. Not mutations, not abilities tied to bodies or genes. It's external. Structured. Like a force that exists whether people believe in it or not. The cafeteria noise seemed to recede, replaced by a strange, brittle stillness between them. And the rules, Izuku continued, more confidently now, they don't feel arbitrary. They feel enforced. Like the game isn't just pretending there are consequences, it makes them real. Bakugo's jaw tightened. So, it's not some weird quirk-adjacent tech, he muttered. Not support gear. Not a gimmick. Demon. Izuku shook his head. No, he said. Quirks come from people. This doesn't. That realization sat heavy between them. If magic was real, not just myths or superstition, but a functioning system with rules and costs, then everything they'd been taught about the world was incomplete. Bakugo leaned back in his chair, eyes unfocused for a moment. That definitely explains it, he said finally. Izuku blinked. Explains what? Why it felt wrong, Bakugo replied. Why it didn't move like a quirk fight. Why it didn't care who was stronger. His fingers tightened around his chopsticks. Quirks reward aggression. Power. You push harder, you win faster. He scoffed softly. That thing in the shop didn't work like that. Izuku nodded slowly. It punished recklessness, he said. Even when it worked. Bakugo glanced at him again, expression unreadable. So, people back then, he said, weren't just fighting with monsters. He paused. They were negotiating with something. The word sent a chill through Izuku. Yes, he said softly. That's what it felt like. Neither of them spoke for a long moment. Magic. Not as a fairy tale. Not as a metaphor. But as a system that had been forgotten, buried, and replaced by something louder and easier to measure. Bakugo clicked his tongue, irritation flickering across his face. Not denial, but discomfort. Great, he muttered. So, the world's been lying to us. Just great. Izuku managed a faint, uneasy smile. Or, he said, it just forgot. Bakugo snorted. Same thing. But he didn't argue. Because somewhere between the cards, the pain, and the rules that answered back, they had both felt it. This wasn't just a game. It was proof. He pictured the spectral battlefield forming between them. The clean lines. The way the space had accepted the duel. Maybe there were ways to carry the field with you, Izuku murmured. Or project it. Or activate it faster. Bakugo's grip tightened on his chopsticks. Like a weapon, he said. Izuku looked at him. Like a weapon, Bakugo repeated, quieter now. Something you could deploy in a fight without stopping everything else. The idea settled between them, heavy and unsettling. If such technology existed once, then it could exist again. Bakugo clicked his tongue and looked away, annoyance flickering across his face, not at Izuku this time, but at the implication. Figures, he muttered. The one combat system that actually makes sense, and the world forgets how to use it. Izuku stared at his bento, appetite long gone. Bakugo stood abruptly, tray in hand. Finish eating, he said, already turning away. We'll talk more later. Izuku looked up, startled. We will. Bakugo paused, just long enough to glance back over his shoulder. Yeah, he said. Because if this thing's real. His eyes burned with intent. Someone's gonna use it wrong. Then he walked off, leaving Izuku alone again, but not lonely. Not anymore. Izuku looked down at the deck hidden in his bag, mind racing with possibilities and dread in equal measure. Lost technologies, he thought, that can enhance a magic-based game. But the plane touched down with a low, rolling thud. Tokyo spread out beyond the runway in a blur of lights and concrete, orderly and immense, the kind of city that never seemed to sleep so much as pause between breaths. The aircraft slowed, engines winding down, as passengers stirred and overhead compartments clicked open one by one. Among them, a man rose from his seat without hurry. He moved with the ease of someone used to travel, jacket already on, bag slung over one shoulder, eyes scanning his surroundings with quiet alertness. His accent, when he spoke to the flight attendant in passing, marked him as foreign, but not lost. As soon as his feet hit the jet bridge, his phone buzzed. He glanced at the screen, then answered. "Yeah," he said in English, voice low. "I'm here." The noise of the airport swelled around him as he walked, with announcements in Japanese and English overlapping, the hum of rolling luggage and the steady pulse of a city welcoming people who would pass through it without ever being noticed. A voice crackled through the phone. He listened without interrupting, his expression unreadable. "Muzudafu," he repeated after a moment. "That specific?" Another pause. "No," he said, frowning slightly. "That's not normal." He adjusted his grip on the strap of his bag as he moved toward customs, eyes narrowing just a fraction. "If the surge is that localized, it's not background noise," he continued. "It's a source. Or someone triggering one." The voice on the other end said something longer. This time, he stopped walking. "I know where I am," he replied evenly. "And I know the risk." "The beat." "Yes, boss." The word landed without irony. He resumed walking, blending back into the flow of travelers as if the conversation hadn't just shifted the weight of his entire trip. "I'll confirm once I get closer," he said. "If this really is chaos activity, it won't stay quiet for long." The call ended as he reached airport security. He placed his bag on the conveyor belt and stepped through the scanner without incident, posture relaxed, hands loosely at his sides. When the bag emerged on the other end, an agent paused, brow furrowing. "Sir," the agent said politely, tapping the screen. "Can you open this for me?" The man nodded once and unzipped the bag. Inside, nestled carefully among clothes and compact pieces of equipment, was a device that did not belong to any known category. It was built to be worn along the forearm, contoured to fit the curve of a human arm rather than carried like a tool. The base was a sturdy metallic brace, dull gray and bright green with reinforced hinges and a locking clasp that suggested it was meant to stay in place once deployed. From one side extended a series of rigid, angular panels, folded inward like the blades of a closed fan. Each panel was wide enough to hold a card, etched with shallow grooves and faint markings that looked more functional than decorative. When closed, they stacked neatly atop one another, compact and restrained. Purpose-built. This was not a toy. There were no silly colors, no branding, no attempt to make it look harmless. Every edge was clean, every joint deliberate. It looked like something designed to be activated quickly, to snap open in a single motion and claim space in front of its wearer. The agent leaned closer, squinting at the scan. "Sir," he said slowly, "what exactly is this?" The man met his gaze without hesitation. "A field interface," he replied. That answer earned him a longer look. Somewhere beneath the fluorescent lights and polished floors of the airport, the folded panels seemed almost tense, waiting for a signal to unfurl, to turn empty air into something structured and absolute. The agent hesitated, then waved him through. The man zipped the bag closed and slung it over his shoulder once more, already moving on. Behind him, the airport continued its rhythm, unaware that a piece of forgotten history, refined, functional, and dangerous, had just passed through security. Izuku walked alone. The route to Kajimoto Curiosities had already begun to etch itself into his routine, a series of turns he now took without thinking, feet moving on memory while his thoughts lagged a step behind. The afternoon light stretched long across the street, shadows pooling at the edges of buildings that felt just a little older than they should have been. He should have felt nervous. Instead, he felt expectant. That, more than anything, unsettled him. Oi! Izuku nearly jumped out of his skin. He spun around, heart slamming painfully against his ribs. Bakugo Katsuki stood a few paces behind him, hands shoved into his pockets, expression locked into its usual scowl, but there was something different about it now. Not anger. Not irritation. Intent. Purpose. Kaken? Izuku blurted. I thought you went home. Bakugo finished flatly. Changed my mind. Izuku stared. Bakugo did not elaborate further. He fell into step beside him instead, matching his pace without asking, as if this were the most natural thing in the world. Izuku's brain scrambled to catch up. Since when does he do that? Since when does he follow instead of lead? They walked in silence for several seconds, the sound of their footsteps overlapping awkwardly. Izuku swallowed. He couldn't help it, the question surfaced whether he wanted them to or not. What does this make us now? Friends again? The word felt too fragile, too easily broken under the weight of years spent flinching at raised voices and sharp words. Acquaintances? That didn't fit either. There was too much history, maybe even too much damage, for something so neutral. Colleagues? The thought startled him more than he expected. Working together implied trust. Implied shared goals. Allies, his mind offered quietly. Allies in something that did not yet have a name. Izuku's chest tightened. None of these erased what had come before. None of them balanced out the years of being pushed aside, talked over, laughed at. Those memories didn't vanish just because Bakugo was walking beside him now instead of ahead. And yet, Izuku glanced sideways. Bakugo's posture was rigid, shoulders squared, gaze fixed forward. He wasn't looming. Wasn't posturing. He looked focused. Like someone who had accepted a responsibility and was bracing himself for what came next. He's taking this seriously, Izuku realized. Not as a curiosity. Not as a joke. As something that mattered. That alone changed everything. Bakugo spoke without looking at him. You going back there again? Izuku nodded. Yeah. The pause. Good, Bakugo said. Just that. Izuku felt something shift inside his chest. Not relief, not warmth, but recognition. The sense that whatever this was, it was not accidental. Bakugo was not here to dominate. He was not here to mock. He was here because he had chosen to be. Maybe this isn't forgiveness, Izuku thought. Or friendship. Maybe it was something harder. Something built not on who they used to be, but on what they now understood. Responsibility had a way of reshaping people. And as they walked together toward Kajimoto Curiosities, Izuku couldn't shake the feeling that this path, whatever it led to, was no longer his alone. Not anymore. Just like at lunch, they didn't speak at first. The street narrowed as they approached the older part of the district, buildings pressing closer together, sunlight breaking into uneven shards across the pavement. The farther they walked from the main road, the quieter everything became, like the city itself was giving them space. Bakugo was the one who broke the silence. So, he said, eyes forward, voice even. You said the game reacts to intent. Izuku nodded. Yeah, it's sensitive. If you hesitate, it knows. If you commit, it pushes back. Bakugo grunted. Figures. He adjusted his pace slightly, matching Izuku's step more precisely now. Then the first rule is this, Bakugo continued. You don't play unless you're ready to finish. Izuku's fingers curled at his side. That's what the antiquary said too, he admitted. Not in those words, but, yeah. Bakugo clicked his tongue. Second, he went on, if this thing runs on rules, then it's predictable. Not easy. Predictable. Izuku's eyes lit up faintly. Exactly, he said. That's why preparation matters so much. Traps, graveyard effects, delayed plays dash. Our insurance? Bakugo finished. Izuku blinked, then smiled despite himself. Yeah, he said. Insurance. Bakugo glanced at him briefly, then away again. Third rule, he said. You never assume the field ends when a monster's destroyed. Izuku inhaled sharply. That's really important, he said. The graveyard isn't an end state. It's more like dash. A second hand, Bakugo said. Or a loaded gun you don't see yet. Izuku nodded slowly, the metaphor slotting neatly into place. They walked a few more steps. Now the part that pisses me off, Bakugo said. Izuku tensed instinctively. If this was used in real fights before, Bakugo continued, how do you figure they deployed it fast? Izuku's thoughts raced. Portable fields, he murmured. Or projection systems. Something that defines space without needing setup. Bakugo's eyes narrowed. Which means, he said, if someone's using that tech now, they can start a shadow game whenever they want. Wherever they want. The implication hit hard. Izuku's stomach twisted. That would explain why nobody notices, he said quietly. If the field isolates the effects. Then from the outside, it just looks like people freezing up, Bakugo finished. Or collapsing. They stopped walking. Kajimoto Curiosities stood ahead of them, the shop front quiet, unassuming, its sign swaying slightly in the breeze. Bakugo crossed his arms. So, here's the real question, he said. Are you planning to learn this thing to protect people, or just to survive it? Izuku did not answer immediately. His thoughts reached back to the antiquary. Is pain the cost? Then he looked at the shop. Both, he said. Bakugo nodded once. Good, he said. Then we plan like it's a war. The word hung between them, heavy, premature, unavoidable. The bell chimed. So, familiar. Kajimoto did not look up immediately. He had learned long ago that footsteps told more than faces ever did, the rhythm, the spacing, the intent behind each step. Most people entered his shop alone, uncertain, their movements hesitant as if afraid the space itself might judge them. These were not hesitant footsteps. Two sets. Distinct. One light, measured, carrying a constant undercurrent of thought. The other heavier, sharper, purposeful, controlled, barely restrained. Kajimoto's fingers paused where they rested against the edge of the counter. Together, he noted. That alone was unexpected. He lifted his gaze as the door closed behind them. Midoriya Izuku stood just inside, posture straighter than the day before, eyes alert in a way that spoke of someone who had crossed a threshold and understood that there was no returning unchanged. And beside him, Kajimoto felt a familiar, uncomfortable stir in his chest. Bakugo Katsuki did not look around with curiosity. He assessed. His gaze swept the room in a practiced arc, exits, corners, shelves, the space between objects, not with fear, but with calculation. This was not a boy who stumbled into danger. This was someone who recognized it. I see, Kajimoto murmured, more to himself than to them. The air responded subtly, the faintest tightening of pressure, like a held breath. Midoriya stepped forward first. Good afternoon, he said politely. I hope we're not intruding. Kajimoto's eyes never left the other boy. No, he replied evenly. You are precisely on time. That earned him a sharp look. Kajimoto smiled faintly. So he thought. I was correct, the two knew each other. I wonder what kind of bond sits between them. He inclined his head toward the counter. You've returned sooner than I expected, he said to Midoriya. And not alone. Midoriya hesitated, then nodded. I thought it would be better this way. Kajimoto considered that. Once, long ago, he had thought the same. Perhaps, he said quietly. Or perhaps it will complicate matters. His gaze flicked back to the second boy. And you, he continued. You too did not find this place by accident. Bakugo met his stare without flinching. No, he said flatly. I didn't. A silence stretched between them, old, measured, and heavy with unspoken understanding. Kajimoto felt it then. The shift. The balance had changed. One seeker could be guided. Two could challenge the board itself. He straightened, resting both hands on the counter. Very well, he said at last. Come in. The bell fell silent behind them. The shop felt different with the three of them inside. Not heavier, not yet at least, but attentive, as though the shelves themselves were listening. Izuku stood near the counter, hands clasped loosely in front of him, trying to organize the storm of questions in his head into something coherent. Bakugo lingered a half-step behind him, arms crossed, eyes moving slowly across the room, not restless, but alert. Izuku swallowed. "Can we ask you something?" he said. Kajimoto inclined his head. "You already are." Izuku nodded, then pressed on. "You said this game existed before Quirks," he began. "Before heroes. But how far back does it really go?" Kajimoto's gaze drifted, unfocusing slightly, not as if he were searching his memory, but as though he were aligning it with something older. "The oldest complete records we possess," he said, "come from Egypt." Bakugo's brow furrowed. "Like, pyramids Egypt?" Kajimoto smiled faintly. "Earlier than most people imagine." He reached beneath the counter and withdrew a thick, time-worn binder. Its cover was plain, its edges frayed, pages within yellowed and dense with careful handwriting and diagrams. "This," he said, placing it gently on the counter, "is a transcription." Izuku leaned forward instinctively. "Of what?" he asked. "An incomplete translation of a ritual manual," Kajimoto replied. "Recovered in fragments. Copied, compared, and reconstructed over centuries." He opened it to a marked page. "In ancient Egypt," he continued, "the game was not entertainment. It was ceremony." Izuku felt a chill crawl up his spine. The priests and pharaohs believed that the world was shaped by conflict between forces beyond human control, Kajimoto said. Order and dissolution. Continuity and change. Creation and collapse. He glanced up at them. They called these forces many things. But the game was their way of communicating with them. Bakugo scoffed quietly. "You mean bargaining?" Kajimoto met his gaze. "Yes," he said. "Simply." Izuku's breath hitched. "These ritual duels," Kajimoto continued, "were performed in sacred spaces. Not to win territory or prove dominance, but to determine outcomes. Harvest. Succession. The survival of cities." He turned the binder slightly so they could see a rough illustration, figures standing across from one another, symbols arranged between them, the space around them marked with precise geometric lines. "The field was a boundary," Kajimoto said. "A place where the world could be argued with." Izuku's thoughts raced. "So, it wasn't a side effect. It was the point. And the monsters?" Izuku asked softly. "Were they real?" Kajimoto paused. "Real enough," he said. "They were not summoned as creatures but as concepts. Embodiments of intent, belief, memory." Bakugo clicked his tongue. "Weapons then." "Symbols," Kajimoto corrected. "Which is far more dangerous." He closed the binder slowly. "Egypt was not unique," he continued. "They simply recorded their practices more thoroughly than most. Evidence suggests similar systems existed in Mesopotamia, in the Indus Valley, in early Mesoamerican civilizations." Izuku's head spun. "All of them?" he asked. "Many," Kajimoto said. "Enough that coincidence becomes implausible." The shop seemed quieter now. "Different cultures gave the force different names," Kajimoto said at last. "Divinity. The will of the gods." His eyes sharpened. "But stripped of metaphor, stripped of reverence." He tapped the binder once. "It is chaos." The words settled heavily between them. Not madness. Not randomness. Chaos as potential. As consequence. As power that answered structure. Izuku felt his hands tremble. "So, this magic," he said, voice barely above a whisper. "It's not gone." "No," Kajimoto replied. "It was forgotten." Bakugo's jaw tightened. "And forgetting it didn't make it disappear completely," he said. Kajimoto smiled, not kindly, not cruelly. "No," he said. "It only made it unguarded." Izuku's heart pounded as the implications unfurled. If chaos had once been ritualized, if it had rules, if it had responded to human intent, he didn't know what to think. Kajimoto did not close the binder. Instead, his fingers lingered on the page as though reluctant to move on. "But the story does not end there," he said quietly. Izuku felt a prickle of unease crawl up his spine. Kajimoto drew a slow breath. "For reasons I have never been able to determine," he continued, "the records stop." Bakugo frowned. "Stop how?" "Not gradually," Kajimoto replied. Not through decline or dilution. They end. He turned a few pages, each one more fragmented than the last, diagrams half-finished, margins filled with conjecture rather than instruction. The ritual duels vanish from the record during the Middle Kingdom, he said. No final decree. No condemnation. No transition into symbolism. Izuku's heart sank. They were just gone? Yes, Kajimoto said. Abruptly. Completely. He closed the binder at last, the soft thud echoing louder than it should have. And almost immediately after, he added, Egypt begins to weaken. Izuku's breath caught. Not overnight, Kajimoto clarified. But unmistakably. Central authority fractures. Influence wanes. The cohesion that had defined the kingdom for centuries begins to erode. Bakugo crossed his arms. Correlation doesn't mean causation. No, Kajimoto agreed. But repetition suggests pattern. He looked at them both now. The same phenomenon appears elsewhere, he said. Mesopotamia. The Indus Valley. Early dynastic China. Mesoamerica. Izuku felt dizzy. In every case, Kajimoto continued, records of structured chaos practices vanish within a narrow span of time. And in every case, the civilization in question enters a PRD of decline within generations. The shop felt smaller. Wars become less decisive, Kajimoto said. Leadership becomes unstable. Natural disasters strike without effective response. It is as though the world itself stopped listening. Izuku swallowed hard. So, the disappearance of the game, he said slowly, didn't just change how people fought. It changed how they interacted with reality, Kajimoto replied. Bakugo's jaw tightened. You're saying they lost leverage? Yes, Kajimoto said. Or perhaps, permission. The word hung in the air, unsettling in its implication. Izuku's thoughts raced. Chaos was structured. If it could be negotiated with, then losing that structure wouldn't just remove power. It would remove balance. And this happened everywhere? Izuku asked quietly. Kajimoto nodded. Within what historians would call a shockingly short window, he said. As though the same hand swept across the world and erased the same knowledge. Bakugo scoffed, but there was no humor in it. That's impossible. Kajimoto met his gaze steadily. And yet, he said, we live in a world shaped by the aftermath. Silence settled over the shop. Izuku felt something cold settle in his chest. If chaos had once been structured, if it had once been contained, then its disappearance wasn't an accident. It was an intervention. Kajimoto was quiet for a long moment after that. Then he sighed, a sound not of exhaustion, but of resignation. I wish, he said softly, that the story just ended there. Izuku looked up at him. You mean, with the knowledge just being erased? With chaos sealed away, Kajimoto replied. Contained. Dormant. He shook his head. But that cannot be true, he continued. Because chaos exists now. Bakugo's eyes narrowed. You mean the shadow games? Yes, Kajimoto said. And more than that. The resonance you both felt. The way the field responded. The pain. He spread his hands slightly. Those are not echoes, he said. They are active phenomena. Izuku felt his stomach twist. If chaos was erased completely, Kajimoto went on, there would be nothing left to respond to structure. Nothing to negotiate with. He turned away from them, walking slowly toward the back of the shop. History, for all its gaps, is remarkably resilient, he said over his shoulder. Even with wars, even with censorship, even with disasters, records tend to ultimately survive. He stopped in front of a tall cabinet and rested his hand against it. Even the emergence of Quirks did not erase everything, he continued. Despite the upheaval, we still have documentation up through the late 20th century. Governments, academics, journalists, meticulous people, all of them. Bakugo frowned. So, what's the problem? Kajimoto looked back at them. The silence, he said. Izuku felt a chill. There is a PRD, Kajimoto continued, roughly a century long, where records become inconsistent. He opened the cabinet slowly. Not destroyed, he emphasized. Not lost to war or catastrophe. Simply not made. Izuku's breath caught. People just stopped writing things down? They recorded the mundane, Kajimoto replied. Births, commerce, infrastructure. But events of significance, like anomalies, disasters, phenomena without explanation, become scarce to the point of absence. Bakugo crossed his arms. And everyone just blames Quirks. Yes, Kajimoto said, because it is convenient. He withdrew something from the cabinet and turned back toward them. But Quirks did not appear until decades later, he continued. The silence begins before them. Izuku's thoughts raced. So, something happened? And people didn't forget. They were prevented. I believe, Kajimoto said slowly, that chaos was never eradicated. He stepped closer, the object in his hands still obscured by shadow. I believe it was suppressed. Bakugo's jaw tightened. By who? Kajimoto did not answer immediately. Instead, he placed the object gently on the counter. That I do not know, he said. But I will show you something. The weight of his words settled heavily in the shop as his fingers loosened their grip. And then, he added quietly, you may decide whether you truly wish to keep asking questions. The light seemed to dim, or perhaps it was only Izuku's perception as the object came fully into view. Kajimoto placed the object on the counter. It was small, rectangular, black plastic scuffed pale at the edges, its surface scratched and dulled by time and careless handling. A faded paper label clung to one side, its writing long since smeared into illegibility. Bakugo stared at it. What the hell is that? He demanded. Izuku essayed in a sharp breath. That's Dash, he began, then stopped, surprised by the certainty in his own voice. That's a VHS cassette. Bakugo shot him a look. What? It's an old storage medium, Izuku explained, stepping closer despite himself. From before everything was digital. People used it to record video, shows, news, personal footage. Kajimoto nodded. Before information could be copied endlessly, he said. Before it could be erased cleanly. He turned and retrieved another relic from beneath the counter, a bulky, dust-coated machine with a narrow slot in the front and tangled cords trailing from its back. It hummed faintly when he plugged it in, protesting the effort like something disturbed from hibernation. What you are about to see, Kajimoto continued, carefully sliding the cassette into place, is one of the few surviving visual records from the beginning of the silence. Izuku's heart pounded. The screen behind the counter flickered to life. At first, there was only static. Lines tore across the image, the sound a low, distorted hiss that made Izuku wince. The picture warped, collapsed, reformed, like fragments of color bleeding into one another. A dying dream. Then, slowly, something emerged. A vast open space. Izuku leaned forward. It looked like an arena. Not a battlefield in the sense he had come to understand it, not isolated, not ritualized. The image shook violently, but he could make out rows upon rows of figures encircling the space, thousands of them packed together, moving as one. People. Cheering. The sound was barely audible, mangled by time, but the motion was unmistakable. Raised arms, clapping hands, bodies leaning forward in anticipation. Bakugo went still. That's a crowd, he said slowly. Yes, Kajimoto replied. The camera lurched, struggling to focus. Two figures stood opposite each other at the center of the arena. Izuku couldn't make out their faces, as the tape was too damaged and the resolution too poor, but their stances were confident, assured. Whatever they were doing, they were not afraid of being seen. The image glitched violently. For a split second, the space between them darkened. Izuku gasped. Shadows rose. Not clear forms, not like the monsters he had seen during his duel, but immense silhouettes that blotted out the light, stretching far beyond the bounds of the arena. Wings. Horns. Shapes too large, too distorted to fully resolve. They loomed. Bakugo's nails dug into his arms. Those aren't Quirks, he muttered. No, Kajimoto said quietly. They are not. The tape skipped again. The shadows shifted, clashed, or perhaps merely overlapped, and then the image broke apart entirely, the screen dissolving back into static. Izuku realized his hands were shaking. What are we watching this for? He asked, voice unsteady. Is this another shadow game? Kajimoto shook his head. No, he said. It is not. He gestured toward the frozen image of the crowd, the sea of indistinct faces caught mid-motion. Observe, he continued. There is no isolation. No boundaries separating the duelists from the world. Izuku's breath caught. The audience can see it, he whispered. Yes, Kajimoto said. And they are not harmed. Bakugo frowned deeply. They're cheering. Because this, Kajimoto said, was normal. The word hit Izuku harder than anything else that day. Normal. This duel, Kajimoto continued, was not hidden. It was not forbidden. It was not feared. He folded his hands behind his back. It was celebrated. Izuku stared at the frozen screen. At the indistinct figures, the impossible shadows, the sheer scale of it all. He didn't know who the duelists were. He didn't know what was at stake. He didn't even know what kind of event this was supposed to be. But he understood the implication. Chaos had not always been secret. It had once been public. And if that was true, then the silence hadn't just erased knowledge. It had erased permission. The screen flickered once more, then went dark. In the quiet that followed, Izuku felt something settle deep in his chest, not fear, but awe threaded with dread. Whatever had been lost. The world had not forgotten it by accident. Kajimoto let the silence linger. Then he spoke again. I believe, he said slowly, that chaos did not simply resurface on its own. Izuku turned toward him. I believe someone released it, Kajimoto continued. Deliberately. Bakugo's eyes narrowed. Released it how? By giving it form, Kajimoto replied. Structure. Rules. He gestured toward the darkened screen. After the ancient rituals vanished, chaos did not disappear, he said. It was waiting. Dormant. Unshaped. Izuku's pulse quickened. And then, Kajimoto went on. Someone did. What the ancients once did, but refined it. He reached for the deck box resting on the counter nearby. These cards, he said, lifting it slightly, are not random inventions. Their design mirrors the stone tablets used in ritual combat. Portable. Durable. Meant to be handled, exchanged, transported. Izuku's breath caught. The rules, Kajimoto continued, are not arbitrary either. They are optimized. Turn structure. Zones. Costs. Limits. He looked at Izuku. A perfect framework, he said, for initiating shadow games safely enough to be repeatable and dangerously enough to be effective. Bakugo clicked his tongue. So, someone industrialized it. Yes, Kajimoto said, and made it palatable. Izuku swallowed. If people saw this, he said slowly, if they watched matches like that they would not see danger, Kajimoto finished. They would see spectacle. He nodded toward the cassette. I suspect duel monsters became commonplace, he said. Matches. Leagues. Tournaments. Bakugo snorted. A worldwide hit. Precisely, Kajimoto said. And most participants would have been blissfully unaware of what truly powered the game. Izuku thought of the cheering crowd. Of the shadows towering harmlessly overhead. Normal, he thought again. Kajimoto reached forward and rewound the cassette. The tape screeched faintly as the image jerked backward, static tearing through the picture. The arena reappeared, flickering, looping through the same few damaged seconds. They watched in silence. Again, the crowd. Again, the silhouettes. Again, the impossible scale. Stop. Bakugo's voice cut sharply through the room. Kajimoto reacted instantly, pausing the playback. The image froze mid-glitch. Izuku blinked. What dash? Bakugo stepped closer to the screen, eyes blazing with focus. Right there, he said, pointing. Look at their arms. Izuku squinted. At first, he saw nothing, just distortion, shadow, the vague outlines of the duelists' upper bodies. But then he noticed it. Something rigid. Angular. extending forward from the forearm. That's not part of their clothes, Izuku murmured. Bakugo shook his head. And it's not a weapon. Izuku leaned closer, heart pounding. The shapes became clearer the longer he stared at the layered structures, fanned outward, catching light differently than the rest of the image. They're holding something, he whispered. Wearing something. Izuku's breath hitched as the realization snapped into place. They're projecting the field, he said softly. They're not using a table. Bakugo turned to him, eyes sharp. That's it, he said. That's how they did it. The pieces fell together all at once. Portable deployment. Instant structure. Chaos given boundaries in real time. The lost technology they had speculated about, not hypothetical anymore. It had existed. And it had worked. Izuku stared at the frozen image, mind racing. So, shadow games didn't stop because they were too dangerous, he said slowly. Bakugo's jaw tightened. They stopped because someone decided they shouldn't be normal anymore. Kajimoto watched them both, expression unreadable. You understand now, he said quietly. The tape remained paused, the silhouettes forever mid-motion, arms extended, wielding the future of a world that had forgotten it. And Izuku felt the weight of it settle fully at last. They walked home together. The streets of Mizudafu softened as the day wore on, the sharp edges of afternoon giving way to long shadows and warm light. The sun dipped low behind rows of houses, turning windows gold and stretching silhouettes across the pavement. Somewhere nearby, a radio played faintly, somewhere else, a child laughed. Normal sounds. Normal sights. Izuku welcomed them more than he expected. Neither of them spoke at first. After everything they had seen, with the ancient rituals, the silence, the cassette, words felt inadequate, like trying to summarize a dream while still half inside it. Bakugo broke the quiet eventually. That crowd, he said. They weren't scared. Izuku nodded. They didn't even flinch. He pictured it again, thousands of people, cheering beneath looming shadows they didn't understand, or perhaps didn't need to understand. It must have been common, Izuku said softly. So common that no one questioned it. Bakugo scowled. That's the part that bugs me. If something that dangerous was normal once, then normal doesn't mean safe. Izuku hummed in agreement. They reached an intersection and slowed as the light changed, the sky bleeding into shades of orange and violet overhead. I keep thinking about the technology, Izuku said. How advanced it must have been. Not just powerful, but precise. Bakugo nodded. Someone put a lot of thought into making it usable. A voice cut through their conversation. Excuse me? They both turned. A man stood a few steps away, a large suitcase at his side, one hand clutching a folded map that looked like it had already lost a fight. His expression was polite but strained, the universal look of someone very aware they were lost in a foreign place. He smiled nervously. Sorry, he said, accent unmistakably foreign. Do you speak English? Izuku straightened immediately. A little, he said. Yes. Bakugo shrugged. Enough. Relief washed over the man's face. Thank God, he said. I'm trying to find a few places, but my phone's being unhelpful. He unfolded the map, pointing vaguely. I'm staying near here, he continued, but I wanted to see some local points of interest. There's a hero school, right? Izuku blinked. UA High? Yeah, it's a bit far from here, though. He did his best to explain, switching between simple English and gestures, tracing routes in the air, naming landmarks. Bakugo confirmed with curt nods. Bakugo added directions bluntly, stripping things down to essentials. The man listened attentively, nodding along. Perfect, he said when they finished. That helps a lot. Really? He bowed slightly, then laughed awkwardly. Sorry to bother you. No problem, Izuku said quickly. Yeah, Bakugo added. Don't get lost again. The man chuckled, gripping the handle of his suitcase. Thanks again, he said, already turning away. You kids saved me a lot of trouble. He walked off down the street, suitcase rolling behind him. Izuku watched him go, an odd feeling tugging at the back of his mind, nothing concrete, just a faint sense of displacement, like a puzzle piece he hadn't realized was missing. Beside him, Bakugo frowned. "Tourist, huh?" he muttered. Before Izuku could respond, the man's phone. He slowed, then answered. "Yeah," he said quietly, glancing once over his shoulder before turning away. "I'm in Mizudefu." He listened for a moment as he walked. "No," he continued. "Nothing obvious. But the city definitely has more than meets the eye." The pause. "I'll keep looking, boss." The call ended. The man disappeared around the corner, swallowed by the lengthening shadows. Izuku shivered, though the evening air was still warm. "Probably nothing," he said, mostly to himself. Bakugo didn't answer right away. He stared down the street for a long moment, jaw tight, eyes sharp. "Yeah," he said finally. "Probably." They resumed walking. Behind them, the sun dipped fully below the horizon, and the streetlights flickered on, one by one, illuminating a city that believed itself ordinary. The week ended quietly. That alone felt strange. Classes wrapped up with the usual monotony, with teachers reminding them about homework that wouldn't be done, students already halfway gone in their minds as the promise of the weekend crept closer. The air felt lighter when the final bell rang, as though the building itself had exhaled. Izuku found Bakugo waiting for him without either of them acknowledging how unusual that still was. They walked together. Not side by side in perfect sync, not talking constantly, just close enough that neither drifted away. Close enough that their paths didn't naturally diverge, even when the sidewalk widened or narrowed, even when other students passed them going the opposite direction. Their conversation was almost painfully normal. Bakugo complained about a pointless quiz, the kind designed less to test knowledge and more to waste time. He ranted about how the questions were phrased badly, how the teacher clearly didn't understand the subject well enough to ask anything worthwhile. His irritation burned hot and quick, familiar in a way Izuku hadn't realized he missed. Izuku listened, nodding along, then mentioned a teacher assigning too much reading over the weekend. Not even difficult material, just too much of it, pages piled on pages without consideration for how anyone was supposed to absorb it properly. Bakugo scoffed at that immediately. "TC, typical," he said. "If they're gonna assign work, at least make it useful." He launched into another complaint, this time about a group project he'd been assigned to, about people who coasted and expected others to pick up the slack. Izuku murmured agreement, offering small observations, the kind he'd always kept to himself before. This time, Bakugo didn't interrupt him. It felt ordinary. The realization caught Izuku off guard. Ordinary didn't mean easy. It didn't mean forgiven. But it meant possible. Walking like this, talking about nothing of consequence, felt strangely grounding after the weight of the past few days. No ancient history. No forgotten magic. No implications about the world being larger and more dangerous than it appeared. Just two classmates heading home at the end of the week. Izuku found himself cataloging the moment instinctively as he always did, the way the light filtered through the buildings, the warmth of the afternoon air, the steady rhythm of their footsteps. As if some part of him already knew this calm wouldn't last. If this is what normal feels like now, he thought, how long before it changes again? He didn't say that out loud. For now, he let the conversation drift, let the ordinariness exist. Izuku found himself treasuring that way more than he wanted to admit. The streets were busier than usual, as the start of the weekend always brought people out. Families, couples, groups of students lingering instead of rushing home. Shops spilled warm light onto the sidewalks, and the late afternoon sun painted everything in soft gold. They were halfway down a familiar street when the noise reached them. Laughter. Music, faint and uneven, drifting through the air, something brassy and slightly off-key, accompanied by clapping and scattered cheers. Bakugo slowed first. "You hear that?" he muttered. Izuku nodded. "Yeah." Ahead of them, a crowd had gathered near a small open square between buildings. People stood in a loose circle, phones raised, attention fixed inward. A street performer? Izuku guessed. Bakugo clicked his tongue. Looks like it. They approached with the rest of the passers-by, drawn in by the gravity of spectacle. At the center of the circle stood a man in a flamboyant coat, patterned with mismatched colors and fraying tassels. His face was painted in a theatrical grin, exaggerated and almost comical, and he moved with broad, confident gestures, basking in the attention. Beside him lay a battered suitcase, open wide. The performer swept his arms outward dramatically. "Ladies and gentlemen," he called, voice ringing bright and clear. "Children of all ages." The crowd chuckled. "I bring you a show you will never forget." Bakugo folded his arms. "He's loud." Izuku didn't answer. The man reached into his coat and withdrew a deck of cards. Izuku's breath caught. They weren't playing cards. They were smaller. Even from a distance, he could tell. But he could feel the weight even better. The performer fanned them with a flourish. "Fortune," the man declared. "Fate. A game of chance and courage." The crowd leaned in amused. Izuku felt it then. That faint, unmistakable pressure. Just enough to make his pulse quicken. Bakugo felt it too. His posture shifted instantly, shoulders tensing, gaze sharpening as his attention snapped fully onto the man at the center of the circle. "Deku," he said under his breath. "I know," Izuku replied quietly. The performer smiled wider. "Step closer," he urged the crowd. "Don't be shy." People did. And as the circle tightened, Izuku realized with a creeping sense of dread. This wasn't a stage. It was a boundary. The music stopped. Not abruptly. It thinned, stretching into a single, warbling note before dissolving into silence. The laughter died with it, conversations trailing off as if someone had slowly turned a dial. Harlequin stood at the center of the circle, arms spread wide, head tilted back in exaggerated delight. He sighed. "Such a lovely house tonight." Izuku felt it immediately. The pressure. It rolled outward from the man like a tide, invisible but unmistakable, heavier than anything he'd felt before, sinking into his chest, his skull, his spine. Around them, people swayed. A woman clutched her head. Someone dropped their phone. Another staggered, knees buckling as though their strength had simply leaked away. "Bakugo!" snarled. "The hell dash!" Harlequin laughed, clapping his hands together once, sharply. "Oh, don't be shy," he cried. "It's only a little curtain call. A toll for tonight's performance." The pressure intensified. Izuku watched in horror as pale wisps, faint, translucent impressions shaped like breath on glass, began to rise from the people around them. Not ghosts. Something less, but that felt incredibly important. "Souls," Izuku whispered, the word tasting wrong in his mouth. Harlequin bowed deeply. "Bravo," he chirped. "Someone's done their reading." The crowd groaned collectively. People slumped, eyes unfocused, breath shallow, not dead, not unconscious, but emptied. As the wisps spiraled inward toward Harlequin, the air itself seemed to thrum, thick with stolen vitality. Nothing happened. The pressure faltered. Harlequin straightened slowly. His grin twitched. Two figures still stood unmoved near the edge of the circle. "Izuku! Bakugo!" The wisps bent toward them and recoiled, dissolving like smoke against an unseen wall. Harlequin blinked. "Oh," he said softly. Bakugo bristled. The hell was that supposed to be? Harlequin's head tilted, studying them now with open curiosity. He took a step closer, boots clicking against the pavement. Well, he murmured. Two volunteers who refused to swoon? How terribly rude." The pressure surged again, harder this time, but it still slid off them, ineffective, rejected. Harlequin snapped his fingers. Nothing. For the first time, his smile strained. "That's new." Izuku's heart hammered, but his mind was painfully clear. It didn't work, he realized. Not on us. Harlequin's eyes widened, then lit up. "Oh," he exclaimed suddenly, laughter bubbling back up. "Oh. He spun on his heel, coat flaring dramatically. "Of course," he cried. Of course. All those months ago." A warning passed through the undercurrents of chaos. Whispers of a heroic variable. A player who didn't fold. A soul that answered rules instead of fear. The card revealed by the captain. Harlequin snapped his fingers again, pointing between them. It's one of you, he said gleefully. Has to be. Bakugo snarled. Say that again and I'll dash. Ah. Harlequin wagged a finger. No ad-libbing before the script's begun. He swept his arm outward. The space around them shifted. The edges of the circle sharpened, lines etching themselves into the air, the pavement darkening as an invisible boundary slammed into place. The crowd froze, not paralyzed, but excluded, their forms blurring, sound muffled as though behind thick glass. A field. A shadow game. Harlequin beamed. Ladies and gentlemen, he announced to an audience that could no longer hear him. Tonight's performance has changed. He turned fully toward Izuku and Bakugo, eyes gleaming. 2 challengers for the price of 1, he sang. Fresh masks. Fresh screams. Bakugo stepped forward. You think we're easy? Harlequin clasped his hands together in mock delight. Easy, he laughed. Darling, you're adorable. His voice dropped, just a fraction. And utterly untested. He snapped his fingers again. A deck of cards appeared in his hand, not conjured with flair, but pulled from somewhere unseen, heavy with intent. He mixed in the cards from his hand and started shuffling it, seemingly unbothered by the defiance the two showed. Rules are rules, Harlequin said brightly. And I can't take what's protected by play. He bowed deeply. So, he said, grinning wide, shall we dance? Izuku felt the weight of the moment settle into his bones. People were trapped. Their souls were being drained. And this man would not stop unless someone beat him at his own game. Izuku stepped forward. I accept, he said. Harlequin's eyes sparkled. Oh, marvelous, he crowed. The hero takes the stage. He snapped his fingers one last time. Curtain up. And the shadow game began. The campus loomed. A tall man stood across the street from UA High School, hands in his jacket pockets, head tilted back as he took it in. The building rose higher than he'd expected. Wide, fortified, almost excessive in its scale. Clean lines, reinforced structures, barriers layered with intent. Big, he muttered. Real big. It didn't look like a school so much as a statement. He shifted his weight, eyes scanning the perimeter, committing details to memory the way habit demanded. Cameras. Patrol routes. Blind spots that weren't blind at all. So, a voice drawled behind him, you planning to enroll, or are you just sightseeing? He stiffened, not in panic, but in reflex, and turned. The man standing a few steps away looked unremarkable at first glance. Messy dark hair. Tired eyes. But appearances can be finicky. What was clearly a high-tech capture weapon wrapped loosely around his shoulders like a scarf. His posture was relaxed, almost slouched. His gaze was sharp. Sorry, the man said quickly, accent unmistakable now. I'm just visiting. Tourist. The man raised an eyebrow. Tourists usually don't stare at the gates that long. The man scratched the back of his neck, offering an awkward smile. Yeah, I heard about UA High. Mighty hero school, right? Figured I'd take a look. The man studied him for a moment longer, then sighed. Name's Shota Aizawa, he said. I teach here. His eyes widened just enough to be convincing. Oh, sorry. Didn't mean any trouble. You're not in trouble, Aizawa replied flatly. But loitering around a hero school isn't a great idea. Security gets twitchy. Right? He said immediately. I'll move along. He adjusted his bag and turned to leave, taking a few steps down the sidewalk. He stopped. His breath caught. The air pressed. Not hard. Not violent. But unmistakable. The man's hand twitched at his side as his instincts flared, every sense sharpening at once. It felt like standing just outside the radius of an oncoming storm, the moment before thunder, when the world tightens. Huh, he murmured. Behind him, the pro-hero Eraserhead frowned, eyes narrowing slightly. He forced himself to keep walking, shoulders tense, mind racing. That's not a quirk, he thought. Not even close. The pressure lingered for only a second longer before fading, but the impression it left was indelible. He exhaled slowly. So that's how it starts, he muttered under his breath. He didn't look back at UA as he walked away. But every step after that was faster. Somewhere in Mizudafu, a game had just begun. And this time, it was loud enough to be felt. The field stabilized. Invisible lines locked into place, carving the space into rigid sections that hovered just above the pavement. The noise of the outside world dulled further, the crowd reduced to blurred silhouettes beyond the boundary, their muffled movements slow and distant. Harlequin clapped his hands together once, delighted. "Oh, how sporting," he said, bowing deeply. "Tradition before tragedy. I insist dash." He gestured grandly toward Izuku. "The hero takes the first turn." Bakugo shot him a look. "You're sure you want to do that?" Harlequin winked. "Confidence is part of the costume, my dear heckler." Izuku drew a breath. This wasn't Kajimoto's shop. This wasn't controlled. People were suffering now. Focus, he told himself. He reached for his deck, fingers steady despite the pressure crawling beneath his skin. "My turn," he said, voice quieter than he wanted, but firm. The cards felt solid in his hand, familiar. Izuku looked down at them, then stepped forward. "Normal summon," he said, placing the card onto the field. Light flared. A heavy form slammed into existence with a deep, resonant thud that vibrated through the ground. A towering armored figure rose from the glow, broad-shouldered and imposing, its design unmistakably defensive, thick plating, reinforced joints, a massive shield braced against one arm. Superhero Giant Gardna. Level 4 Light Warrior. ATK 1800. Harlequin stared. Then he laughed. "Oh no," he crooned, pressing a gloved hand to his chest. "Oh, this is precious." Izuku's stomach tightened. "A superhero," Harlequin repeated, savoring the words like candy. "Listen to that. Bold. Earnest. Oh, my heart aches." He paced theatrically along the edge of the field, eyes never leaving the towering monster. "All that armor," he continued, mockingly awed. "All that strength, just to stand there and pretend you can save something." Bakugo snarled. "Shut up." Harlequin ignored him. "You know what I hate about heroes?" he asked lightly, tilting his head toward Izuku. "They're always so convinced the world wants saving." His smile sharpened. "They rush in, waving banners and ideals, and never ask whether the audience asked for a rescue." Izuku felt the words sink in despite himself. Don't listen, he thought. But the pressure behind his eyes pulsed. "They take responsibility they didn't earn," Harlequin went on. "They decide who's innocent, who's guilty, who deserves pain and who doesn't." He stopped pacing. "And when they fail," he said softly, "they call it tragedy." Harlequin snapped his fingers. "I call it inevitability." Izuku's grip tightened on the edge of the field. That's not." His thoughts tangled. For just a second, his confidence wavered. Harlequin saw it immediately. "Oh," he purred. "Did I miss my cue?" Izuku's breath stuttered. The pressure spiked just a little. Not punishment. Opportunity. Bakugo stepped closer, voice low and sharp. "Don't let him talk." Izuku swallowed hard. He looked up at Giant Gardna, at the shield braced firmly against the ground, at the way the monster stood unmoving in the face of mockery. Heroes don't stop because someone laughs at them, he realized. He straightened. "I'm not done," Izuku said. Harlequin's grin widened. "Oh good," he replied. "Act 1 has such promise." The game waited, and Harlequin leaned forward, eager to see whether Izuku would recover or crumble under the spotlight. Izuku forced himself to breathe. Harlequin's words still rang in his ears, scraping at doubts he didn't have time to indulge. He shook his head once, hard, as if to dislodge them. "Focus on the game." "And that's it," he finished. "I end my turn." Harlequin clapped. A single, slow clap. Then another. "Oh, excellent," he said warmly. "Such calculations. Such prowess. The audience loves a thoughtful protagonist." Bakugo scowled. "You talk too much." "And yet here we are," Harlequin replied cheerfully. He reached for his deck. "My turn," he announced, voice light, almost bored. He drew. Izuku watched closely, searching for any sign. Hesitation, calculation, tension. Harlequin gave him none. He barely glanced at the card before slipping it into his hand, already moving. Well then, Harlequin said brightly. Let's keep things simple. He didn't summon. Didn't attack. Didn't even look at Izuku's monster. Instead, he began to set cards. What? A card slid face down into his back row. 2. Another beside it. 3. Izuku's eyes widened. 4. His heart skipped. Harlequin straightened, hands empty, field utterly bare except for a neat row of 5 face-down cards. Then he spread his arms wide. And that, he declared, is my turn. Izuku stared. That's it? He asked before he could stop himself. Harlequin beamed. That's it. The pressure in the field shifted. Not stronger, sharper. Izuku's mind raced. 5 back row cards. No monsters. No spells activated. That wasn't defensive. That was bait. Egregious bait. Every instinct screamed at him that this was wrong, that a board like this couldn't exist without consequence. 5 unknowns meant 5 potential interruptions. 5 answers waiting to punish movement. Harlequin leaned forward slightly, resting his chin in his hands. Oh, don't stop now, he cooed. The hero freezes? Already? Izuku swallowed. If I attack, he thought, I could walk straight into something devastating. If I don't, he thought, he controls the pace. Either way, Harlequin wasn't reacting. He was watching. The man's grin widened as Izuku hesitated, eyes flicking between the face-down cards again and again, trying to imagine what horrors they concealed. Ah, Harlequin sighed blissfully. This is my favorite part. Bakugo clenched his fists. He's stalling. No, Izuku murmured, eyes locked on the field. He's enjoying this. Harlequin laughed softly, delighted. Indecision, he sang. The sweetest music of all. Take your time, hero, every second you wait is another soul holding its breath. Beyond the boundary, the blurred figures of the crowd swayed weakly. Izuku felt the weight of every unseen card pressing down on him. The game hadn't advanced. But the trap had already closed. Izuku's turn came again. The field didn't announce it. There was no flourish, no shift in light, just the quiet, suffocating awareness that the moment had moved on without waiting for him. Something was wrong. At first, he thought it was his hesitation. The way he'd frozen, the way his thoughts kept circling the same dangers without committing to a path forward. Indecision had consequences here. He knew that now. But then the pain deepened. Not sharp. Not sudden. A dull ache bloomed behind. His eyes, spreading slowly, pressing inward like a tightening band. His chest felt heavy, his breath just a little harder to draw than it had been a moment ago. Izuku swallowed, forcing himself upright. This didn't happen before, he thought. Not like this. In Kajimoto's shop, the pain had been contained, measured, proportional. This felt messy, less polite. He glanced past the field, to the blurred shapes of the crowd beyond the boundary. Their outlines wavered, faint wisps still rising and dissolving into the air above them. The souls, he realized, they're still being drained. This shadow game wasn't isolated. It was feeding. And with so much chaos energy in one place, uncontained, unrefined, the strain wasn't being distributed evenly. It was bleeding into him. Izuku clenched his fists. So, this isn't just mental, he thought grimly. It's physical too. Unrestrained chaos demanded a toll, and it didn't care who paid it. A chill ran through him. If this keeps up, he pictured himself faltering mid-duel. Losing focus. Collapsing while Harlequin laughed and the crowd paid the price. I can't let this drag on, he decided. I have to finish it. Clean, if possible, at least decisive if not. Izuku reached for his deck. His fingers trembled as he drew. The card slid into his hand, solid and reassuring despite everything. He looked down at it. Bakugo watched Izuku sway. Just slightly. Barely enough that anyone else would notice, but Bakugo did. Deku's shoulders were tense. His breathing wasn't panicked, but it wasn't steady either. The kind of strain you saw in someone who was pushing past their limit without admitting it. So that's how it works, Bakugo thought. He could feel the pressure too, the oppressive weight of the field, the wrongness in the air, but it wasn't digging into him the same way. It was there, irritating, buzzing at the edges of his awareness, but it wasn't hurting. Chaos doesn't hit everyone equally, he realized. Or it hits based on something else. Experience? Intent? Resonance? He didn't know, but he knew one thing for sure. Deku was paying the price right now. Bakugo clenched his fists. Yesterday's doing it on purpose, he thought, glaring at Harlequin. Letting it drag out. Letting the field chew on him. He forced his attention back to the board. 5 face-down cards. No monsters. No visible threats. A lie. That setup screamed control, delayed triggers, chain reactions, punishments stacked on punishments. Harlequin wasn't trying to win quickly. He was trying to exhaust. Bakugo's mind raced. Deku needs a clean push, he thought. Something that forces the field to resolve instead of dragging. A way to bait the traps. A way to break the rhythm. Bakugo's jaw tightened. Come on, he urged silently. Think like a hero, but fight like a BSRD. His eyes never left the field. If Deku fell here, it wouldn't be because he lacked strength. It would be because chaos didn't care how long you could endure. And Bakugo was already planning what came next. Izuku looked down at the card in his hand. Superhero Balance Breaker. His heart leapt, then sank just as quickly. I can't summon him, he realized. Not yet. No tributes. No setup. No time. The pressure gnawed at him again, sharper now, as if the field itself were impatient with restraint. I have to move. Normal summon, Izuku said, placing another card onto the field. Light flared beside Giant Gardna as a second armored figure emerged, sleeker but no less resolute. Alloy plating locked into place, shield braced forward, stance firm. Superhero Alloy Garter. 2 monsters. Aboard again. Izuku swallowed. He glanced at Harlequin's field, 5 face-down cards, silent and waiting, and felt his pulse hammer in his ears. If I wait, he thought, the pressure will keep building. If I hesitate again... I'm entering the battle phase, Izuku said. Harlequin's eyes lit up. Oh, he purred. Already? How daring. Bakugo's voice cut in sharply. Stop dash. Too late. Izuku stepped forward, breath tight in his chest. I attack dash. Harlequin threw his arms wide. Bravo, he cried. A charge straight into the spotlight. He snapped his fingers. Let us applaud our hero's enthusiasm with a lesson. One of his face-down cards flipped upright. A violent gale tore across the field, spectral winds howling outward in a sudden, crushing surge. Mirror force. Izuku's eyes widened. The force slammed into his monsters simultaneously. Giant Gardna's shield cracked, splintering under the impossible pressure before shattering outright. Alloy Garter barely had time to brace before the same wind ripped through its armor, hurling both forms backward as they dissolved into shards of light. Both monsters vanished. The field went eerily still. Izuku staggered, the pain spiking sharply as the loss hit him, not just mentally, but physically, like something had been torn loose from his chest. His voice caught. They're gone. Harlequin clutched his chest theatrically. Oh, tragedy, he lamented. The hero charges, the villain twirls his mustache and dash. He snapped his fingers again. The scenery collapses. Izuku clenched his fists, shame flooding through him. I walked right into it, he thought. I knew better. Harlequin leaned forward, eyes glittering. Now, he said cheerfully, since you're new to the theater, let me explain something very important. He gestured toward the still glowing card. In this delightful little pastime, he continued, effects don't simply happen. He raised one finger. They cue. Another finger. One response atop another. A ladder of cause and consequence. He grinned wide. We call them chains. As a matter of fact, your monsters aren't technically destroyed yet. I just thought it'd be more dramatic if I showed you this first. And oh, was I so delightfully right. Harlequin spoke with glee. More specifically chain links, but that hardly matters for you now. Bakugo's eyes narrowed. So I'm guessing this is your first chain link? Someone's been peeking at the script. Harlequin laughed. Yes. Chain link 1. He tapped Mirror Force. This was my opening act, he said. But the performance is far from over. Izuku's breath hitched. Not monsters. Not combat. Punishment. Harlequin's hand hovered over another face-down card. Every response stacks, he continued brightly. And when the chain resolves dash. He flipped the next card. It resolves in reverse. Izuku's heart dropped into his stomach. And now, Harlequin said softly, almost lovingly, we proceed to Chain Link 2. The card turned face up. Izuku barely had time to read the name. Just a plain, unassuming illustration, a container so ordinary it almost felt like a joke. Jar of Greed. Oh, don't blink. Harlequin sang. You'll miss the subtleties. Izuku's mouth opened to protest, to demand an explanation, to ask how any of this could possibly be fair. But Harlequin was already moving again, fingers dancing across his dual disc. Another card flipped with a crisp snap of light, sliding into the next slot of the chain like a knife slipping into a groove. Chain Link 3, Harlequin purred, voice sweet as poison. The name flashed across Izuku's field of vision. Chain detonation. The very air seemed to tense, the dual lines under their feet humming like a live wire. Izuku's pulse stuttered. And then Harlequin's grin widened, as if he'd saved the best for last. He raised his hand one final time, theatrical to the point of mockery, and produced a card between two fingers like a magician revealing the centerpiece of his act. Oh, but what's this? He gasped, delighted with himself. A final flourish. This, he said reverently, is where timing becomes everything. The card snapped into place with a sharp flare. Chain strike. Quick play spell. Harlequin spread his arms wide. 4 links, he crowed. 4 perfect beats. Izuku's heart hammered. He could feel it, something building, something stacked too neatly to be coincidence. The chain glowed in the air like a ladder made of light and malice, each rung humming with potential. Then the chain resolved. Like a trap snapping shut from the last tooth first. Harlequin's smile didn't change, but his voice dropped into something almost devotional. Now, he whispered, watch closely. Chain Link 4, Chain Strike activates first. The air screamed. Not metaphorically. It screeched, a high, violent wail that made Izuku's teeth vibrate as the field recoiled like a living thing being struck. Chaos surged, stacking, compressing, amplifying, an invisible pressure wave folding in on itself again and again, building a cruel momentum that didn't release. Izuku staggered, instinctively throwing a hand out as if he could brace against sound. Harlequin laughed, breathless with joy. 1,600 damage. Timing, 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 he sang. It's all about the timing. The shriek didn't hurt yet. It primed the space to hurt. And then, Chain Link 3, Chain Detonation resolves. The dual lines flared. A concussive force didn't explode outward, it collapsed inward, slamming directly into Izuku's chest as if the space around his heart had suddenly been squeezed into a fist. Izuku cried out, the sound tearing from him as his knees buckled. Pain ripped through his ribs, not burning but crushing the breath from his lungs and sending white-hot pressure down his spine. He hit one knee hard, one palm slapping the pavement to keep himself from falling flat. 500 damage. Harlequin clapped delightedly, like he'd just watched a dancer nail a difficult landing. And because this little spark was placed so beautifully in the sequence, he twirled, coat flaring, it returns for an encore. The card dissolved into light, not destroyed, not discarded, simply sliding back into Harlequin's deck as if it had never existed. Izuku gasped, fingers digging into the pavement. That was only part of it. Horror crawled up his throat. Because Harlequin wasn't done. Finally, Chain Link 2, Jar of Greed resolves. The plain jar shimmered in the air for half a heartbeat. Then it shattered in a flash of light, glass bursting into glittering fragments that vanished before they could hit the ground. Its contents spilled into nothingness as Harlequin drew a card from his deck with practiced ease, barely even looking at it before tucking it smoothly into his hand. Izuku's brain lagged behind the motion. He's drawing? After all that? Harlequin lifted 2 fingers again, grinning like a man who just proved a point. Chain link 2, he announced brightly, almost tender. A refill. Every performer needs material. Izuku stared up at him from the pavement, chest heaving, eyes wide. The pressure hit Izuku like a freight train. Pain detonated inside him. Not in one place, everywhere. It tore through Izuku's body like a wave of white heat, ripping the air from his lungs as his scream broke free, raw, and uncontrolled. His knees gave out completely, his weight crashing down as his hands scraped helplessly against the pavement, skin burning where it dragged. It felt as though his nerves had been stripped bare. Every sensation, the cold ground, the pressure of the field, the distant echo of Harlequin's laughter. It all slammed into him at once, magnified beyond reason. The pain didn't stab or burn cleanly, it layered, folding in on itself, compressing until his thoughts fragmented under the weight of it. He couldn't breathe. His chest seized, each gasp shallow and desperate, lungs refusing to fully expand as if the air itself had become hostile. His vision blurred, colors bleeding together, the world narrowing to the pounding of his heart and the relentless scream of agony coursing through him. It hurts, his mind whispered uselessly. It hurts so much. And then, beneath the pain, something worse surfaced. Faces. The woman who had staggered when the game began. The child clinging to a parent's leg, eyes unfocused. The crowd frozen beyond the barrier, their souls still being pulled away, breath by breath. They're still suffering, he realized dimly. Because of me. Because he had rushed. Because he had hesitated. Because he hadn't been good enough. I said I'd stop this, he thought, panic clawing at his chest. I said I'd protect them. His fingers curled uselessly against the ground, nails biting into stone as tears streamed freely, mixing with sweat and dust. I can't even stand, he thought, despair flooding him. What kind of hero can't even stand? The pain surged again, flaring with his racing thoughts, as if chaos itself were feeding on his doubt. Every mistake he'd made replayed in his mind, from the reckless attack and the ignored warning to the moment he'd let Harlequin control the pace. Each memory landed like another blow. All Might wouldn't fall like this. Real heroes wouldn't hesitate. His throat tightened painfully. I'm sorry, he whispered, voice barely audible even to himself. Sorry he was too slow. Sorry he wasn't strong enough. Sorry that believing in heroes hadn't been enough to save anyone here. Above him, the field hummed, indifferent, patient. 2,100 total damage. His life points plummeted. In seconds, more than half of them were gone. Izuku shook, vision blurring, tears streaming freely now as his body struggled to recover from the sudden, brutal assault. His chest heaved, each breath shallow and ragged. I can't dash, he choked. Harlequin leaned forward, hands on his knees, face alight with joy. Oh, that sound, he laughed. Music. Pure, exquisite music. He straightened, spinning once more, bowing deeply. Ladies and gentlemen, he proclaimed to an audience that could no longer hear him, give it up for our hero. Izuku curled inward, arms wrapping around himself as the pain slowly receded, not gone, just waiting. This is different, he realized through the haze. This is punishment. Harlequin snapped his fingers. And that, he said cheerfully, is what happens when you rush the stage without knowing the choreography. He tilted his head, studying Izuku's shaking form. But don't worry, he added sweetly. The show's only just begun. The field hummed ominously. Izuku barely managed to lift his head. The pain kept receding in slow, cruel increments, not vanishing, just loosening its grip enough to remind him that he was still conscious. Every breath felt scraped raw on the way in, his chest aching as though he'd run far past exhaustion. I'm still in this, he thought dimly. His turn ended without ceremony. No flourish. No recovery. Just survival. Izuku clung to a fragile, desperate thought as the field shifted. Maybe he can't do that again, he told himself. Maybe that was everything he had. The hope was thin, flimsy, but it was all he had left. Harlequin straightened, stretching theatrically as if waking from a nap. My turn, he sang. Izuku forced his eyes open. Harlequin drew with a lazy flick of the wrist, then glanced at his hand. 3 cards. His smile widened. "Oh," he said softly. "Oh, you sweet thing." One by one, he placed them down. A card slid face down onto the field. Then another. Then a third. Deliberate. Harlequin stepped back, hands empty once more. 4 face-down cards now stared back at Izuku. 4 unanswered threats. 4 promises of pain. The last remaining card from before still lingered among them, patient, unspent. Harlequin clasped his hands together, practically vibrating with delight. "Look at that," he chirped. "Still standing. Still breathing. You heroes are so resilient." Izuku's stomach dropped. He rebuilt everything, he realized weakly. "Just like that. And you tried so hard," Harlequin continued, voice almost gentle now. "Charged the stage. Took your cues. Even screamed on time." He leaned forward, grinned sharp. "But effort doesn't earn applause, darling." The pressure in the field tightened again. Izuku's vision swam. His ears rang, sound warping as if underwater. The ground felt too far away, his body too heavy to command. He swayed, barely aware of it, the edges of the world darkening. I can't keep." The field shifted. It was his turn again. Izuku reached for his deck on instinct alone, fingers numb, movement sluggish. The card slid free, landing in his hand. But he couldn't see it. His vision blurred completely, the image doubling, then dissolving into vague shapes and light. The card's text was unreadable, its artwork lost in the haze. Still, something about it felt wrong. Unfamiliar. "I don't remember having this card," he thought dimly. The realization flickered through his mind like a dying spark. Then his legs gave out. Izuku collapsed forward, hitting the ground hard, his body curling instinctively as consciousness slipped through his fingers. The card fell from his hand, clattering softly against the pavement beside him. The field hummed on. Harlequin tilted his head, watching with open fascination. "Oh," he murmured. "Already?" He laughed, light, delighted, cruel. "No, no," he said sweetly. "Not yet, hero." The game wasn't finished. But Izuku Midoriya was barely holding on. The man felt it before he saw it. The pressure spiked sharply as he rounded the corner, the air thickening in a way that made his skin prickle. It wasn't subtle anymore. Whatever was happening here wasn't a ripple, it was an all-out surge. "Found you," he muttered. He broke into a run. The street opened up into a small square, and he skidded to a stop at the edge of it, instinctively staying just outside the boundary where the air felt wrong. The scene before him snapped into focus all at once. A warped field carved the space in half. Civilians frozen beyond it. A man in a flamboyant coat at the center, basking in something unseen. And on the ground, "Sheet," the man breathed. A green-haired kid lay collapsed near the edge of the field, body curled inward, barely moving. Even from here, he could tell the damage hadn't been physical in the conventional sense. No blood, no visible wounds, but the way the boy's chest struggled to rise and fall set off every alarm in his head. That's a shadow game, he realized grimly. An active one. Wait, aren't those the kids' form yesterday? Dimon, I knew I could feel something from them. Awareness at least. I should have followed my instincts. His gaze snapped to the performer. The man's posture was loose, theatrical, but his eyes picked up the tells beneath it. Confidence without recklessness. Control without haste. This wasn't a street-level dabbler. He's farming energy, the man concluded. Using the crowd as fuel. That made him dangerous. Very dangerous. His hands slid into his bag. His fingers brushed against cold metal. I can break in, he thought. Force the field open. Pull the kids out. He was already shifting his stance, calculating angles and timing when... movement. The second kid stepped forward. Sharp posture. Shoulders squared despite the pressure in the air. He placed himself between the fallen boy and the performer without hesitation, fists clenched at his sides. He froze. He's not panicking, the man realized. He knows what this is. The kid lifted his head and spoke. He couldn't hear the words through the distortion, but the intent was unmistakable. Defiance. Challenge. The performer turned slowly toward him and smiled. His grip tightened on the device in his bag. 2 players, he thought. Not one. He hesitated, just long enough to reassess. If he intervened now, he risked escalating the field. Breaking rules he didn't fully understand. Turning a controlled disaster into an uncontrolled one. And worse, he might disrupt whatever the second kid was about to do. The man withdrew his hands slightly, muscles still coiled. "It," he muttered. He stayed where he was, eyes locked on the field, every sense tuned to the exchange unfolding inside it. "All right," he thought grimly. "I'll give you a moment. But not much longer. Because if the kid failed, Sam Gale would not hesitate a second time." Harlequin laughed. It bubbled out of him, light and delighted, echoing strangely within the boundaries of the field as he looked down at the boy on the ground. "Oh no, no, no," he crooned, hands on his knees as he leaned forward. "You can't end the show there. The audience hates an abrupt collapse." Izuku Midoriya laid motionless, chest rising shallowly, fingers twitching as if even that small movement cost him something. The chaos in the air still curled toward Harlequin eagerly, drawn by pain, by imbalance. Too easy, Harlequin thought with a flicker of disappointment. A novice. Talented, perhaps, structured, earnest, but ultimately untested. The kind that burned brightly for a moment and then guttered out the instant the stage lights turned cruel. "Oh, the captain will be most pleased," he mused. The heroic variable dealt with before it ever learned its lines. He straightened, already savoring the report he would give. Then something moved. Harlequin blinked. The blond boy had stepped forward. He hadn't rushed. Hadn't shouted. He simply placed himself between Harlequin and the fallen Izuku, stance wide, shoulders squared, not defensive, not reckless. Protective. Harlequin's smile faltered for half a heartbeat. "Oh," he said lightly. "Still standing understudy?" The boy's voice was sharp, edged like broken glass. "This duel's bullshit now," Bakugo Katsuki said. "You know it." Harlequin laughed again, waving a hand dismissively. "My dear," he replied, "I don't write the script, I merely just perform it. If your little hero can't stand the heat dash, that's on him." Bakugo finished coldly. "Yeah, that's what cowards always say." For a moment, something ugly flickered through Bakugo's eyes. Pure rage. Harlequin felt it like a spark in dry air. He thought, intrigued despite himself. "There it is." Then the boy spoke again, and the words landed far differently than Harlequin expected. "I'll take his place," Bakugo said. Silence. Harlequin straightened fully now, interest sharpening. "Pardon?" he asked. Bakugo didn't blink. "Same field," he said. "Same life points. Same number of cards he had in hand." Harlequin's grin slowly returned, wider than before. "You want to continue the duel?" he asked, delighted. "How generous! How noble!" He circled Bakugo slowly, eyes raking over him with renewed curiosity. "And why would I agree to that?" Harlequin asked sweetly. Bakugo met his gaze head-on. "Because if you don't," he said, "you're just a cheap thug who needed stacked decks and hostages to win." The words hit. Not hard, but precisely. Harlequin froze mid-step. For a long moment, he simply stared. Then he laughed. A full, ringing laugh, rich with delight. "Oh," he sighed. "You are wonderful." He clasped his hands together, practically vibrating with excitement. "Two heroes for the price of one," he crowed. "And this one comes with fire." He tapped his chin thoughtfully. Another novice, he decided. Angrier. Louder. Sloppier. Easier. "Very well," Harlequin said grandly. "Same field. Same stakes." He leaned close, grin sharp as glass. "Let's call it the double feature." Bakugo didn't smile. He simply stepped fully onto the field. Harlequin's eyes gleamed. Two birds, he thought happily. One stone. The field hummed, accepting the new arrangement. And somewhere beyond the boundary, chaos leaned in closer, eager to see what would break next. Harlequin exhaled theatrically, spreading his arms as if offering a gift. "Well then," he said brightly, nodding toward the fallen Izuku. "Why don't you pick up your friend's little deck and take your bow?" He chuckled. "Try not to trip over the cards. It would ruin the pacing." Bakugo didn't move. Instead, He smiled. It was small. Chirp. All teeth and no warmth. Harlequin's laughter hitched for just a fraction of a second. That's strange, she thought. But he waved the unease away immediately. A bluff, he decided. Posturing. Fear dressed up as bravado. Then Bakugo spoke. I'm not using the nerd's deck. Silence. Harlequin blinked. Excuse me? Bakugo's grin widened. Feral now. I said, he repeated, I'm not using his deck. I've got my own. For the first time since the game began, Harlequin's smile slipped. That's not how this works, he snapped, the theatrical lilt in his voice cracking. You don't just dash. Bakugo cut him off, tone infuriatingly calm. Read the deal again, he said. Same field. Same life points. Same number of cards in hand. He tapped his temple with one finger. You didn't say anything about decks. Harlequin's eyes widened. That's Dash, he laughed sharply. That's absurd. You expect me to believe Dash. Bakugo's smile deepened. The field hummed. Not violently. Not loudly. But decisively. The invisible lines beneath their feet flared faintly, reacting, acknowledging a condition that had already been set. Bakugo tilted his head. Feel that? He asked mockingly. Yeah. Thought so. Harlequin's breath caught. He looked around wildly, as if expecting the field itself to contradict the boy. It didn't. The rules had been spoken. The premise accepted. The contract sealed. No, Harlequin said slowly, anger bleeding into his voice. That can't be right. Bakugo shrugged. Too late. Harlequin clenched his fists, jaw tightening as the realization settled in like poison. The field has accepted it, he realized with growing fury. Damn it. The jester straightened, forcing his grin back into place through sheer will. Very well, he said tightly. It seems tonight's performance allows improvisation. He leaned forward, eyes sharp now, no longer playful. But don't misunderstand, little firebrand, Harlequin hissed. A different script won't save you. Bakugo reached into his jacket. Metal clinked softly. Oh, I'm not trying to be saved, he said. He pulled free a deck box, darker, heavier, edges worn as if it had already seen use. I'm here to end the show. Harlequin stared at the box, irritation and something dangerously close to unease churning behind his painted smile. Fine, he spat. Let's see what kind of comedy you bring to my stage. Bakugo snapped the deck into his hand, eyes blazing. The field pulsed again. Bakugo stepped fully into the field. The pressure shifted, not heavier, but sharper, as though the shadow game itself was recalibrating around him. He reached for the deck in his hand and drew. 5 cards. The same number Izuku had held moments before. Everything had gone wrong. Harlequin watched closely, a wide grin plastered across his painted face. Oh, look at you, he laughed. Standing tall where your friend crumpled. Such bravado. Such noise. Outwardly he played the fool. Inwardly he burned. You ruined my timing, Harlequin seethed. My rhythm. My spectacle. Bakugo didn't react. He didn't flinch at the laughter. Didn't snarl back at the insults. Didn't rise to the bait. His eyes stayed on the field. Go on, Harlequin said, spreading his arms. Make your move. Though I should warn you, Dash. He gestured casually toward his back row. You're only seconds away from losing. 4 cards set. A familiar little chain waiting to snap shut. Bakugo snorted. Bullshit. The word landed flat and dismissive. Harlequin's grin twitched. Excuse me? If you actually had the same chain as before, Bakugo continued calmly, you'd have fired it already. Silence. Bakugo tilted his head, eyes narrowing just slightly. You wouldn't be standing there running your mouth, he added. You'd be celebrating. For the first time, Harlequin's composure cracked. Just a hairline fracture, but it showed. Careful, he warned, voice tightening. Confidence makes fools careless. Bakugo shrugged. Bluffs make idiots loud. The air between them grew taut. Harlequin's mind raced. In a minute, he thought. He saw them. His 4 face-down cards weren't enough, not yet. He was missing a piece. One more draw, one more chain, and the field would be his again. Just one turn, he told himself. I'll take control back. Bakugo moved. Slowly. Deliberately. He didn't summon. Didn't activate anything. Instead, he placed a card face down into his back row. Then another. Harlequin frowned. A third. A fourth. His smile faltered. A fifth. Bakugo straightened, hands empty, his field now mirroring Harlequin's earlier first turn perfectly. 5 face-down cards. No monsters. No tells. Bakugo looked up. And that's my turn. Harlequin stared. For a long, stretched-out moment, the jester said nothing. The field hummed yet again low, expectant, almost predatory. Then Harlequin snapped. What dash, he barked, voice cracking as his hands flew outward. What do you think you're doing? The laughter was gone. Gone was the sing-song cadence, the playful mockery, the theatrical ease. His painted grin twisted into something sharp and ugly as he took an aggressive step forward, boots scraping hard against the pavement. You don't mock my stage, Harlequin shouted. You don't steal my cues and expect applause. He gestured wildly at the 5 face-down cards lining Bakugo's field. Do you have any idea what you're inviting? He demanded. Do you think this is clever? Do you think copying me makes you equal? Bakugo didn't answer. He didn't move. He just stared back, eyes cold, unblinking. And that, way more than any words he could have possibly said, made Harlequin's breath hitch. His fury sputtered, stalling as his mind caught up with what his eyes were seeing. 5 back rows, he thought suddenly. No monsters. No tells. No hesitation. A mirror. A challenge. The realization sent an unwelcome chill down his spine. This is my field, Harlequin realized. My tempo. My rules. So why did it feel like he was the one being cornered? Sweat prickled beneath his makeup. What did he set? What kind of deck plays like this? Burn? Control? Punishment? His thoughts raced, spiraling faster the longer he stared at the boy's impassive stance. He shouldn't know how to do this, Harlequin thought, panic threading through his anger. He shouldn't be able to unsettle me. And yet, the pressure in the field hadn't eased. If anything, it felt more focused now. Sharper. As if chaos itself were leaning in, curious to see how he would handle uncertainty. Harlequin clenched his fists, forcing his breathing to steady. Get control, he told himself. One more draw. One more chain. So, a question gnawed at him, unbidden and deeply unsettling. What kind of deck does a kid like that run? And worse, why does it feel like I've just walked into his trap? The spectacle had shifted. Not to pain. Not to fear. But to something far more dangerous. A duel of wills. And for the first time that night, Harlequin wasn't certain he was the one directing the performance anymore. Harlequin drew. The moment his fingers closed around the card, he knew. His breath caught as he pulled it free, eyes darting across the surface, recognition blooming instantly. Alexandrite Dragon. A normal monster. 2,000 attack points. Harlequin's lips parted in a grin that came fast and unguarded. Finally, he thought, relief surging through him like a drag. Luck remembers me. Of all the cards in his deck, of all the dead weight, the conditional nonsense, this was one of only 3 monsters he even bothered to carry. And it was the strongest. Enough, he realized, exhilarated. More than enough. The pressure of the field seemed to recede, just a little, as his confidence snapped back into place. Well then, Harlequin announced brightly, snapping back into performance mode. Seems the script does favor me after all. He slammed the card onto the field. I normal summon. The ground shook as a crystalline form erupted into existence, facets catching the warped light of the shadow game. A massive dragon reared up, its body gleaming like polished gemstone, jaws opening in a silent roar. Alexandrite Dragon. K2000. Harlequin threw his arms wide. And now, he declared, voice ringing with renewed glee, we proceed to the final act. He pointed dramatically. Battle phase. Victory was right there. One attack. One clean strike. His eyes flicked to Bakugo's life points, low enough. Fragile enough. This ends now, he thought. Then his gaze dropped. 5 face-down cards. Still there. Unmoved. Unreadable. Harlequin's smile faltered. His heart thudded painfully against his ribs. 5 responses, his mind whispered. 5 unknowns. Mirror force? Damage negation? Battle traps? Burn reversal? His thoughts spiraled, racing through every possibility, every nightmare combination. If I attack and he flips? Harlequin's breath quickened. He glanced up sharply, searching Bakugo's face for anything. Tension, anticipation, fear. There was nothing. Bakugo stood perfectly still. Expression flat. Eyes steady. Not smug. Not confident. Just waiting. And that terrified him. He's not reacting, Harlequin realized, panic blooming cold in his gut. He wants me to do it. The pressure in the field didn't surge. It didn't warn him. It simply waited. Sweat trickled beneath Harlequin's painted grin. Why aren't you flinching? What are you hiding? His hand trembled as it hovered in the air, the command on his lips refusing to come. If I lose the dragon, if the chain reverses. Not like this. Not after regaining control. Harlequin forced a breath, lowering his arms slowly. How unfortunate, he said lightly, though his voice rang hollow even to his own ears. The timing feels off. Bakugo didn't move. Didn't speak. Didn't blink. Harlequin swallowed. Then my turn, he said quickly. The words tasted bitter. The dragon roared softly behind him, confused, unspent. Harlequin straightened, forcing his grin back into place as his mind scrambled desperately for reassurance. Next draw, he told himself. Just one more card. That will be enough. But as the turn passed and the field shifted once more, one thought clawed relentlessly at the back of his mind. If I was so close to winning, why did it feel like I was the one being hunted? Bakugo laughed. At first it was quiet, a single breathy huff that slipped past clenched teeth. Then another. And another. His shoulders began to shake as the sound grew, low and rough, spilling out of him in short bursts. Harlequin stiffened. The laughter rose, sharper now, louder, echoing unnaturally within the field until it cut through the oppressive hum like broken glass. What, Harlequin snapped, is so funny? Bakugo wiped at the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, still grinning like he'd just heard the world's best joke. I can't believe you didn't take the swing, he said. Seriously. I handed you the win. Harlequin's eyes widened. What dash? You attacked last turn? Bakugo continued, voice steady beneath the laughter. I'd be toast. Game over. No debate. The words hit like a punch. Harlequin's breath caught painfully. He thought, this. Realization slammed into him all at once. Those cards weren't defensive. His mind reeled, racing backward through every assumption he'd made, every hesitation he'd indulged. 5 back row cards. Not shields, not negations. Setups. Engines. Finishers. Rage flared hot and sudden. You dash. Harlequin snarled, teeth bared. You tricked me. Bakugo's grin only widened. Yeah, he said simply. Harlequin's anger collapsed into something far worse. If those cards weren't meant to stop an attack, then there was only one other reason to set them. They were meant to end him. Harlequin straightened abruptly, forcing his expression back into place with visible effort. Nice story, he said, voice tight. Doesn't matter. You still can't touch me. He gestured sharply toward his own back row. I've got protection. You attack, you lose. Bakugo scoffed. Bullshit. The word was flat. Absolute. You had protection, you wouldn't be sweating, Bakugo said. You wouldn't be bluffing. Harlequin opened his mouth to retort. Bakugo stepped forward. I'm ending this, he said. One turn. The field seemed to lean toward him. Harlequin's throat went dry. No, he whispered internally. No, this time he means it. Bakugo reached for his deck. Harlequin watched, helpless, as the boy drew his card for turn. There was no hesitation this time. No uncertainty. Only intent. Bakugo looked at the card. And smiled. Harlequin's hands trembled at his sides as despair finally clawed its way into his chest. This isn't a bluff, he realized with horrifying clarity. This is execution. Harlequin understood. The show was over. And he was standing center stage with nowhere left to run. Bakugo reached down and flipped the first card in his back row face up. The symbol etched onto it flared to life, a jagged circle of runes snapping into place midair like a glyph carved by force rather than care. "I activate a spell," Bakugo said. His voice was steady. "Flat. Certain. Explosion circle, firewall. Normal spell." The circle ignited. A concussive blast that rippled outward in a perfect arc, the air screaming as it tore through Harlequin's back row. "Firewall destroys 2 set spell or trap cards," Bakugo continued. "Your second and third." The blast struck. 2 of Harlequin's face-down cards detonated violently, shattering into shards of light that evaporated before they could even hit the ground. Harlequin flinched. No dash. His jaw clenched as the realization hit him. That was my only out. One of those cards had been a trap, a last-second answer to an attack, a desperate safety net he'd been clinging to without admitting it. Gone. Bakugo didn't pause. Didn't look up. He flipped another card. "I activate another copy." The second circle snapped into existence immediately, overlapping the first, tighter, sharper, denser. Explosion circle, firewall. Harlequin's breath hitched. No, wait, dash. Too late. The second blast tore through the remaining back row like a guillotine. 2 more cards were annihilated in a storm of force, their effects never even given the chance to resolve. When the light faded, Harlequin's side of the field was bare. No back row. No protection. Nothing left but the crystalline bulk of Alexandrite Dragon, standing alone and suddenly very exposed. Silence fell. The field rejoiced, approving. Harlequin stared at his empty back row, his mind lagging several seconds behind reality. All that control, all those bluffs, gone in an instant. "Spellcasters," he whispered hoarsely. Bakugo finally looked up. A sharp, feral grin split his face. "Yeah," he said. "And they don't wait their turn." Harlequin swallowed. Bakugo didn't stop. He flipped the third card. The moment it turned face up, the field reacted differently. The rune circle that formed wasn't clean like the first 2, it was unstable, layered over the lingering afterimage of the previous spells, heat and pressure bleeding into its edges. "This is how my deck works," Bakugo said, finally explaining, not for Harlequin's sake, but because it was already over. "The more Hexplosion circles I cast in one turn," he continued, "the stronger the next ones get." The circle pulsed. "Think of it like build-up," Bakugo added. "Pressure. Like the quirk he is so proud of." "When at least 2 Hexplosion circles have already resolved," he finished, "every other one this turn gets empowered." Harlequin's eyes widened. That's not a gimmick, he realized in horror. That's momentum. Bakugo snapped his fingers. "I activate dash." The circle detonated forward. Explosion circle, carpet bombing. The blast slammed directly into Alexandrite Dragon, runes wrapping around its crystalline body like burning chains. "Carpet bombing negates the target's effects," Bakugo said calmly. "And since it's empowered dash," the circle collapsed inward. "It also destroys it." The dragon didn't even roar. Its gem-like body fractured instantly, splintering into shards of light that scattered and vanished before they could hit the ground. Harlequin staggered back a step. No dash. His field was empty. Completely. Bakugo wasn't done. He flipped the 4th card. Then the 5th. 2 identical glyphs ignited in rapid succession, smaller circles snapping open like seals being broken one after another. "I activate Hexplosion circle, calling," Bakugo said. Twice. The field shuddered. From each circle, a small figure formed robed silhouettes of apprentice spellcasters, their features indistinct, barely holding shape. Hexplosion apprentice tokens. Level 1 spellcaster. K0 Def 0. They landed lightly on the field, fragile and flickering. Harlequin let out a short, disbelieving laugh. "Pathetic," he scoffed weakly. "Those can't even dash." Bakugo cut him off. "When calling is empowered," he said, eyes burning, "each token inflicts 500 damage when it leaves the field." Harlequin froze. His mind raced. 2 tokens. 500 each. And that's just. Bakugo stepped forward. "This deck doesn't stall," he said. "It doesn't bluff." The circles around the field burned hotter now, overlapping, feeding into one another. "It escalates." Harlequin felt it then, the pressure no longer rolling outward, but closing in. Chaos wasn't being harvested anymore. It was being detonated. And Bakugo Katsuki stood at the center of it, perfectly in control. "It's time for the moment of maximum apotheosis," he snarled, teeth bared in a feral grin. "Prepare to be on the receiving end of the full might of my deck." He raised his hand. "I tribute summon," Bakugo declared, voice ringing across the warped field, using the two Hexplosion apprentices as cannon fodder for his great entrance. The two fragile spellcasters on the field stiffened. Their forms ignited from within, runes blazing white-hot as the Hexplosion circles beneath them began to spin violently. "Burn," Bakugo commanded. They detonated. Twin eruptions tore upward, the shockwaves colliding midair as the apprentice tokens were obliterated in a blinding flash of force and flame. The backlash rippled outward, and Harlequin screamed as the empowered effects triggered. 1,000 damage. The field screamed with him. The explosions didn't dissipate. Fire, smoke, and chaos energy spiraled upward, forming a massive, rotating sigil etched with ancient runes, a summoning circle far older and far more dangerous than anything that had appeared on the field before. Bakugo stepped forward into the rising inferno. "From ash and spell," he intoned, voice low and brutal. "From pressure built beyond restraint dash." The circle roared. "From every hex cast without mercy," Bakugo continued, eyes blazing. "From every blast that never learned to stop dash." A shadow moved within the storm. Something vast. Something alive. "I call forth the Lord of Escalation," Bakugo growled, his voice shaking the air itself. "The master of detonation and dominion dash." The sky split. A colossal dragon burst through the smoke, ancient scales gleaming like molten obsidian, wings unfurling with a thunderous crack that sent shockwaves tearing across the field. Arcane fire streamed from its maw, runes crawling along its body like living brands. And astride it, a sorcerer clad in war-torn robes, glyphs carved into his armor, eyes burning with restrained annihilation. He raised a staff crackling with condensed chaos, the dragon roaring beneath him as one. Hexplosion Lord, Eldritch Gish. Level 8 Dark Spellcaster. TK 3000. The dragon's roar drowned out the world. The summoning circle collapsed inward, leaving the Lord and his mount hovering over the field, heat and pressure rolling off them in suffocating waves. Bakugo lowered his hand slowly. "This is what happens," he said coldly, staring straight at Harlequin. "When you let the build-up finish." Harlequin stood frozen, terror finally eclipsing arrogance as the monster loomed over him, every instinct screaming the same impossible truth. The duel was no longer winnable. It was already over. And all that remained was the blast. The silence didn't last. At first, it was just coughing, dry, ragged sounds breaking out among the crowd as people struggled to draw full breaths again. Then murmurs, confused and panicked, rippled outward as awareness returned in uneven waves. The shadow game was gone. The field had collapsed completely now, its glowing lines reduced to faint scorch marks on the pavement that faded even as they looked at them. Whatever had held the space apart from the rest of the world had withdrawn, leaving behind only exhaustion and the acrid scent of burned ozone. Harlequin laid sprawled at the center of it all. His flamboyant coat was torn, colors dulled and singed, face paint smeared into something grotesque and unrecognizable. His chest rose and fell shallowly, body limp, unconscious, but alive. Bakugo stared at him. For a long second he didn't move. Then he stepped forward. He muttered. "Not done yet." He crouched beside the jester, eyes narrowing as he spotted the deck case half hidden beneath the man's coat. Whatever cards had fueled that nightmare, whatever rules and shortcuts he'd abused, Bakugo wanted them off the board. He reached out. The air twisted. Not violently. Not explosively. It curled. Bakugo froze. The space around Harlequin folded inward, shadows stretching unnaturally long as a dark distortion bloomed beneath him, with a rippling, oval tear in reality rimmed with faint, iridescent light. What the hell? Bakugo snapped. The portal yawned wider. Cold pressure washed over the street, deeper and older than anything the shadow game itself had produced. This wasn't reckless chaos. This was deliberate. Bakugo grabbed for the deck anyway. His fingers passed through nothing. Harlequin's body jerked once, then slid backward as if pulled by invisible hands, dragged into the darkness feet first. The portal swallowed him whole in a blink, snapping shut immediately after with a sound like a distant door slamming. Gone. The street was still. Bakugo remained crouched there, hand clenched around empty air. Damn it, he growled. Around them, people were beginning to recover enough to move, leaning on one another, confused voices rising as reality asserted itself again. Someone shouted for help. Someone else fumbled for a phone. Izuku stirred weakly behind him. Bakugo stood slowly, jaw tight, eyes fixed on the spot where the portal had been. That wasn't him, he muttered under his breath. Not alone. Whatever had taken Harlequin hadn't come to save him out of mercy. It had come to reclaim an asset. And that realization settled over the street like a second, quieter disaster. The show was over. The roar faded. Not all at once, but in layers. The immense pressure that had crushed the air moments before loosened its grip, retreating like a tide pulling back from shore. The glowing lines of the field flickered erratically, then fractured, dissolving into drifting embers of light that winked out one by one. The shadow game collapsed. Sound rushed back in. Shouts. Guess. Confused voices overlapping in panicked disarray. People staggered as if waking from a shared nightmare, clutching their heads, their chests, their arms, anywhere they could anchor themselves to reality. Some fell to their knees. Others wept without knowing why. The air smelled wrong. Ozone and ash, sharp and lingering. Izuku lay where he had fallen. His awareness returned slowly, painfully, as though his mind had to drag itself back into his body piece by piece. Every nerve screamed in protest, his limbs heavy and unresponsive, his head pounding with a dull, persistent ache. I'm alive, he thought hazily. The realization came with no relief, only weight. He tried to move. Hey! A familiar voice cut through the haze, low and rough. Izuku's eyes fluttered open. Bakugo stood over him, hands clenched tight at his sides, shoulders still tense like he was bracing for another impact. His breathing was uneven, not panicked, but strained, as if the adrenaline hadn't fully burned off yet. Don't try to get up, Bakugo muttered. You're wrecked. Izuku swallowed hard. Did we? He managed. Bakugo looked away. Yeah, he said after a moment. It's done. The words hit harder than any spell. It's done. Izuku squeezed his eyes shut, relief and guilt crashing into each other violently. People are safe, he thought. Because Bakugo finished it. The realization twisted something deep in his chest. He had entered the duel believing himself responsible. He was leaving it alive because someone else had stepped forward when he couldn't. Above them, chaos residue drifted harmlessly into nothingness, but the damage it had left behind was very real. Izuku didn't realize he was shaking at first. It was subtle, a faint tremor running through his arms, his hands clenched tight against the fabric of his sleeves as if that alone could keep him together. The world felt too loud now, even without the shadow game's pressure. Voices overlapped. Sirens wailed somewhere far away. Shoes scraped against pavement as people stumbled past. It all felt distant. Bakugo was saying something, short, sharp instructions to the nearest bystanders, but Izuku couldn't make out the words. His ears rang, a dull, persistent tone that drowned everything else out. It's over, he told himself. The thought didn't bring relief. Instead, it hollowed him out. His chest tightened suddenly, breath catching painfully halfway in. Izuku essayed in air again, then again, shallow and uneven, panic fluttering just beneath his ribs. I lost, his mind whispered. Not the duel. I lost control. His fingers dug into the pavement as memory crashed back in fragments. The pain, the screaming, the moment his legs had given out. The image of Harlequin standing over him, laughing, while people suffered because he hadn't been strong enough to finish it himself. I couldn't, Izuku murmured. His voice came out broken, barely louder than the hum of the street. I couldn't stop him. The words hit harder than any spell. Tears welled up before he could stop them, blurring his vision as they spilled over, hot and humiliating. He turned his face slightly away, shoulders curling inward instinctively, trying to make himself smaller. If Bakugo hadn't stepped in, the thought didn't finish. It didn't need to. His breathing hitched again, chest shuddering as quiet sobs slipped free, each one tearing something loose inside him. He pressed his forehead to the ground, eyes squeezed shut, tears darkening the concrete beneath him. I wanted to be a hero, he thought desperately. I wanted to protect them. Instead, he'd been the one who needed saving. A hand landed on his shoulder. Not gentle, but steady. Izuku flinched slightly, then froze. Bakugo didn't say anything at first. He just stayed there, grip solid, grounding in a way Izuku hadn't expected. The pressure was real. Present. Unmoving. You're alive, Bakugo said finally, voice low. They're alive. Izuku swallowed, throat burning. But I froze, he whispered. I messed up. I couldn't finish it. Bakugo's grip tightened just a fraction. You didn't quit, he snapped. There's a difference. Izuku shook his head weakly. I still dash. Bakugo cut him off. You stood there and took it, he said. You kept going even when it was killing you. There was a pause. That counts. The words didn't fix anything. They didn't erase the guilt or the fear or the memory of helplessness. But they slowed the spiral. Izuku drew in a shaky breath, then another, tears still falling but less violently now. He stayed hunched over, exhausted down to his bones, but no longer completely unraveling. Above them, the last traces of chaos faded into nothing. The street returned to normal. But something inside Izuku had shifted permanently. He had faced chaos. He had broken. And he was still here. That didn't feel like victory. Bakugo watched Izuku fold in on himself. He didn't look away. Didn't pretend not to see it. Deku was quiet when he broke. No screaming, no flailing, just shaking hands, hunched shoulders, breath coming apart in small, uneven pieces. The kind of breakdown you only get when someone's been holding themselves together far longer than they should have. Bakugo clenched his jaw. His mind replayed the duel without asking permission. The opponent's laughter. The sneers. The way he talked about weakness like it was a punchline. You're too soft. You rushed in. You couldn't stand the heat. Bakugo's fingers curled into fists. The rage he'd felt back there, sharp, immediate, explosive, hadn't just been because people were getting hurt. Or because Deku was on the ground, gasping and shaking under the weight of a game that wanted to break him. It had been the words. The villain had sounded familiar. Too familiar. Bakugo swallowed hard. He'd used that rhetoric for years. Thrown it around like truth. Like law. If you can't keep up, get out of the way. Weakness is your own. He'd believed it. Or told himself he did. And seeing it come from someone like the demon jester twisted, cruel, hiding behind spectacle, had lit something ugly and undeniable in his chest. Was I angry at him, Bakugo wondered grimly, or was I sad at hearing my own voice? He looked back at Izuku. At the kid who'd chased him despite everything. Who'd taken the hits, both physical and otherwise, and still gotten back up. Who had walked into that duel not because he wanted to win, but because people needed saving. Deku had always been like that. Bakugo had just refused to see it. So much had changed in so little time. Cards. Chaos. A world that didn't work the way it was supposed to. And somehow, in the middle of all that, Deku had changed too, not into something else, but into something clearer. Sharper. More himself. Bakugo exhaled slowly. "It," he muttered. He didn't know what to call what they were now. Friends felt wrong. Enemies felt stupid. That felt closer. He straightened, eyes hardening as his gaze drifted back to the street, to the fading scorch marks and the spot where the nut job had vanished. I won't say it out loud, Bakugo thought. Not yet. But one thing was clear. He wasn't walking away from this. Izuku felt empty. Not hollow in the sharp, aching way pain left behind, but lost, like the ground beneath him had shifted and he hadn't caught up yet. He sat where Bakugo had helped him upright, arms wrapped loosely around himself, staring at nothing in particular as the street slowly returned to something resembling normal. People were talking now. Too much. Too loudly. Overlapping fragments of fear and confusion. Did you see that flash dash? I couldn't breathe for a second dash. My phone stopped working dash. Then someone said it. The heroes are here. Izuku's head lifted instinctively. Red and blue lights reflected off nearby windows as several pro-heroes arrived almost at once, landing with practiced precision. A few sidekicks moved to check on civilians, radios already crackling with clipped reports. Barriers went up. Crowds were gently but firmly pushed back. Efficient. Controlled. Unaware. Izuku watched from the curb as one of the heroes knelt beside a dazed bystander, asking questions in a calm, rehearsed tone. Did you see who caused it? Any unusual quirk activation? Was there an explosion? Izuku swallowed. It wasn't a quirk, he wanted to say. It was a duel. It was chaos. He imagined opening his mouth, trying to explain invisible fields, life points, souls being drained, a man in a jester's coat who laughed while people suffered. He imagined the looks he'd get in response. Confusion. Polite skepticism. Concerned glances exchanged behind his back. Magic, a voice in his head whispered bitterly. Cards. Ancient games. Who would believe that? A hero approached Bakugo and Izuku, crouching down to their level. You two okay? The man asked, scanning them for injuries. What happened here? Bakugo opened his mouth. Izuku touched his sleeve. Just barely. Bakugo paused, glanced at him, and Izuku shook his head. There was a guy, Izuku said quietly instead. It happened really fast. The hero nodded, already half distracted. Sounds like an uncontrolled quirk discharge. Stress-induced, maybe. We'll handle it. Izuku's chest tightened. Another hero joined them, conferring in low tones. No residual quirk signatures? Hard to say. Whatever it was, it burned out quick. Civilians are shaken but stable. The conclusion settled with alarming speed. An incident. A quirk gone haywire. Case closed. No mention of the strange pressure. No questions about the missing man. No concern for the scorched patterns that had already faded from the pavement. Izuku watched as the heroes moved on, already transitioning to crowd control and paperwork, the urgency bleeding out of the moment as it was neatly categorized and filed away. They don't see it, he realized. Not because they were careless, but because they weren't looking in the right direction. He looked down at his hands, still trembling faintly. If I tell them, he thought, they'll think I'm confused. Or traumatized. Or making it up. Maybe he was. The thought scared him more than anything Harlequin had done. Bakugo stood up beside him, posture rigid, eyes tracking the heroes with something close to contempt. He muttered. Figures. Izuku didn't answer. The street lights flickered on as dusk settled fully over Mizudafu, washing the scene in artificial calm. People were escorted home. Traffic resumed. Life went on. And just like that, something world-shaking was reduced to a footnote. Izuku hugged his arms tighter around himself. The chaos was real. The danger was real. But as far as the world was concerned, it had never happened at all. Izuku stayed seated long after the heroes had finished their rounds. The street was quieter now, not empty, but subdued. People spoke in hushed tones as they dispersed, exhaustion clinging to them like a second skin. Whatever explanation the heroes had given was already settling in, neat and forgettable. A quirk incident. Unfortunate, but resolved. Izuku stared at the pavement where the field had been. There was nothing there anymore. No marks. No glow. No proof. And he understood then. Of course they don't see it, he thought. Shadow games weren't loud in the way disasters were. They didn't leave craters or broken buildings. They hid in the negative space between things, in hesitation, in pressure, in choices that couldn't be measured or logged. They were reclusive by nature, built to exist in the cracks of the world. A duelist didn't stand in the spotlight. Not really. They fought in boundaries no one else could see, carrying the weight of rules and consequences alone, unseen and unacknowledged. It's a lonely path, Izuku realized. One built on shadows, on secrets you couldn't explain without sounding unhinged, on victories you couldn't celebrate publicly, on losses you had to carry in silence. Melancholy settled in his chest, heavy and familiar. So, this is what it means, he thought. To walk this road. He pictured Kajimoto alone in his shop, surrounded by relics no one believed in. Sam watching from the edges, unable to step in without breaking something. Duelists scattered across history, fighting battles that never made it into textbooks. Always in the margins. Always alone. Izuku's shoulders sagged. Then he looked up. Bakugo stood a few steps away, arguing tersely with a hero who was clearly done listening. His posture was rigid, jaw set, eyes sharp with a frustration that hadn't cooled in the slightest. When the hero finally left, Bakugo turned back toward him. Their eyes met. Bakugo didn't say anything. He didn't need to. He was still here. The thought struck Izuku harder than anything else that night. Maybe it doesn't have to be solitary, he realized slowly. The path was still shadowed. Still dangerous. Still unfair. But maybe two people could shoulder it better than one. Bakugo walked over and stopped beside him, hands shoved into his pockets, gaze fixed somewhere past the buildings. You good? He asked gruff. Izuku nodded, a small, tired smile tugging at his lips. I think I will be. Bakugo scoffed softly. Yeah. Figures. But he didn't walk away. And for the first time since the shadow game began, Izuku felt something other than fear or guilt settle in his chest. Not certainty, but resolve. If the world refused to see the shadows, then he and Bakugo would walk them together. Bakugo broke the silence first. They took him. Izuku looked up. Bakugo wasn't looking at him. His eyes were fixed on the empty stretch of street where the jester had vanished, jaw tight, shoulders tense like he was bracing for something that might still come back. Right after the field dropped, Bakugo continued. Some kind of portal twisted the air and swallowed him whole. Izuku's stomach sank. A portal? He repeated quietly. Bakugo nodded once. Yeah. Not a quirk. Not like anything I've seen. Izuku closed his eyes for a moment, the image forming too easily in his mind, shadows folding in on themselves, chaos bending space the way it bent rules. So, he didn't just run, Izuku murmured. He was retrieved. Bakugo let out a short, humorless laugh. Exactly. The word hung heavy between them. Izuku felt a chill creep up his spine. Retrieved meant planning. It meant coordination. It meant the monster hadn't been acting alone. He wasn't the top, Bakugo went on, voice low. You could tell. The way he talked. The way he kept mentioning the show. Izuku nodded slowly. He kept saying things like it was part of something bigger, he said. Like a performance with an audience we couldn't see. Bakugo's fingers flexed at his sides. That portal, he said. That wasn't panic. That was insurance. The certainty in his tone was unmistakable. Izuku's chest tightened. If that jester had allies, then someone else had been watching. Someone stronger, smarter, more careful. Harlequin had been loud, cruel, flashy. Which means, Izuku realized, dread settling in, he probably wasn't the most dangerous one. Bakugo finally looked at him. They won't stop, he said bluntly. Guys like that don't. Izuku swallowed, nodding. No, he agreed. And next time, they'll be prepared. The street lights buzzed softly overhead, indifferent to the weight of the realization. Somewhere out there they were regrouping. And the jester they had beaten tonight was only one act in a much larger show. Izuku curled his hands into fists. The path ahead stretched longer and darker than he'd imagined. The world came back all at once. Harlequin hit cold stone hard, the impact knocking the air from his lungs as he skidded across unfamiliar pavement. The chill seeped instantly through his clothes, biting, sterile, wrong. He coughed violently, the sound tearing out of his throat, and something wet splattered against the ground. Blood. He groaned, clutching his chest as another spasm racked him, vision swimming. The air here felt different. Thinner. Heavier. Like a theater after the audience had left, stripped of warmth and sound. Dash. He hacked again, wiping his mouth with a trembling hand. Red smeared across his glove. Memory rushed back in fragments. The explosion. The boy's eyes. The dragon. Harlequin forced himself upright, panic blooming as he took in his surroundings. A vast, empty space stretched around him, a wide expanse of stone under a colorless sky, illuminated by no visible light source. The architecture was wrong, too precise and too barren, like a stage built for a single actor and no audience at all. Then he felt it. A presence. Harlequin froze. Slow footsteps echoed behind him. Measured. Unhurried. Each one landed with quiet certainty, like the beat of a conductor's baton marking time. Harlequin swallowed hard and turned. The man stood a short distance away, hands folded behind his back. He wore a long, immaculate coat, darker than the shadows around him, its fabric untouched by dust or damage. His face was hidden behind a smooth porcelain mask, pale, flawless, utterly expressionless. Thin black lines traced elegant patterns across it, like cracks that had been deliberately painted rather than formed. The mask tilted slightly. Harlequin's breath hitched. "See, Captain," he rasped. "My sir." The word lodged in his throat like glass. The head of the Shadow Circus. The collector of decks. The man who had stepped through chaos itself to retrieve assets as if plucking props from a stage. Harlequin scrambled to his knees, ignoring the pain screaming through his body. I had it under control," he babbled, fear unraveling his words. "The variable was stronger than anticipated, I just needed one more dash." Maestro raised a single gloved finger. Harlequin fell silent instantly. The porcelain mask regarded him without judgment, without anger, and that terrified him far more than shouting ever could. "You forgot your role," Maestro said. His voice was calm, refined, almost gentle. It echoed strangely, as if the space itself had been built to carry it. Harlequin shuddered. "I entertain," Maestro continued softly. "You improvised. You reveled." He took a step closer. "And you lost the audience." Harlequin's hands shook violently. "I can fix it," he said desperately. "Give me another chance, I'll bring the souls next, I swear I'll dash." Maestro stopped directly in front of him. He looked down. "Do you know why I wear a mask?" Maestro asked. Harlequin's throat closed. "No, Captain." "Because faces invite attachment," Maestro replied. "And attachment leads to hesitation." He crouched, porcelain mask inches from Harlequin's blood-streaked grin. "You hesitated." Harlequin's breath came in short, panicked bursts. "They're stronger than we thought," he whispered. "The boy, the explosive one, his deck dash." "I know," Maestro said. "I saw." The certainty in his tone was absolute. "I retrieved 6 decks," Maestro continued, rising smoothly to his feet. "Not because they were rare." He turned away, coat swaying slightly. "But because they were pieces of a puzzle. Something inevitable." Harlequin stared at his back, horror blooming anew. "You were not defeated because you are weak," Maestro said calmly. "You were defeated because the play has entered its second act." He paused. "And in the second act, the performers are no longer allowed to improvise." Maestro glanced back over his shoulder. "You will rest," he said. "You will recover." Harlequin sagged with a shuddering breath of relief. "And you will watch," Maestro finished. The porcelain mask caught the light, empty and perfect. The heroes have taken the stage. The ground beneath Harlequin's hands felt colder still. Maestro straightened. The sound of his footsteps faded as he turned away from Harlequin, the porcelain mask never once glancing back. The jester remained kneeling on the cold pavement, breathing shallowly, too afraid to move, too afraid to even hope he had been forgiven. He hadn't. Maestro lifted one gloved hand. The space beside him buckled. It did not tear like Harlequin's portal had. It compressed, reality folding inward under immense pressure, as though something vast were stepping through a space too small to contain it. A shadow fell. Then another. Heavy footsteps echoed, each one slow and deliberate, vibrating faintly through the ground. Harlequin's blood ran cold. A tall man emerged fully into the light. He was massive, broad-shouldered, towering, his silhouette almost brutish in its solidity. Dark armor-like clothing clung to his frame, reinforced plates etched with symbols that drank in the surrounding light. His face was partially obscured by a heavy mask that left only his eyes visible. They were dull, empty, uninterested. "Trample," Maestro said calmly. The man stopped a few steps away and inclined his head in a stiff, minimal acknowledgement. "You called." Maestro folded his hands behind his back. "Harlequin has confirmed the presence of 2 active duelists," he said. "One exhibits accelerated chaos buildup. The other demonstrates unusual resilience and rule compliance." Trample's gaze shifted briefly to Harlequin. The jester flinched. Harlequin was defeated, Maestro continued, unbothered. Not because the tools failed, but because he did. Trample said nothing. He did not need to. "The data is valuable," Maestro went on. "Their instincts are undeveloped, but their potential is noteworthy." He turned slightly, porcelain mask angling toward Trample. "Do not underestimate them." Trample's fingers curled slowly, leather creaking under the strain. "I won't," he rumbled. Maestro paused. The silence stretched, heavy and oppressive. "Further disappointment," Maestro said softly, "will not be tolerated." Trample lowered his head again. "Understood." Maestro finally allowed himself to move away, his presence receding even as the weight of his words lingered in the air. The distortion closed behind him seamlessly, leaving the space colder than before. Trample remained where he was for a moment longer. Then he turned fully toward Harlequin. The jester shrank under that empty gaze, heart pounding wildly. Trample took a single step closer. "You should be grateful," he said flatly. Harlequin swallowed. "F for what?" "That you lost," Trample replied. He looked down at him, expression unreadable behind the mask. "Next time," he added, voice like stone grinding against stone, "you won't be allowed to." The ground seemed to tremble as Trample turned away. Harlequin was left alone on the cold pavement, blood drying on his lips, Maestro's words echoing endlessly in his mind. The second act had begun. Sam Gale didn't move for a long time after the field collapsed. He stayed at the edge of the street, half hidden among the lingering shadows and emergency lights, eyes fixed on the scorched patch of pavement where reality itself had folded and then snapped shut again. A chaos portal. He exhaled slowly, rubbing a hand over his face as his mind replayed the duel frame by frame, every detail filing itself away with practiced precision. The green-haired boy collapsing under the strain. The jester's cruelty escalating with each chain. And then, the blonde one. Sam's jaw tightened. The explosive kid hadn't just turned the duel around. He dominated it. No hesitation. No wasted motion. No fear of escalation. The way his deck ramped up, spell after spell, pressure building, momentum compounding, wasn't reckless. It was calculated violence, perfectly tuned to overwhelm an opponent who relied on control and bluffing. That wasn't beginner's luck, Sam thought grimly. It was instinct. Or experience. Or something far rarer. "And you didn't break," Sam murmured to himself. "Most people did the first time chaos pushed back that hard. Panic. Overextension. Collapse." But Bakugo Katsuki had stared down uncertainty itself and dared it to blink first. Sam let out a quiet, humorless chuckle. "Of course it'd be a kid," he muttered. "Figures." Then there was the portal. That bothered him more. It hadn't torn open like an emergency exit. It had arrived on time. Precise. Purposeful. Someone had been watching. Someone with the authority and the ability to pull an asset out mid-failure without destabilizing the entire field. That wasn't a subordinate, Sam realized. That was command. He shifted his stance, glancing once toward the retreating heroes, already filing reports that would never mention cards, chaos, or souls. "They don't see it," he said quietly. "Or they don't want to." Either way, it left a vacuum. And vacuums attracted the worst kinds of forces. Sam's fingers brushed the edge of his bag, the hard, familiar shape concealed within it, before he pulled his hand away. Not yet, he decided. The boys were still standing. Still learning. But they'd crossed a line tonight that couldn't be uncrossed. "Guess Mizudafu just got interesting," Sam muttered. He turned away from the street at last, already composing the report in his head. Not for the heroes. For his mission. For whoever needed to hear the truth. Chaos wasn't just resurfacing. It was adapting. And 2 teenagers had just stepped onto its stage, not as victims, but as players. He stopped beneath a flickering streetlight a few blocks away, far enough that the noise of emergency responders faded into a dull background hum. The late afternoon air was cool against his skin, grounding. He reached into his jacket and pulled out his phone. 1 ring. Then the line connected. Report, came the familiar voice on the other end. Filtered. In control. Sam leaned back against the pole, eyes drifting up toward the darkened skyline. You were... right, he said. It wasn't residual. It was active. There was no immediate response, but Sam knew he was being listened to. Shadow game in a public space, he continued. Crowd used as a battery. Amateur showmanship but effective. Circus-type operator, some sort of jester. The pause. He lost, Sam added. Badly. Now the silence sharpened. 2 kids, Sam went on. Middle school age. 1 collapsed under the strain but didn't quit. Structured playstyle. High rule compliance. Classic mindset. He exhaled, then allowed himself a small, impressed smile. The other one, he said, tone shifting, turned the duel inside out. Spell-based escalation deck. No fear of overextension. Read the opponent perfectly and forced a misplay. Another pause. And, the voice prompted. And a portal made with chaos extracted the loser, Sam said. Clean retrieval. Not panic. Someone's coordinating this. That earned him a longer silence. Sam straightened slightly. They're not ready, he admitted. But they're promising. Way more than promising. He glanced back in the direction of the street where the duel had taken place, picturing the moment the field had accepted Bakugo's challenge. The way the air itself had listened. I think we've found them, Sam said. Recommendations? The voice asked. Sam smiled. Send a package to Japan, he said. Priority. He pushed off the pole and began walking again, footsteps unhurried. 2 units, he continued. Prototype grade. I'll handle distribution. Another pause. Then, you're certain? Sam's smile widened, sharp and confident. Yeah, he said. I've got a good eye for players. He ended the call before the voice could respond. The screen went dark. Sam slipped the phone back into his pocket, hands settling comfortably at his sides as he walked beneath the streetlights. 2 duelists, he murmured to himself. 2 paths already set. He glanced once more toward Mizudafu, eyes glinting with anticipation. Let's see what you do, Sam said softly. Somewhere across the ocean, preparations were already beginning. Bakugo kept a firm grip on Izuku's arm as they walked. Not dragging. Not carrying. Just steadying. Izuku's legs still felt like they belonged to someone else, every step a careful negotiation with gravity. The streetlights blurred past, their glow smearing softly at the edges of his vision, and he hated how obvious his weakness felt. Bakugo clicked his tongue. We gotta figure out what we're telling your mom. The words hit Izuku harder than any spell. My dash, he stopped short, panic flaring instantly. My mom? Kaken, I can't just show up like this. She'll freak out, she'll ask questions, and I don't dash. His breathing sped up again, chest tightening. Deku, Bakugo cut in sharply. Izuku looked up. Bakugo wasn't annoyed. Not really. He was thinking, brows drawn together, jaw tense, eyes focused forward. Will I? Izuku blinked. What? Bakugo shrugged slightly, still supporting him as they walked. Training, he said. For you. Izuku stumbled not physically, but mentally. W? He repeated, incredulous. But that's Dash. That's your dream. That's what tore us apart. Bakugo went on as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. You look wrecked. I look fine. You get home late. It fits, he said bluntly. Say I dragged you into extra conditioning. Strength, endurance, whatever. Izuku stared at him, mouth slightly open. You're okay with saying that? He asked quietly. Bakugo snorted. Why wouldn't I be? Izuku's heart thudded painfully. That dream, had once been a wall between them. A sharp, jagged thing Bakugo had guarded like proof of his own worth, and Izuku had admired from the outside, convinced it was never meant for him. They'd never spoken about it like this. Never shared it. I thought you hated the idea of me saying that, Izuku admitted softly. Bakugo glanced sideways at him. That was before. Before cards. Before chaos. Before Izuku had stood up against something that should have crushed him. Teeth, Bakugo muttered. If you're gonna aim for it, you better not half-butt it. Izuku felt something twist painfully in his chest. Not hurt, not fear. Something warmer. Okay, he said, voice small but steady. Then, training. Bakugo nodded once, satisfied. They continued walking, the city quiet around them, footsteps in uneven sync. Izuku leaned just a little more into Bakugo's support. They walked in silence for a while. Izuku's steps had grown steadier, but his mind refused to slow down. Bakugo's words echoed again and again, looping back to the moment he had described the gesture's escape. A portal. Something that took him away. Izuku frowned slightly, eyes fixed on the pavement ahead. Something about it didn't sit right. Kaken, he said quietly. About that portal you mentioned. Bakugo grunted in acknowledgement. It wasn't part of the duel, was it? Izuku continued, more to himself than to Bakugo. Bakugo glanced at him. No. Definitely not. That was all the confirmation Izuku needed. The realization clicked into place with unsettling clarity. Shadow games had rules. Boundaries. Structures enforced by the field itself. Every effect, every consequence, had been mediated through cards, costs, and phases. But the portal ignored all of that. It hadn't waited for a turn. It hadn't activated as an effect. It hadn't respected the game at all. Izuku's stomach tightened. So, chaos, he murmured. It's not just for shadow games. Bakugo didn't answer immediately. Izuku's thoughts raced ahead anyway, spiraling outward. If chaos could sustain a duel, if it could drain souls, warp space, enforce rules, then there was no reason it couldn't do more. Much more. It's just energy, Izuku thought. Structured in a certain way. Magic. And with magic, the limit wasn't the system, it was imagination. You could create a battlefield. You could open a gate. You could rewrite what should and shouldn't be possible. The implications made his chest feel tight. You could bend reality, Izuku whispered. Bakugo's grip on his arm tightened slightly. Yeah, he said grimly. That's what I was thinking too. Izuku swallowed. If chaos could be shaped into duels and portals, then villains wouldn't be confined to games forever. They could weaponize it in ways no one was prepared for. Illusions. Curses. Warped spaces where heroes couldn't even operate properly. And the heroes wouldn't even know what they're fighting, Izuku realized. The thought sent a chill through him. That's scary, he admitted softly. Not just because it exists, but because anyone who learns how to use it. He trailed off. Bakugo finished the thought for him. Won't play fair. Izuku nodded. Chaos wasn't evil by itself. He was sure of that. But in the wrong hands. He looked up at the night sky, stars barely visible through the city glow. If villains could bend chaos to their will, then stopping them wouldn't just be about winning duels. It would be about understanding the rules beneath the rules. And for the first time, Izuku realized just how high the stakes truly were. This wasn't just about cards anymore. It was about a power that could reshape the world. And whether it would be used to protect it, or tear it apart. Izuku lay on his bed, staring up at the ceiling. The room was quiet now, the kind of quiet that only came late at night, when the city outside finally settled and the world felt small enough to hold in his hands. His body still ached, a dull soreness clinging to his muscles, but compared to what he'd felt earlier, it was manageable. What lingered more stubbornly was the memory. His mother's voice. Her face. He winced slightly, recalling it. Izuku Midoriya had not been pleased. She'd fussed over him the moment he'd stepped through the door, hands hovering anxiously, eyes wide as she'd taken in his pale face, his uneven steps. The scolding had followed swiftly, a flurry of worry disguised as reprimands. Training or not, Izuku, you can't push yourself like this. You're still growing, do you hear me? He'd braced himself for worse. But then, Kaken had spoken up. Izuku still wasn't sure how it had happened. Bakugo Katsuki, standing in their entryway, arms crossed, jaw tight, insisting that Izuku had been training seriously, that it was his idea, that he'd pushed him too hard. Inko had stared at him like she was seeing a ghost. And then she'd softened. Not entirely convinced, never that, but enough. Enough to sigh. Enough to fetch ice packs. Enough to settle for stern warnings instead of panic. Izuku had noticed it then. The look in her eyes. Surprise. And something else. She hadn't thought he and Kaken were friends anymore. The realization had stung, even though he understood it. From the outside, it must have looked like years of silence, distance, hurt. Well, no time like the present, Izuku thought now. Slowly, carefully, he sat up and reached beneath his bed. The deck case was still there. He placed it gently on his desk, the soft click as it opened sounding almost ceremonial in the stillness of his room. One by one, he laid the cards out on the table. Balance Breaker. Alloy Garter. Burst Medic. Giant Gardna. The heroes stared back at him from the artwork, frozen in moments of resolve and motion. Each one felt heavier now, not just as a piece of cardboard but as a choice. A responsibility. Izuku leaned forward, elbows on the desk, eyes scanning text and artwork alike. Okay, he murmured to himself. Let's start from the beginning. He analyzed them like he always analyzed things, quietly, meticulously. Attack values. Levels. Effects. How they flowed into one another. How they wanted to be played. Patterns began to emerge. Synergies he hadn't noticed before. Costs that hinted at future payoffs. Gaps, deliberate ones. These aren't random, he realized softly. This deck had been designed. Not just to function but to teach. To reward patience. To punish recklessness. To escalate when commitment was absolute. His fingers paused over Balance Breaker. Level 7. Tribute Heavy. Demanding. A card that asked for sacrifice before it offered power. Izuku exhaled slowly. You're not forgiving, he whispered to the card. But you're fair. The thought lingered. Shadow Games. Chaos. Rules hidden beneath spectacle. Izuku sat back slightly, gaze drifting from the cards to the quiet darkness beyond his window. Chaos was energy. Then decks were frameworks. Ways to give it shape. And tonight, as he studied his cards in the safety of his room, Izuku understood something fundamental. He wasn't just learning how to play a game. He was learning how to think like a duelist. Izuku's fingers slowed as he reached the end of the spread. He frowned. That's all of them, he murmured. Carefully, he gathered the cards into a neat stack, then began again, slower this time. One by one, he checked the artwork, the names, the text. He counted under his breath, lips moving soundlessly. Twice. His heart skipped. No, that's not right. A cold prickle ran up his spine. He remembered it clearly, or as clearly as anything from that haze of pain and pressure could be remembered. The weight of the card in his hand. The sense of wrongness when he'd drawn it. The fleeting thought, right before everything went dark. I don't remember having this. Izuku searched again. He laid the deck out fully, cards fanned across his desk like evidence in an investigation. He checked the deck box. The space beneath his desk. Even the floor around his chair, as if the card might have slipped away on its own. Nothing. The card was gone. His breathing grew shallow. I couldn't read it, he whispered to the empty room. I didn't even know what it did. All he'd felt was potential. Unshaped. Heavy. As if the card had been waiting for something or someone. Izuku leaned back in his chair, staring at the ceiling as his mind raced. Was it chaos? He wondered. Had the field itself manifested the card? A response to desperation? To intent? Or worse? Had reality bent just enough for something new to slip into his hand? The thought unsettled him deeply. But there was another possibility, quieter and more frightening in its own way. What if it was just a fluke? A mistake I can't replicate? If that were the case, then the hope it represented, the sense that something had been about to happen, was gone just as easily as it had appeared. Izuku swallowed. "No," he said softly, shaking his head. "I won't accept that." Whether it was chaos shaping itself around him or a latent mechanic he hadn't unlocked yet, the answer was the same. He needed to understand his deck. Not just how to use it, but why it behaved the way it did. Izuku leaned forward again, eyes sharp with renewed focus. He rearranged the cards into different groupings. Heroes by level, by role, by effect type. He scribbled notes in the margins of his old hero notebook, arrows and annotations filling the pages as he theorized about interactions he hadn't tested yet. Hours passed unnoticed. The ache in his body dulled into background noise. The world outside his window darkened further, then lightened almost imperceptibly as the night crept on. At some point, his head dipped forward, forehead resting briefly against his crossed arms. He didn't stop. Even as fatigue tugged at him, Izuku kept analyzing, driven by the same stubborn resolve that had pushed him to stand up in the duel when his body screamed for him to fall. If chaos had rules, he would find them. And if his deck was trying to teach him something, he would learn. By the time exhaustion finally claimed him, the cards were still spread across his desk, carefully ordered. Izuku slept with his hand resting among them. And somewhere in the quiet space between thought and dream, something unseen waited. Patient. Unrevealed. Watching. Katsuki didn't bother turning the light off. He lay sprawled across his bed, boots kicked off somewhere near the door, arms folded behind his head as he stared up at the ceiling. The fan above him spun lazily, its faint whirring the only sound in the room. He wasn't tired. Not really. His body had burned through the adrenaline hours ago, but his mind refused to slow down. Thoughts circled endlessly, sharp and insistent, replaying the walk home, the streetlights, Izuku's quiet voice when he'd put words to something Katsuki had already been thinking. The portal wasn't part of the game. Katsuki's jaw tightened. Shadow games had rules. He'd felt them. Phases. Boundaries. Costs. Even chaos, wild as it was, still moved along invisible rails when it was shaped into a duel. But that thing, he exhaled sharply through his nose. That wasn't playing, he muttered to the empty room. It was using. If chaos could be pulled into cards, shaped into monsters and spells, then it didn't stop there. Cards were just tools. Interfaces. A way to focus something bigger without letting it tear everything apart. Which meant, Katsuki sat up suddenly, elbows braced on his knees. "You don't need the game," he said under his breath. The realization sat heavy in his chest. Villains like Harlequin weren't dangerous because they cheated at duels. They were dangerous because they'd figured out chaos could be bent into whatever shape they wanted. Portals. Bindings. Extraction. And if someone really mastered it? Katsuki's lips curled into a grim scowl. They wouldn't need heroes to fight them. They'd rewrite the battlefield so heroes couldn't even stand on it. His gaze drifted to the desk across the room. The deck case sat there, closed, unassuming. He hadn't opened it yet. Not since the duel. Not since he'd proven, to the jester, to the field, to himself, that it answered to him. Katsuki stood and crossed the room in 2 long strides. He picked the case up, weighing it in his hand. "Cards or not," he muttered, eyes hard. "I'm not letting anyone pull that crap again." Chaos was power. Raw, volatile, dangerous power. And power didn't belong to cowards hiding behind masks and tricks. He set the case down carefully, fingers lingering on the latch. If chaos could bend reality, then someone had to learn how to hit back just as hard. Katsuki turned away and flopped back onto his bed, staring at the ceiling again. "Guess we're in deeper than I thought," he said quietly. Somewhere across the city, Izuku was probably still thinking. Analyzing. Trying to understand. Katsuki smirked faintly. Another thought crossed Katsuki's mind. What if it's not just them? He lay there for a long moment, staring at the ceiling, the idea gnawing at him. Chaos wasn't a switch you flipped. It wasn't random. It responded to intent, pressure, will. "I felt it," he thought. "In the duel. That weight. That tension in the air when the field locked into place. The way power gathered before it was released." Slowly, Katsuki sat up. "Screw it," he muttered. He swung his legs over the side of the bed and planted his feet on the floor. Instinct took over, the same instincts he'd honed since childhood. Focus. Control. Compression. He raised his hands in front of him. When he used his quirk, he didn't think about the explosion itself. He thought about buildup, sweat, pressure, release. So, he tried the same thing now. He closed his eyes. And instead of forcing power outward, he reached inward, searching for that strange, suffocating pressure he'd felt during the shadow game. The sensation of the world listening. Of rules tightening around intent. For a moment, there was nothing. Something answered. Katsuki's breath hitched. The air around his palms thickened, like invisible resistance pushing back against his skin. Not heat. Not sparks. Pressure. Raw and formless. Dash. He opened his eyes instinctively. Instead of the familiar crackle of nitroglycerin ignition, a low, pulsing distortion spread from his hands. Light bent subtly around his fingers, colors bleeding into one another in ways that made his eyes ache to follow. The pressure bloomed, and from it, a tiny bud pushed into existence. Katsuki froze. It hovered just above his palms, delicate and impossibly real. Petals folded tightly inward, their surface shifting through hues that didn't quite exist, blues melting into reds, gold flashing briefly before fading to green. It was small, fragile. The flower. What the hell? Katsuki whispered. His heart hammered in his chest. This wasn't an explosion. This wasn't destruction. This was creation. The pressure dissipated as suddenly as it had appeared, and the bud drifted downward, landing softly on his desk. Katsuki stared at it, unblinking, afraid that if he moved, it would vanish. He tried again. Focused harder. Pushed deeper. Nothing. No pressure. No response. Just his own steady breathing and the hum of the room. Damn it, he muttered. He slumped back onto the bed, exhaustion crashing over him all at once. His eyes drifted shut despite himself, mind still racing. So, it's real, he thought drowsily. Chaos isn't just cards. Sleep took him quickly after that. He didn't see it happen. The flower bud trembled. Slowly, almost reverently, it unfurled. Petals opened one by one, light shimmering faintly along their edges, beautiful, fleeting, wrong. And then, seconds later, it withered. The colors drained away. The form collapsed inward, dissolving soundlessly into nothing at all. No ash. No residue. No proof it had ever existed. By morning, Katsuki's desk was empty. But the memory of that pressure, that possibility, lingered. There was no mirror in his room. Katsuki had learned the harsh reality of fragile things when he had shattered one by mistake at the beginning of elementary school, using his quirk. That was a shame. For if there had been one, Katsuki might have been able to see it. When creating the flower, for just a brief, small second, his right eye, from his usual bright red color, had become a dark hue of blue. The weekend arrived quietly. No alarms. No emergencies. No sudden spikes of pressure that bent the air or twisted Izuku's thoughts into knots. From the outside, it looked like everything had gone back to normal, the kind of normal he'd spent most of his life loathing. And yet, Izuku sat at his desk, elbows resting beside the spread of cards, and couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. It wasn't fear. Not exactly. It was awareness. The deck felt heavier than it should have. Not physically, when he lifted it, the weight was the same as always, but conceptually, like the idea of the cards carried more mass than before. When he focused too long on one, especially balance breaker, a familiar pressure brushed against the back of his mind. Subtle. Gentle. The same sensation he'd felt just before the shadow game had fully formed. Like something waiting for him to finish a thought. Izuku swallowed and broke eye contact with the cards, staring instead at the surface of his desk. I'm not imagining it, he told himself. He'd spent his whole life second-guessing his instincts. This wasn't that. This was pattern recognition. Correlation. Repetition. The missing card was the clearest sign. No matter how many times he'd checked, counted, reordered, it refused to reappear. There was no gap in the deck structure, nothing that looked like an obvious absence, And yet Izuku knew, with unsettling certainty, that something had been there. Something that had answered him in a moment of desperation. If chaos can do that once, he murmured, fingers curling slightly, it can do it again. The thought sent a shiver through him. Izuku leaned back in his chair and exhaled slowly, forcing his racing thoughts into something manageable. Panic wouldn't help. Guessing wouldn't help. He needed information, real information, from someone who understood this world better than he did. Which meant there was only one place he could go. Kajimoto Curiosities. The decision settled almost immediately after it formed. Izuku stood, carefully gathering the cards back into their case, his movements deliberate. As he slipped the deck into his bag, the pressure eased slightly, like a hand releasing its grip. He paused. "I'll come back," he said quietly, to the deck, to himself, he wasn't sure. Outside, the city was wrapped in the muted calm of a late morning weekend. People moved slower. Conversations drifted lazily through open windows. Nothing hinted at shadow duels or chaos bleeding through reality. As Izuku walked, his thoughts wandered, inevitably, to Katsuki. They hadn't talked yet today. No messages. No explosions. No arguments. But Izuku could feel it, the same way he could feel the deck at his side. Katsuki wasn't idle. Whatever paths chaos opened, they weren't choosing only one traveler. Izuku tightened the strap of his bag and picked up his pace. If answers existed, he intended to find them, before chaos decided to ask another question. Katsuki chose the roof because it was empty. The concrete was warm beneath his boots, the late morning sun beating down without mercy. No people. No interruptions. Just open space, sky, and the low hum of the city far below. If something went wrong, no one would get hurt. That mattered more than he liked to admit. He rolled his shoulders once, then planted his feet firmly apart and raised his hands in front of him, palms facing inward. "All right," he muttered. Again. He didn't think about explosions. That was the first thing he'd learned. His quirk had never been about the blast itself, it was about buildup. About letting pressure accumulate until release became inevitable. Sweat. Tension. Control. So, he searched for the other feeling instead. The one from the shadow game. That invisible weight pressing down on the air. The way the field had listened when he asserted his turn. The way chaos had responded not to anger, but to certainty. Katsuki closed his eyes. He breathed in slowly. At first, there was nothing. Just wind. Distant traffic. The steady rhythm of his own pulse. Pressure. Not heat. Not sparks. Something dense gathered around his palms, pushing back gently, like the air had thickened into resistance. Katsuki's jaw tightened as he focused, trying to compress it the way he would his sweat. "Come on," he growled under his breath. The pressure surged. Too fast. A sharp spike shot up behind his eyes, making him hiss as his concentration wavered. The air distorted for a split second, the sunlight bending wrong around his hands. No dash. He broke focus immediately, staggering back a step as the sensation snapped away. His heart pounded, breath coming fast and shallow. Damn it. That had been close. Too close. He leaned forward, hands on his knees, waiting for the dizziness to pass. Brute force doesn't work, he realized reluctantly. Chaos wasn't something you could bully into shape. That set him off more than anything else. When his breathing steadied, Katsuki straightened again. This time, he didn't force it. Didn't compress. Didn't push. He pictured the moment the flower had appeared. Not the power, the intent. The strange calm right before it happened. The absence of anger. The clarity of wanting something to exist. His hands lifted again. Slow. Careful. For a brief, fleeting instant, the pressure returned, softer this time, like a pulse rather than a surge. The air shimmered faintly, colors blurring at the edges of his vision. Katsuki's eyes widened. And then it vanished. Nothing formed. No bud. No light. No distortion. Just empty air. He stood there for a long moment, fists clenched, teeth grinding. Figures, he muttered. Whatever he'd done last night, it hadn't been repeatable. Not yet. Chaos wasn't a trick you practiced until it stuck. It demanded something else, something he didn't fully understand. Katsuki lowered his hands and looked out over the city. Somewhere out there, Izuku was probably doing the opposite. Analyzing. Asking questions. Digging for rules instead of trying to break them. The thought didn't annoy him the way it used to. He said quietly, "Guess we'll meet in the middle." He turned back toward the stairwell, mind already racing. He hadn't mastered chaos, but he'd felt it answer him once. And that was enough to know. This was something that could be trained. Just not the way he was used to. The place Trample chose had no name. It was an abandoned stretch of infrastructure buried beneath the city, concrete corridors reinforced and forgotten, humming faintly with dormant systems that hadn't carried purpose in decades. The kind of place people passed over on maps. The kind of place chaos liked. Trample stood alone at its center. The light above flickered once as he raised a hand, not summoning a portal this time, but something subtler. A distortion rippled outward, sound bending oddly as a presence slid into being rather than arriving. A figure leaned against a support pillar where there had been empty air a moment before. Tall, slender, draped in layered coats that shifted in texture and color every time the light hit them differently. Their movements were loose, almost lazy, but their eyes were sharp, too sharp, constantly tracking, measuring. Zeitgeist smiled. "Well," they said lightly, voice smooth and amused, "this must be serious. You don't usually call unless someone's already messed up." Trample didn't rise to the bait. "Harlequin failed," he said. Zeitgeist's smile didn't falter, but something behind it sharpened. They replied. So, the rumors were true. They pushed off the pillar and paced slowly, boots making almost no sound against the concrete. "Two kids," Zeitgeist continued conversationally. "One collapses. One detonates the field. A bit gauche, don't you think?" Trample's eyes narrowed. "Maestro warned us," he said. "No more disappointment." Zeitgeist stopped pacing. The air seemed to tighten around them. "I see," they murmured. For the first time, the humor drained from their tone. They understood that warning for what it was. "This isn't about spectacle anymore," Zeitgeist said softly. "It's about results." Trample nodded once. "That's why I came to you." Zeitgeist tilted their head, considering. "You want a clean duel," they said. "One-on-one. No crowds. No interference. And no improvisation," Trample added. A thin grin crept back onto Zeitgeist's face. "Then we don't bring the fight to them," they said. "We let them come to us." They gestured lazily at the surrounding space. "Our turf," Zeitgeist continued. "Where chaos already pools. Where the rules bend easier. Where we decide the tempo." Trample folded his arms. "An advantage," he rumbled. "A necessity," Zeitgeist corrected. "Those boys aren't fragile anymore. They're listening. We've lost the element of surprise thanks to that idiot Harlequin." Silence settled between them, heavy with intent. "Maestro said the second act had begun," Zeitgeist mused. "Which means the audience expects escalation." They looked directly at Trample, eyes gleaming. "So, let's give them something they can't analyze away." Trample nodded slowly. "Prepare," he said. "When we move decisively." Zeitgeist's grin widened, sharp and predatory. "Oh, don't worry," they replied. "I already have the perfect stage in mind." Somewhere deep beneath the city, chaos stirred, not in response to fear or desperation, but to planning. The circus was readying its next performance. And this time, the heroes would be stepping onto their ground. Trample shifted his weight, the concrete beneath his boots giving a low, almost imperceptible groan. "I'll take the hero kid," he said. Zeitgeist blinked. Just once, but for someone as sharp as them, it was noticeable. "You?" they asked, incredulity slipping through their usually smooth tone. "And you want me to handle the explosive one?" They laughed softly, shaking their head. "Trample, you're stronger than I am," Zeitgeist continued. "You know that." And the blonde dash, they made a small, dismissive gesture. "He's clearly the more dangerous opponent. Raw output, tempo control, aggression. It's obvious." Trample didn't react. He simply looked at them. No, he said flatly. It isn't. Zeitgeist's smile thinned. Oh. Trample stepped forward, massive frame casting a long shadow across the floor. The hero kid didn't lose because he was weak, Trample said. He lost because Harlequin never even truly fought him. Zeitgeist stilled. He played him, Trample continued, voice low and measured. Mind games. Pressure. Distraction. He turned the duel into suffering and waited for collapse. He clenched one fist slowly. That won't work again. Zeitgeist's eyes narrowed, interest sharpening. The hero kid analyzed the game even while he was breaking, Trample said. He adapted. He learned. That kind of mind doesn't fall to the same trick twice. The pause. And if Harlequin hadn't rattled him first, Trample added, the duel would have gone differently. Zeitgeist leaned back against the pillar again, arms folding. So, you're saying the weaker one is actually more dangerous in a prolonged engagement, they mused. Because he stabilizes. Yes. And the explosive kid? Trample's gaze hardened. He doesn't stabilize, he said. He escalates. Zeitgeist smiled, slowly, genuinely this time. Ah, they murmured. So, you want the thinker, and you're giving me the bomb. You're faster, Trample said. More adaptable. Better at reading tempo shifts mid-fight. Zeitgeist inclined their heads slightly. And you, they replied, are better at endurance. Attrition. Forcing decisions. Trample nodded. The hero kid won't panic this time, he said. Which means he'll try to outthink us. He looked directly at Zeitgeist. And the explosive kid won't bluff, he added. He'll try to end it. Silence stretched between them, heavy but not tense. Zeitgeist chuckled. Maestro really did pick an interesting pair. They're not heroes yet, Trample said. But they're becoming something else. Zeitgeist pushed off the pillar, grin sharp and eager. Well, they said lightly, I do enjoy a challenge. They adjusted their gloves, eyes gleaming with anticipation. Just don't underestimate yours, Zeitgeist added. Brains can be just as lethal as firepower. Trample turned away, already moving deeper into the tunnels. I know, he said. The bell above the door chimed softly as Izuku stepped inside Kajimoto Curiosities. The shop felt the same as always, dim, cluttered, steeped in the scent of old paper and polished wood, and yet, like everything else lately, it carried a new weight. The air pressed gently against his skin, familiar now in a way that made him straighten instinctively, as if acknowledging something unseen. Kajimoto looked up from behind the counter. He didn't smile this time. You came quickly, the antiquary said, voice calm but attentive. Izuku nodded, adjusting the strap of his bag. He had questions. That is rarely a singular thing. Kajimoto replied. He gestured toward the chair across from him. Sit. Izuku did, fingers tightening briefly around the edge of the seat before he reached into his bag and withdrew the deck. He placed it carefully on the counter between them, like evidence. There was a card, Izuku said. During the duel with Harlequin. I drew it right before I collapsed. Kajimoto's eyes sharpened. I don't remember adding it to my deck, Izuku continued. And when I looked afterward, it was gone. Completely. I couldn't even read the effect. Silence stretched. Kajimoto didn't dismiss it. Didn't question Izuku's certainty. Instead, he reached out and rested 2 fingers lightly on the deck case. You felt it respond to you, he said. Izuku swallowed. Yes. Kajimoto exhaled slowly, as if confirming something he had suspected but hoped not to hear. Then what you encountered was not a mistake, he said. Nor a fluke. He opened the deck case gently, spreading several cards out in a loose fan. Chaos, Kajimoto continued, is not merely fuel for shadow games. It is a medium. A language. Izuku leaned forward. The cards, the antiquary said, tapping one of the superhero monsters, are not just tools. They are frameworks, stable shapes chaos can inhabit without tearing the user apart. Izuku's eyes widened slightly. And sometimes, Kajimoto went on, when a duelist reaches a point of extreme intent, desperation, clarity, resolve, Chaos attempts to answer outside the framework. He paused. It creates an echo. Izuku's breath caught. Latent cards, Kajimoto said quietly. Unrecorded. Unstable. They manifest only under specific conditions and often cannot persist without them. So, the card I drew, Izuku murmured, may never exist again, Kajimoto finished gently. Or may exist only when you need it most. The word sent a chill through Izuku. That's dangerous, he said. Yes, Kajimoto agreed without hesitation. Which is why such phenomena were feared even in ancient times. He gathered the cards back together, sliding them neatly into the case. Some decks listen, he said, echoing words Izuku hadn't realized he was waiting to hear. Fewer answer. And fewer still remember. Izuku stared at the deck. The cards lay neatly stacked, silent and ordinary at a glance. Things that should not watch him back. And yet, ever since the duel, he had felt it. A presence not in the room, but in the pattern of the deck itself. In the way certain cards seemed to surface when he needed them. In the way something had answered him once, and then withdrawn. Is mine alive? He asked quietly. The question felt dangerous the moment it left his mouth. Kajimoto did not laugh. He did not dismiss it as superstition or metaphor. Instead, he studied Izuku with the same careful seriousness he might reserve for a rare artifact on the verge of revealing its true nature. Alive is a word people use when they lack better ones, the antiquary said at last. He reached out, not touching the cards this time, but hovering his hand just above them, close enough that Izuku noticed the faint tension in the air, like the space between magnets. Your deck does not think, Kajimoto continued. It does not dream. It does not want in the way people do. Izuku's shoulders loosened slightly. But, Kajimoto added, eyes narrowing, it responds. The word landed heavily. Chaos seeks shape, Kajimoto said. Left alone it is noise. Pressure without meaning. But when given a framework, rules, symbols, intent, it begins to arrange itself. He tapped the deck case gently. A deck is not just a collection of cards. It is a language. A grammar. A promise of how chaos is allowed to behave. Izuku swallowed. And yours, Kajimoto said softly, has begun to adjust its syntax. Izuku's breath caught. You mean it's changing? He asked. Learning, Kajimoto corrected, meeting his gaze fully now. Not from instruction. From use. He straightened, folding his hands together. You summon monsters not because you knew how, he said, but because you understood what they represented. Protection. Sacrifice. Resolve. When you were pushed beyond your limits, chaos attempted to answer you in kind. Izuku thought of the missing card. The weight of it. The sense that it had existed only because he did. So, the deck isn't controlling me, Izuku said slowly. No, Kajimoto replied. Nor are you controlling it. The pause. You are in dialogue. The shop felt suddenly smaller. Some ancient duelists believed decks were mirrors, Kajimoto continued. Others believed they were contracts. The truth lies somewhere between. He leaned forward slightly. If you change, he said, your deck will change with you. Izuku looked down at the cards again. At the heroes frozen mid-stride. At balance breaker, demanding sacrifice before power. At the gaps where something unnamed might one day appear again. That's terrifying, he admitted. Kajimoto's lips curved into a faint, solemn smile. Yes, he said. And also why such decks are rare. He met Izuku's eyes one last time. A deck that learns, Kajimoto said, will eventually ask something of its duelist. The words followed Izuku long after he turned away from the counter. Not because they frightened him, but because, deep down, he already suspected they were true. The shop seemed to grow quieter around them. There is one more thing, Kajimoto added after a moment. I have felt disturbances. Subtle. Like ripples in a pond. Izuku's heart sank. Others? He asked. Kajimoto nodded. Chaos rarely chooses a single listener, he said. When it stirs, it calls. Izuku thought of Katsuki. Of pressure gathering in palms. He rose slowly from the chair, deck held close to his chest. Then we have to be ready, he said. Kajimoto studied him for a long moment, then inclined his head. Understanding is the first defense, he said. But remember this, Izuku Midoriya. Izuku paused at the door. Chaos rewards intent, Kajimoto said. But it punishes certainty. The bell chimed again as Izuku stepped back into the street, sunlight washing over him. The answers he'd found hadn't eased his fears. They had given them shape. And somewhere else in the city, another path was unfolding in parallel, faster, sharper, more volatile. Izuku tightened his grip on his deck and started walking. Whatever chaos was becoming, he and Katsuki were already part of it. Katsuki knew when to stop. That was the difference between this and everything else he'd trained for. He sat on the edge of his bed now, elbows braced on his knees, hands dangling loosely between them. The room was dim, curtains half-drawn, afternoon light cutting the space into dull rectangles. His palms still felt strange. Not tingling. Not sore. Remembering. He clicked his tongue softly. He tried again after the roof. Not to force it, he'd learned that lesson fast, but to listen. To feel for that same pressure that had gathered during the duel, the same invisible weight that had answered him once. It hadn't come. Instead, there was a kind of resistance. Like chaos itself had turned its face away. So, you don't like being chased? Katsuki thought grimly. That annoyed him. But it also told him something important. This wasn't like his quirk. Not something you trained by repetition alone. It wasn't about output or endurance. It was about state. About alignment. About knowing exactly what you were asking for and why. His jaw tightened. That's a pain in the butt, he muttered. He leaned back, staring at the ceiling. When he fought to win. When he trained to dominate. That mindset had never failed him before. But chaos didn't respond to domination. It responded to clarity. To intent without noise. Katsuki closed his eyes. For a moment, just a moment, he felt it again. A faint pressure, distant but present, like a storm cloud on the horizon. Not answering. Just aware. His breath slowed. And then, unbidden, an image crossed his mind. Izuku. Not broken on the ground this time, but standing. Thinking. Analyzing. Asking questions he hadn't known how to ask yet. You're probably figuring this out faster than me, Katsuki admitted quietly. The thought didn't sting. It grounded him. He opened his eyes and flexed his fingers slowly, deliberately. Fine, he said. I'll do it your way. Not rushing. Not forcing. Not assuming chaos owed him anything. He stood and crossed the room, picking up the deck case from his desk. It felt normal in his hand. Solid. Honest. But he knew better now. This wasn't just a weapon. It was a conversation he hadn't learned how to hold yet. Somewhere across the city, Izuku was probably hearing words like learning and dialogue. Katsuki snorted softly at the idea. Figures. So, if chaos was listening, then he'd make DM ensure that when it answered him again, he'd know exactly what he was asking for. The package was smaller than Sam had expected. Unmarked. Unassuming. No return address, no logos. Just a plain, reinforced container resting on the table of his temporary apartment, as anonymous as any piece of luggage passing through an airport. Sam stared at it for a long moment before opening it. Took you long enough, he murmured. He broke the seal. Inside, carefully nested in foam, were two devices. They were sleek but unmistakably archaic in design, angular frames, layered metal plates, segmented arms folded inward like restrained wings. The craftsmanship was deliberate, almost ceremonial, as if every edge and hinge had been shaped with intent rather than convenience. Sam exhaled slowly. Yeah, he said softly. That's the stuff. He lifted one of them out. The weight was familiar in his hands. And just like that, memory rushed in. He remembered the first time he'd worn one. Not in Japan. Not even as part of an operation. It had been years ago, back when he considered chaos to still be a rumor, whispered in restricted briefings and half-redacted reports. Back when he'd thought he understood power because he'd been trained to wield it. He hadn't. The first time the disc had locked around his arm, he'd felt it immediately. The pressure. The alignment. The sense that something vast had acknowledged him. It hadn't been fear that followed. It had been clarity. Rules where none had existed before. Boundaries that didn't cage power, but focused it. The realization that chaos, left alone, was a wildfire, but given shape, it could become a tool. Or a weapon. Or a language. Sam flexed his fingers unconsciously, recalling the weight of that choice. The dueling disc hadn't made him stronger. It had made him responsible. He set the first device down carefully and looked at the second. "Guess you're up," he said quietly. 2 duels. 2 paths already forming, one analytical, one explosive. Neither ready. Both capable of becoming something dangerous if left unguided, or something necessary if given the right tools. Sam closed the case and leaned back in his chair, eyes drifting to the ceiling. "I hope you know what you're doing," he muttered. To himself, to his boss, to whatever unseen currents were already moving pieces into place. The sensation hit him like a spike driven straight through his skull. Sam gasped sharply, fingers tightening around the edge of the table as the world seemed to tilt for half a second. It wasn't pain, not exactly, but pressure, sudden and unmistakable, the same kind he'd learned to recognize long ago. Chaos. Active. Not one source. His eyes snapped open, pupils contracting as his awareness stretched outward instinctively, chasing the ripples before they faded. They weren't identical, that much was clear immediately. One was steady, coiled tightly around itself, restrained but deliberate, like a storm held in check by iron will. The other was volatile. Sharp spikes of intent flaring and collapsing in rapid succession, reckless and loud, barely contained. Sam essayed in a breath. "You've got to be kidding me." Muzutafu. 2 separate points. Not close enough to be the same incident, not far enough to be coincidence. His heart rate jumped. Their awakening, he realized. Both of them. At the same time. There was no time to think it through. Sam grabbed the 2 devices from the table in one smooth motion, slinging his jacket on as he moved. The weight of the dueling discs felt heavier now, not physically, but contextually, like answers finally catching up to questions. He was already moving before his mind finished processing the implications. Down the stairs. Out the door. Into the street. The city rushed past him in a blur of neon and concrete as he broke into a run, weaving through pedestrians with practiced ease. His gaze flicked between landmarks, triangulating instinctively, following the faint but persistent pull of chaos like a compass needle jerking toward true north. "Don't push it," he muttered under his breath. "Not yet." But even as he said it, the pressure intensified, 2 pulses, distinct and growing, resonating against each other like opposing notes on the same scale. Sam clenched his jaw and ran faster. If he was wrong, this would be embarrassing. If he was, right? Then Muzutafu was about to become a crossroads. And he intended to be there before the chaos decided what came next. Outside, the city carried on, blissfully unaware. Izuku felt it before he understood it. The pressure crept up his spine like a cold draft, subtle at first, then unmistakable, chaos, active and stirring, close enough that his breath caught in his throat. It wasn't the oppressive weight of a shadow game fully formed, but something approaching that state. Something coiling, preparing. And then, another ripple. Further away. Fainter, but sharper. Like a blade being drawn somewhere beyond his field of vision. Izuku staggered a half step, hand bracing against the counter. "2," he whispered. Kajimoto's head snapped up instantly. "You feel it," the antiquary said, not asking. Izuku nodded, already turning toward the door. His heart pounded, not with fear this time, but with a fierce, aching urgency. "Near here," Izuku said quickly. "And another one farther. Katsuki dash." "Stop," Kajimoto said sharply, coming around the counter. He caught Izuku by the sleeve, grip firm despite his age. "You are not ready for this." Izuku froze, just for a moment. He looked down at the hand on his arm. Then he gently, but decisively, pulled free. "I know," he said. Kajimoto blinked. Izuku turned back to face him, eyes bright and trembling, but focused in a way the antiquary had never seen before. Not reckless. Not desperate. Resolved. I know I'm not ready, Izuku continued, voice shaking slightly. But people are out there. I can feel it. Whatever's happening, it's starting. Kajimoto opened his mouth to argue. Izuku spoke first. Last time, he said, I fell. I hesitated. I let someone get hurt because I was afraid of making the wrong move. His fingers tightened around the strap of his bag. This time, he said quietly, fiercely, I'll make it. The air around them seemed to tense, as if listening. I'll protect them, Izuku finished. Even if I don't fully understand how yet. For a long moment, Kajimoto said nothing. Then he sighed. A deep, weary sound, heavy with knowledge and worry. Chaos hears vows like that, he said softly. Be careful what you promise. Izuku nodded once. I will. And then he was gone. The bell above the door rang sharply as Izuku burst into the street, breaking into a run without looking back. The city rushed to meet him, people, noise, light, all oblivious to the currents twisting just beneath the surface. Izuku ran toward the nearer pulse of chaos, chest burning, mind racing. Somewhere else in Mizudafu, another duelist was moving toward the second. And whether by fate, chance, or chaos itself, the game was about to begin again. Katsuki felt it hit like a punch to the gut. Not physical, directional. He froze mid-step in his room, one hand still on the strap of his bag, breath hitching as the air around him seemed to tighten. The sensation wasn't subtle this time. It was loud, insistent, unmistakable. Chaos. Active. He closed his eyes for half a second and focused. There was close. Too close. A dense pressure curling in on itself somewhere within the city, heavy and deliberate. And then another. Further away. Sharper. Flickering like a warning light on the edge of perception. Katsuki's eyes snapped open. Deku, he muttered instantly. There was no hesitation. He grabbed his bag, slung it over his shoulder, and was out the door in seconds, boots pounding against the stairs as he took them two at a time. The world blurred past him as he burst onto the street, lungs burning as he broke into a run. People shouted in surprise as he weaved through them, but he didn't slow. Two sources, he thought, teeth clenched. Same timing. That wasn't random. The closer one pressed against his awareness like a challenge, controlled, measured, dangerous in a quiet way. The farther one crackled with volatility, like it was daring someone to respond. Katsuki snarled softly. Figures. He knew which one he was heading toward before he consciously decided. Not the closest. The louder one. The one that felt like it would spiral out of control if left alone. As he ran, the pressure intensified, syncing with his pulse, his breathing, his intent. The city lights streaked past, shadows stretching unnaturally long at the edges of his vision. He felt it then, that same sense from the duel. The world acknowledging him. Don't get ahead of yourself, Katsuki growled to himself. I'm not losing again. His hand tightened around the strap of his bag, fingers brushing the hard edge of the deck case inside. Somewhere else in Mizudafu, Izuku was running too, Katsuki was certain of it. Toward the other pulse. Toward the one that needed protecting more than breaking. Idiot, Katsuki muttered, but there was no bite in it. This wasn't coincidence. This was coordination, not planned, not spoken, but real all the same. Two duels. Two fronts. One city caught between them. Katsuki accelerated, eyes blazing. All right, he said under his breath. Let's see who's waiting. Izuku realized too late that he had been guided. Not chased. Not lured. Guided. The pressure had been strongest at the edge of the district, just enough to draw him forward, to make him believe he was closing in on the source. But with every step, the city around him had grown quieter. Streets narrowed. Lights thinned. Foot traffic vanished one turn at a time, like a path closing behind him. By the time he noticed, there was no one left in sight. This is wrong, Izuku whispered. The air here felt compressed. Heavy, like it pressed inward instead of down. Even sound behaved strangely. His footsteps didn't echo the way they should. Then he heard it. A low, distant groan. Izuku spun toward the sound and froze. Two people were suspended several meters off the ground, wrapped in thick, stone-like growths that had erupted from the walls themselves. Not crushed, tilt. Their chests rose shallowly, faces pale, eyes wide with terror. "Help, Dash," one of them gasped weakly. Izuku's heart lurched. "No, no, 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 Dash," he breathed, already moving forward. "Stop." The word wasn't shouted. It didn't need to be. Izuku's body locked up as if the command had weight. He turned slowly. The man stepped out of the shadows at the far end of the street. He was massive, not in a grotesque way, but in a way that suggested density rather than size. His body looked anchored to the world, as if gravity itself favored him. Dark, stone-like ridges traced along his arms, his back, his legs, growths that seemed less like armor and more like inevitability. Each step he took sent a dull vibration through the ground. Izuku swallowed hard. "You did this," Izuku said. "Yes," Trample replied. His voice was steady, almost gentle. Izuku clenched his fists. "Let them go," he said. "This is between us." Trample tilted his head slightly, as if considering the request. "No," he said. "This is the point." The pressure intensified. Not chaotic. Not flaring. Settling. "People like you," Trample continued, "believe strength is measured by how much you can protect." Izuku stepped forward despite the weight pushing back against him. "I will protect them," he said, voice shaking but firm. Trample nodded once. "Then we will see how you choose." The ground behind Izuku sealed. Stone surged up from the asphalt, closing off the street entrance like a wall snapping shut. Izuku spun, heart pounding. "You trapped us," he realized. Trample didn't deny it. "This place," he said, "is where pressure accumulates. Where there is nowhere left to retreat." He raised his hand slightly. Chaos answered, not violently, but obediently. The air thickened further, the space between Izuku and the hostages becoming subtly harder to cross, like wading through deep water. "Every action you take," Trample said, "will cost you something." Izuku's hand trembled as it moved to his bag. A duel. Not declared. Not formal. Already unfolding. The realization hit him like a second weight. "I can't just win," Izuku thought desperately. "I have to choose correctly." Trample watched him closely. "Come," he said. And the trap began to close inward. Katsuki felt the laughter before he heard it. So, amused. Echoing just enough to make it impossible to pin down. "Well, then," a voice said lightly. "You came fast." Katsuki stopped in the middle of an open plaza, eyes snapping upward. A figure lounged atop a streetlight that definitely should not have been able to support their weight. Moving even while still. Their coat rippled in colors that shifted when Katsuki tried to focus on them, and faint afterimages trailed every idle movement. "Get down," Katsuki growled. "Or I'll bring you down." Zeitgeist laughed again and stepped sideways. And suddenly they were standing on the pavement a few meters away, as if the space between had been an afterthought. "Direct," they said approvingly. "Explosive. Predictable." Katsuki's jaw tightened. "You're the one messing with the city," he said. "So, let's skip the crap." Zeitgeist tilted their head, studying him like a puzzle already halfway solved. "Oh, you're fun," they said. "You don't hesitate. You commit." They took a slow step around him, afterimages lagging just enough to make Katsuki's skin crawl. "But tell me," Zeitgeist continued, "what happens when commitment is the wrong move?" Katsuki smirked sharply. "Then I adapt," he snapped. "Or I blow through it." Zeitgeist's smile widened. "There it is," they said. "That confidence." The pressure flared suddenly, erratic, unstable, crackling like static before a storm. "I'm Zeitgeist," they said casually. "And I think you're going to be my favorite mistake." Katsuki planted his feet, hands flexing. "Talk's cheap," he said. "You want to dance, Dash?" Chaos surged. The world seemed to curl sideways. "Then deal," Katsuki finished, eyes blazing. Zeitgeist's afterimages multiplied as they raised a hand, the field already responding. "Oh," they replied softly. "I intend to." Katsuki felt the plaza slip. One moment, the space was normal, open air, people milling about, voices overlapping in familiar urban noise. The world failed to line up with itself. Instead, the plaza seemed to stretch and blur, edges softening as if reality itself had developed motion sickness. People continued walking, talking, laughing, completely unaware, but their movements no longer quite matched their positions. After images. Everywhere. Katsuki's eyes widened slightly. "You didn't stop them," he muttered. Zeitgeist's voice drifted from somewhere that might have been behind him. "Why would I?" they asked pleasantly. Katsuki spun and saw 3 Zeitgeists, all mid-motion, all slightly out of sync. One leaned casually against a railing. One stood closer. One might have been an echo. Then 2 of them vanished. "They're all still here," Zeitgeist continued, voice now clearly to Katsuki's left. "They just can't see us." Katsuki felt it then. The field's rules clicking into place. The civilians weren't frozen. They weren't removed. They were desynchronized. The chaos field bent perception rather than space, masking the duelists from ordinary awareness, but not masking the consequences of what happened within it. A discarded bottle, launched by one of the shapes of the villain, rolled across the plaza. It shattered loudly. A passerby jumped in surprise. Katsuki's stomach twisted. "If I screw up," he said slowly, "they get hurt." Zeitgeist clapped once, delighted. "Exactly." The air crackled faintly as the field stabilized, invisible boundaries forming not around space, but around attention. Katsuki could feel it, every movement, every attack would ripple outward, affecting the unaware crowd if mishandled. "This is a shadow game," Zeitgeist said brightly. "But the audience doesn't know they bought tickets." They stepped closer, afterimages trailing like mockery. "Your deck escalates," they continued. "Mine disrupts." They smiled wide. "So, let's see," Zeitgeist finished softly, "how careful you can be." Katsuki planted his feet, jaw tight. Explosions were no longer an option. Precision was. Izuku felt the ground decide. There was no flash of light. No dramatic surge. No declaration. The street simply changed. The air thickened first, growing resistant, each breath requiring just a bit more effort than the last. Sound dulled, swallowed by unseen mass. Even the light seemed to dim, as if weighed down by gravity it hadn't possessed moments before. Izuku took a step forward. The asphalt cracked under his foot. Not because he'd stepped hard, but because the ground beneath him had grown brittle under pressure. Trample raised one massive hand. Chaos responded immediately. Stone surged upward from the walls and ground alike, not violently, but inevitably, forming rough, sloping barriers that curved inward. The street narrowed, funneling Izuku toward the center where the hostages were suspended, their restraints pulsing faintly in time with the pressure in the air. Izuku's chest tightened. This is a shadow game, he realized. But not one that announced itself. This wasn't a field that erupted. Condensed. Invisible lines etched themselves into reality. Zones of influence, thresholds where movement grew harder, decisions heavier. Every step closer to the center cost more effort than the last. The deck in Izuku's bag felt heavier. Not physically. Contextually. Trample's voice rumbled through the thickened air. "In this space," he said, "nothing is wasted." He lowered his hand. "Time. Sacrifice. All of it accumulates." Izuku clenched his teeth as the pressure bore down on him, sinking into his shoulders and spine like an invisible weight. It wasn't sudden. That was the worst part. It crept. It accumulated. Each second made the next breath a little harder, each step a little more deliberate. The field wasn't trying to overwhelm him, it was measuring him, gauging how much strain he could endure before something gave way. And with sickening clarity, Izuku understood. This field was not meant to kill him quickly. It was meant to see what he would give up first. His gaze flicked back to the hostages. 2 of them. Maybe 3? No, 3, he realized with a sharp pang, noticing a third shallow rise and fall he'd missed at first. They were held aloft by the stone itself, cradled and constricted at the same time. Not crushed. Not yet. Deliberate, Izuku thought. He's keeping them alive on purpose. Their fear pressed against Izuku almost as heavily as the chaos did. He could see it in their eyes, the frantic darting, the way their bodies tensed every time the stone shifted, expecting pain that didn't come. Every second stretched their terror thinner, like wire pulled too tight. If I rush him, Izuku reasoned, heart pounding, he might tighten the restraints. If I play defensively, he swallowed. He has time. That realization chilled him more than the pressure ever could. This wasn't Harlequin's cruelty, loud, theatrical, designed to break resolve through shock. This was something else entirely. This was patience. This was a predator that didn't need to sprint because it knew the terrain belonged to it. The antlion den was closing. Not collapsing inward all at once, but narrowing, walls subtly shifting, angles growing steeper, escape routes growing less viable by the second. Every instinct screamed at Izuku to move, to act, to do something, but every action felt like it would come with a cost he hadn't fully calculated yet. If I focus on the duel, he thought, they suffer. If I focus on them, he continued, dread coiling tight in his chest, I lose ground here. And if he lost here, Izuku forced himself to breathe, even as the air resisted him. This is what he wants, Izuku realized. Not a mistake. A choice. Trample wasn't testing his strength. He was testing his priorities. Izuku's fingers trembled as they brushed the edge of his deck case. Being a hero had always meant saving people. Instinctively. Immediately. Without hesitation. But this encounter demanded something far more dangerous. Judgment. And as the unseen jaws of the den closed tighter around him, Izuku understood with terrifying certainty that this duel would not be decided by who struck harder or faster, but by who could live with the cost of their decisions. Sam felt it lock into place. He skidded to a stop at the edge of a side street, one hand braced against a lamppost as the air around him settled, not explosively, not violently, but with the unmistakable finality of rules being written. Diaminate, he breathed. 2 fields. Not ripples anymore. Not anomalies. Active shadow domains. Distinct. Stable. Intentional. His vision swam for half a second as his senses adjusted, the pressure mapping itself in his mind like overlapping fault lines. One zone felt dense, crushing inward like a gravitational well. The other crackled with erratic motion, perception slipping just enough to make orientation unreliable. Sam straightened slowly, eyes sharp. 2 duelists, he muttered. 2 philosophies. That wasn't amateur work. Whoever had set these fields wasn't experimenting, they were executing a plan. He reached into his jacket and pulled out one of the devices, thumb brushing over the folded segments. The metal hummed faintly in response, as if aware of the domains ahead. Still too early, he said to himself. If he intervened now, he'd collapse the fields, maybe save people in the moment, but lose the chance to understand how this was being done. Who was shaping chaos this cleanly? And more importantly, who was teaching others to do it? Sam looked toward the denser field first, jaw tightening. That one's a trap, he said quietly. And the kid walked right into it. Then he turned toward the other pole, sharper, louder, more volatile. And that one's a spectacle, he added, which makes it dangerous in a different way. He exhaled slowly and forced himself to stay still. All right, he murmured. Show me how you play. Somewhere in Mizudafu, 2 duels were about to truly begin. Sam watched from the margins of the city, a silent witness to the moment chaos stopped being theoretical and started being taught. The lair was quiet. Not empty, never empty, but hushed in the way a theater grows still just before the curtain rises. Maestro stood at the center of the circular chamber, porcelain mask catching the dim light in soft, unreadable highlights. Around him, the remainder of the shadow circus gathered. Not all of them, as 2 were obviously fighting, but enough to make the air feel crowded with intent. 2 images hovered in the air before him. Not projections in the conventional sense, but shifting panes of distorted reality, their edges flickering as if struggling to remain coherent. Within them, the duels unfolded. One showed compression, stone, a narrowing street and a boy standing too straight beneath a weight that wanted him to kneel. The other showed motion. A plaza full of unaware civilians, light bending wrong as a blonde figure held himself rigid, every movement restrained by consequence. Maestro tilted his head slightly. "They've made contact," he said. His voice was calm, almost pleased. From the back of the chamber, Harlequin watched in silence. The jester's coat was torn, its colors dulled. One arm hung stiffly at his side, bandaged and trembling faintly. His painted grin had been washed away, leaving pale skin and hollow eyes fixed on the images above. No laughter came from him now. Beside Maestro stood the source of the images. Tall, lanky, almost fragile in appearance, with narrow shoulders and a posture that seemed permanently apologetic. His hands hovered in the air, fingers twitching subtly as if adjusting invisible lenses only he could see. Televise. The quirk user swallowed nervously, its villain name mirroring his quirk. "Both feeds are stable," he said quietly. "I've synchronized them with the chaos overlay. We can see inside the domains." The images sharpened slightly. Cards. Pressure. Rules unfolding. Televise flinched as the weight of it pressed back against his senses. Chaos amplified through his quirk until even observation felt invasive. Maestro did not look at him. "Well done," he said. Televise stiffened at the words, relief and fear warring across his face. "Zeitgeist is engaging," Maestro continued, eyes fixed on the plaza feed. "As expected." His gaze shifted to the other image. "And Trample," he added, "has chosen the correct terrain." Harlequin's fingers twitched. "They're stronger than you thought," he muttered hoarsely. Maestro turned his masked face just enough that Harlequin froze. "No," Maestro said gently. "They are becoming." He returned his attention to the floating screens. "Watch carefully," he continued. "This is not about victory." The images flickered as Izuku took a step forward under crushing pressure, and Katsuki drew a sharp breath, eyes tracking movement no one else could see. "This," Maestro said, voice soft and reverent, "is education." Behind him, Televise's hands trembled as he maintained the feeds, sweat beading at his brow. He didn't look like a villain. He didn't sound like one. He looked like someone who had wandered into the wrong story and never found the exit. "Captain," he said hesitantly. "If they survive dash." Maestro raised one finger. "If," he agreed. Silence fell again. 2 duels. 2 lessons. 1 audience watching from the shadows. The chamber remained hushed, broken only by the faint distortion of the floating images and the low hum of chaos sustaining them. 3 figures stood apart from the others, half submerged in shadow. They watched. Not idly. Not passively. With intent. One of them shifted, the movement subtle but heavy, like stone grinding against stone. He was broad, wider even than Trample, his silhouette jagged and uneven, as if his body had once been whole and then broken and reassembled incorrectly. Cracks traced faintly along his arms and neck, glowing dimly from within. A reminder of an encounter with another budding villain, the head of a Yakuza gang. An encounter that had led the man to seek more power, finding it here in the clutches of the troupe. Fisher. He crossed his arms, eyes fixed on the image of Izuku struggling beneath the weight of Trample's domain. "I don't understand," he said at last. His voice was deep, rough, but not mocking, genuinely puzzled. He turned his head slightly toward Maestro. "Trample didn't ask for my help," Fisher continued. "He knows I'm stronger. Stronger than Zeitgeist. Stronger than Harlequin ever was." The pause. "Stronger than anyone here," he added, not boastfully, but as a statement of fact. "Except you obviously, Captain." The images flickered as chaos surged in both fields. Maestro said nothing at first. Then he smiled behind the porcelain mask. "It is precisely because of that," Maestro replied calmly, "that you are not there." Fisher frowned, the cracks along his face pulsing faintly. "The children are dangerous," Fisher said. "Untrained. Unstable. But dangerous." "Yes," Maestro agreed. "And incomplete." He gestured lightly toward the floating panes. "Trample and Zeitgeist are there to end them. Don't worry," Maestro said. Fisher's gaze sharpened. "And me," he asked. Maestro turned fully toward him then, mask catching the light. You, he said, are insurance. The word hung in the air. There are more players than the two children, Maestro continued. You felt it? The interference at the edge of the city. Someone moving faster than they should. We cannot afford to reveal every card, he went on. Not yet. If someone else enters the stage, someone capable of intervention dash. His smile widened, unseen but unmistakable in his voice. Then I will need a certainty. Fisher's expression shifted, understanding dawning slowly. So I wait, he said. Yes, Maestro replied. You endure. The words seemed to resonate with him. Fisher turned back to the images, watching Trample advance with crushing inevitability, watching Izuku brace himself under impossible weight. They'll survive, Fisher said quietly. Won't they? Maestro did not answer immediately. When he did, his voice was almost fond. I almost hope so, he said. They were becoming interesting. The three remaining members of the Shadow Circus continued to watch in silence. Beyond the lair, chaos twisted, rules tightened, and lessons were being taught the only way the world seemed to remember how. The plaza breathed. That was the only way Bakugo could describe it. People walked past him in loose, drifting lines, their conversations overlapping, their movements just a fraction out of sync with where they should be. After images lingered behind them like ghosts that didn't know they were dead. No one looked at Bakugo. No one reacted to Zeitgeist standing a few meters away, hands clasped loosely behind their back, posture relaxed to the point of insult. Your move, Zeitgeist said pleasantly. Bakugo didn't answer right away. He scanned the field. Not the cards. Not the opponent. The people. A couple arguing near a vending machine. A kid tugging at their parent's sleeve. A salaryman staring down at his phone, oblivious to the fact that reality around him had started to lie. They're not frozen, Bakugo thought. They're just blind. His jaw tightened. You're sick, he muttered. Zeitgeist chuckled. Oh, I prefer efficient. Bakugo exhaled slowly and reached into his bag, fingers closing around his deck. The familiar weight steadied him, not like a weapon, but like a promise he'd made to himself. Fine, he said. Then I'll be careful. He drew. 5 cards slid into his hand, their edges warm against his skin. He didn't look at Zeitgeist as he brought them up, eyes flicking over names and effects with practiced speed. No monsters yet. That's fine. Bakugo raised his arm slightly and placed a card face-up on the ground between them. I activate a spell, Bakugo said, voice sharp and controlled. Hexplosion circle, survey pattern. This card allows me to look at the top 3 cards of my deck and reorder them however I see fit. The card slid into place. A thin, luminous ring unfolded in the air above the plaza, lines of light intersecting and rotating with mathematical precision. Symbols flared briefly along its circumference before sinking inward, as if the circle were folding space itself to peer somewhere unseen. Bakugo's eyes narrowed. He felt it immediately, not power surging outward, but information snapping into alignment. A brief glimpse of possibilities. A reshuffling of futures. Something in his deck responding as the circle completed its rotation. Then the circle vanished. And the field reacted. The air shuddered, a faint distortion rippling outward from where the spell had formed, like a shockwave too subtle to see but impossible to ignore. A woman nearby stumbled as if the ground had shifted beneath her feet, bumping into another pedestrian. A plastic bag tore open, groceries spilling across the pavement. A glass bottle rolled free, shattered with a sharp crack that cut through the plaza's ambient noise. Bakugo essayed in a breath. So that's how it works, he realized grimly. The spell itself hadn't even attacked anyone, but its manifestation had displaced reality just enough to knock the unaware off balance. Zeitgeist hummed approvingly. Scouting instead of striking. How responsible. Bakugo didn't look at them. He was watching the crowd, eyes tracking reactions, cataloging consequences. No injuries. But close. Too close. His jaw tightened. Even preparation has a cost here, he thought. And the field makes sure I pay it in advance. He straightened, resolve hardening. Zeitgeist clapped slowly, delighted. Ah, there it is. See? Even when you whisper, the world listens. Bakugo's teeth ground together. So even setup has backlash, he muttered. Everything does, Zeitgeist replied lightly. The question is whether you panic about it. Bakugo straightened. Then he reached for his next card. Don't get it twisted, he snapped. I noticed. Bakugo placed a second card face up with deliberate care. Hexplosion Circle, Containment Array. This one did not flare. Instead, a series of thin, translucent lines etched themselves across the plaza's stonework, intersecting in precise angles before settling into a faint, persistent glow. The pattern didn't expand outward, it anchored itself, like an invisible frame locking into place around Bakugo's position. The field responded differently. The pressure ripple was still there, but muted. Smoothed out. Instead of a sharp displacement, the air simply adjusted, bending just enough to accommodate the spell's presence. A man passing nearby slowed mid-step, brow furrowing as he rubbed at his temple, disoriented, but he didn't stumble. He didn't fall. Bakugo let out a sharp breath through his nose. Good, he muttered. Zeitgeist tilted their head, eyes gleaming. A sustained construct. Less explosive. Continuous spells don't spike, Bakugo shot back. They stabilize. He didn't wait for a response. The glowing grid beneath his feet pulsed once, subtly. Once per turn, Bakugo continued, voice steady. I can special summon a Hexplosion monster from my hand. He lifted a card and slapped it onto the field. Come on out, Hexplosion, Howitzer. The air above the grid condensed, heat warping space as a spellcaster materialized in a controlled detonation, not an explosion, but a release. The figure was clad in reinforced casting armor, arcane sigils etched into heavy gauntlets shaped like artillery barrels. 1800 ATK. As Howitzer's boots hit the ground, the sigils flared bright red. On special summon, Bakugo said, a thin grin tugging at his lips, it permanently gains 500 attack points. The monster straightened, power locking into place. 2300 ATK. This time, the civilians barely reacted. A few people glanced around, unsettled. Someone slowed their pace. But no one fell. No one screamed. Bakugo nodded once, satisfied. While he thought, stable, controlled, strong enough to hold the line. Zeitgeist's smile widened, sharp and intrigued. Oh, they said softly. You're building instead of burning. Bakugo met their gaze, eyes blazing but steady. DMN right, he replied. And this time, I'm not knocking anyone over. The field hummed, recalibrating. Zeitgeist tilted their head, eyes narrowing with interest. Oh, you're adjusting. Bakugo smirked, sharp and humorless. DMN right I am. He looked at his remaining cards, then deliberately placed two of them face down. I set 2 cards, he said, and end my turn. The words felt heavy. Ending a turn without attacking went against every instinct he had. Every fiber of his being screamed to push, to escalate, to finish. But this wasn't about dominance. It was about control. Zeitgeist's smile widened. Well then, they said, stepping lightly as afterimages peeled off their movement. Let's see what happens when I set the tempo. The field hummed, attentive. Somewhere nearby, a pedestrian laughed at something their friend said, completely unaware of how close the world had come to breaking stride. Bakugo didn't look away. Izuku drew. The motion felt wrong. Not rushed, not clumsy, but exposed. Like stepping forward when every instinct told him to wait. The card slid from the top of his deck into his hand, and the moment his fingers closed around it, a dull pressure settled into his palm, as if the field itself had taken note of the action. First, he realized, Trample had made him go first. Not out of courtesy. Not out of confidence. Out of intent. Izuku lowered his gaze to his hand, and his stomach sank. The weight wasn't physical. The card didn't feel heavier than any other he'd held before. But the meaning of it pressed down on him all the same. Every decision he made now would echo outward without precedent, without context to hide behind. He wants me to act, Izuku thought, heart pounding. He wants to see what I do when there's no reaction to respond to. Going second meant adapting. Going first meant revealing yourself. The field seemed to hum softly, expectant. Izuku swallowed and fanned his hand slightly, eyes flicking over the cards as understanding dawned, and with it, dread. He's punishing initiative, Izuku realized. Not aggression. Movement. Trample wasn't daring him to strike. He was daring him to exist. Izuku tightened his grip on the cards, aware now that even this small motion carried weight in this place. Drawing wasn't neutral. Summoning wouldn't be neutral. Even thinking too long might cost something. He raised his head slowly, meeting Trample's impassive gaze across the narrowing space. If I move, someone pays, Izuku thought. If I don't, they pay anyway. The card in his hand might as well have been a verdict. And Trample waited, unmoving, perfectly content to let the burden of the first step settle entirely on Izuku's shoulders. All monsters. No spells. No traps. No immediate answers. 3 of the cards were familiar to him, their names and effects etched into memory through long nights of study and painful trial. Reliable. Defensive. Heroes he trusted. The other 2. Izuku swallowed. I've never used these before, he realized. I wonder if they'll be effective. The field seemed to lean in at that thought. The stone restraints around the hostages pulsed faintly, tightening just enough to draw a sharp gasp from one of them. Izuku's head snapped up. I'm sorry, he whispered instinctively, though he hadn't moved yet. Trample stood motionless at the far end of the narrowing street, arms relaxed at his sides. He didn't speak. He didn't gesture. He didn't need to. He's watching what I choose, Izuku thought. Not what I summon. His fingers trembled slightly as he fanned his hand again. Monsters mean presence. Presence means pressure. Pressure here isn't free. Izuku forced himself to breathe slowly, deliberately, the way he did when panic threatened to overwhelm his thoughts. Heroes don't freeze, he reminded himself. They adapt. I'll normal summon, Izuku said, voice steadying through effort rather than confidence. He placed one of the familiar cards onto the ground. Superhero Alloy Garter. The armored figure emerged with a heavy clang, shield locking into place as it took a defensive stance. The moment it appeared, the field reacted. The air compressed further, like the world tightening its grip. Stone creaked. One of the hostages cried out as the restraints constricted slightly around their torso, not enough to crush, but enough to hurt. Izuku's heart lurched. No dash. He took a half step forward before stopping himself. That's it, he realized, horror settling in his chest. Just summoning is enough. Trample's voice finally rumbled through the space. Existence has weight, he said calmly. You add mass to the field. The field responds. Izuku clenched his fists. So, every hero I call puts them at risk. His eyes flicked to the other 2 cards in his hand, the unfamiliar ones. And if I summon something stronger? He didn't finish the thought. Instead, he lowered his hand. I'm not done, Izuku said quietly, though his voice wavered. I'll stay in my main phase. He hesitated. If I don't act, they suffer slower. If I do act, they suffer now. This wasn't a puzzle with a correct answer. It was a scale, and every choice tipped it. Izuku looked at Alloy Garter standing between him and Trample, then back at the hostages suspended at the center of the den. Heroes are supposed to save people, he thought desperately. So why does everything I do hurt them? The antlion's trap tightened another fraction, the walls creeping inward almost imperceptibly. Trample waited. Izuku swallowed hard. I end my turn, he said. The words tasted like failure. The field did not relax. But it did not tighten further either. For now. Izuku stood there, surrounded by pressure, monsters in hand he didn't yet understand, and lives balanced precariously on the edge of his next decision. Zeitgeist didn't rush to act. They paced instead, slow and loose, boots clicking lightly against the plaza stones as civilians drifted through them, unaware, untouched by sight but not by consequence. Afterimages peeled off every step, like the world couldn't agree on where they were supposed to be. So, Zeitgeist said casually, glancing at Hexplosion, Howitzer with mild interest. You're the loud one, Bakugo didn't respond. His eyes stayed on the field, on the civilians, on the subtle distortions that told him exactly how unforgiving this place was. Zeitgeist chuckled. Relax. I'm not talking about your quirk. I mean your reputation. They stopped pacing and looked straight at him. Harlequin, Zeitgeist continued, rolling the name around their tongue like something unpleasant, made quite the fuss about you. Threw himself at you like it meant something. Bakugo's jaw tightened. He was weak, Zeitgeist went on, voice sharpening just a touch. Honestly? He never should have been part of the troupe. Too theatrical. Too emotional. No DSPLN. Bakugo snorted quietly. Funny. He screamed plenty loud when he lost. Zeitgeist's smile twitched. Not offended, amused. Losing to him doesn't mean anything, they said. Beating him doesn't either. You didn't strike a blow against the Shadow Circus. You stepped on a clown. Bakugo finally looked up, eyes sharp. Then why are you here? He asked flatly. Zeitgeist blinked. Just once. Bakugo pressed on, voice calm, almost bored. You guys pull this crap all over the city. Shadow games. Chaos. Souls. So, what's the angle? He gestured vaguely around them. Is this just about wrecking things? He asked. Or are you idiots actually working toward something? Zeitgeist laughed. Not mocking. Delighted. Oh, you're clever, they said, genuinely impressed. I like that. They leaned forward slightly, lowering their voice as if sharing a secret, even though the civilians couldn't hear a word. We're collecting souls, Zeitgeist said simply. Bakugo's eyes narrowed, but he didn't interrupt. Not for fun, Zeitgeist continued. Not just for chaos. Our captain, Maestro, he promised us something better. Their grin widened, hungry now. Power, they said. Real power. Not borrowed. Not leaking through games and rituals. Power that stays. Bakugo felt a chill run down his spine. And all it costs, Zeitgeist finished lightly, is a city that doesn't even know it's bleeding. They straightened, stretching their neck. But none of that matters, Zeitgeist added, eyes locking onto Bakugo's with sudden intensity. Because you're about to lose. Bakugo didn't move. You'll be harvested like the rest, Zeitgeist said. Though honestly? Their smile turned sharp. I'd rather just kill you. Watching you break sounds more fun. For a moment, the plaza felt colder. Bakugo inhaled slowly. Then he smiled. The thin, dangerous thing. Good, he said. Keep talking. Zeitgeist blinked again. Bakugo's eyes burned with focus, hands steady at his sides. The more you run your demon disgusting mouth, he continued, the more I learn. Zeitgeist's smile didn't falter. If anything, it sharpened. All right then, they said lightly. My turn. They reached out and drew. The cards slid into their hand with a flick of the wrist, and unlike Izuku's careful hesitation or Bakugo's controlled restraint, Zeitgeist didn't pause to think. They didn't even look at the card right away. They let it rest there, loose between two fingers, as if daring the world to punish them for the delay. The plaza rippled faintly. A couple walking past slowed, one of them frowning as if a sudden headache had bloomed behind their eyes. Zeitgeist noticed and grinned wider. Oh, don't look so tense, they said, finally glancing at their hand. This won't take long. They raised their arm and snapped their fingers. I'll start simple, Zeitgeist announced. I set one card. A single card slid face down onto the field. No flash. No distortion. Just a quiet click as it touched the ground. Bakugo's eyes narrowed. One back row he thought, what's he planning? Zeitgeist chuckled, clearly enjoying the silence. What's wrong? Expecting a chain already? They took another card between their fingers. Zeitgeist didn't answer Bakugo's glare right away. Instead, they raised the card, the back of it gleaming faintly as chaos gathered. Oh, I almost forgot, they said lightly. You haven't seen my deck yet? The card flipped face up. Mirror image displacement. The plaza lurched. Not violently but decisively. The air folded in on itself, like a reflection bending as it slid across rippling water. A second magic circle bloomed beside Hexplosion Howitzer, eerily similar in shape, its geometry reversed, its symbols distorted as if seen through warped glass. Bakugo's eyes widened. A spell? He snapped. That's dash. The circle solidified. From its center emerged a figure that looked almost wrong to exist, a spell-given mass, its body semi-translucent, edges blurring as if it couldn't quite decide which version of itself was real. The same. Exactly the same. Zeitgeist's grin was feral. Continuous spells are so versatile, they said. This one simply steps into the scene. Bakugo grit his teeth, forcing himself steady. Copying my board, he realized. No mirroring it. Fine, he growled. Then let's see how it holds up. Zeitgeist didn't hesitate. Battle phase. The mirrored figure surged forward, movements smooth and slightly delayed, like an echo trying to overtake its source. Bakugo snapped his fingers. Hexplosion howitzer, intercept. The two monsters collided. The impact was deafening. A controlled detonation erupted at the point of contact, fire and force clashing against distorted light. The shockwave rippled outward, rattling the plaza. A nearby storefront window shattered, glass raining down as passers-by cried out in confusion. Bakugo's heart lurched. When the smoke cleared, Explosion howitzer was gone. Fragments of its armor clattered across the pavement, fading into embers as the monster dissolved completely. The mirrored figure remained. Intact. Untouched. Bakugo stared. What? Zeitgeist laughed, sharp and delighted. Oh, didn't I mention? They said sweetly. Mirror image, displacement can't be destroyed by battle while it's a monster. Bakugo's fists clenched. So, it wins every crash, he realized. And every time I push. Glass crunched underfoot as civilians backed away from the source of the noise, voices rising in alarm. The field didn't care. Zeitgeist did. See how lovely this is? They continued, eyes shining. You escalate, I reflect. You build power, I inherit options. They gestured casually to the mirrored monster. You're not fighting me, Zeitgeist said. You're fighting yourself. Bakugo inhaled slowly, chest tight. The field hummed. His wall was gone. The civilians were closer to panic. And his opponent had just proven that every answer he deployed would be learned, copied, and turned back on him. Bakugo raised his head, eyes blazing. Then I'll just have to be better than my reflection. Zeitgeist's smile widened. Oh, they replied softly. I was hoping you'd say that. The duel had shifted. And now, every move Bakugo made would echo back at him. A man stumbled, catching himself against a railing, heart racing though he couldn't say why. Bakugo felt his teeth grit. Zeitgeist inhaled deeply, savoring the moment. This field loves motion, they said. Especially unnecessary motion. Just a quiet, insidious tightening of the chaos around Bakugo's side of the field, pressure building not in force, but in timing. Zeitgeist met his gaze, eyes gleaming. Your turn is coming, they said softly. And when it does, their smile turned predatory. I want to see which you protect first. Your rhythm or the crowd. The field hummed eager. Zeitgeist ended their turn without another word. Bakugo stood perfectly still, pulse hammering in his ears, eyes locked on the single set card and the warped space around it. So that's how you play, he thought grimly. Not with brute force, but by making every second cost something. And the duel, now truly underway, waited for Bakugo to move. Izuku barely had time to steady his breathing before Trample spoke again. Why? He asked suddenly. Do you want to be a hero? The question landed heavier than any blow. Izuku blinked, caught off guard. This wasn't a taunt. There was no mockery in Trample's voice, no cruelty. Just a blunt inquiry, asked the way one might ask about the weather. Izuku hesitated, fingers tightening around his deck. Why? Yes, Trample said. Why? The pressure of the field seemed to pause, not easing, but waiting. Izuku swallowed. His first instinct was to deflect, to give some half-formed answer about admiration or duty. But something about Trample's gaze, steady, unblinking, made that feel wrong. Because people need saving, Izuku said finally. Because someone has to try. Even if it's hard. Even if you fail sometimes. Trample studied him for a long moment. Then he looked away. Once, Trample said quietly, I believed that too. Izuku's heart skipped. My family lived in a quiet district, Trample continued. Not important. Not dangerous. The kind of place heroes rarely visited, until the day they had to. His jaw tightened, just slightly. They came, he said. Late. Unprepared. Confident. Izuku's chest felt tight. They fought, Trample went on. Buildings collapsed. Fires spread. Villains escaped. And when it was over, he opened his eyes again. There was nothing left to save. Izuku felt something twist painfully inside him. I'm sorry, he said, the words feeling small and insufficient the moment they left his mouth. Trample did not acknowledge them. Heroes, he said, voice steady once more, are incapable of peace. Their existence creates contrast. Where there is light, there is shadow. Where there are symbols of safety, there will always be those who seek to challenge them. He turned his gaze back to Izuku. You call me a villain, Trample said. But I did not appear until they did. Izuku opened his mouth. No words came. He had no answer that didn't sound hollow. No argument that didn't feel like it ignored the weight of what Trample had lost. The hostages shifted slightly in their restraints, a quiet reminder of where this conversation existed. Trample closed his eyes. Enough talk, he said. The pressure returned, subtle but undeniable. He reached for his deck. I will take my turn. Trample drew. The cards slid into his hand without ceremony. When he opened his eyes again, there was no anger in them. Only resolve. Show me, he said calmly, if your answer can withstand reality. Trample moved without hurry. He placed 2 cards face down on the stone-scarred ground, their edges vanishing into the oppressive geometry of the field. Then he drew a 3rd card from his hand and set it down openly. I normal summon, he said, voice even, Relic Bastion Colosseum. Izuku's heart almost stopped for a second. The monster emerged with a dull, grinding sound, as if ancient masonry were being dragged into place. A massive, fortress-like construct took form, pillars fused into a single squat guardian, banners of forgotten empires hanging in tatters from its frame. ATK, Izuku blinked. 0. The answer came immediately. The moment the monster fully manifested, the ground beneath it shifted. Stone plates locked together, and the Colosseum turned inward, its structure bracing, compressing. Defense position. A deep clang echoed through the street as its stance finalized. Def, Izuku esigidi in a sharp breath. So, it switches automatically, he murmured. Trample nodded once. Walls do not advance, he said. They endure. The pressure of the field thickened again, as if approving. Izuku's thoughts raced. A defender with that much defense on turn 1, and 2 set cards behind it. And the name, Relic. His chest tightened. Memories surged unbidden. The antiquary's calm explanations, the graveyard-based recursion, the inevitability of old things returning again and again. The duel where Izuku had learned what sacrifice truly meant, giving pieces of himself, bleeding resolve into every decision. And now, this is worse, Izuku realized grimly. Here, sacrifice wasn't personal. It wasn't choosing to lose ground or life points. It was choosing who else would suffer for every move he made. The stone restraints around the hostages pulsed faintly, as if responding to his hesitation. Izuku squeezed his eyes shut for half a second. I can't freeze. When he opened them again, his breathing had steadied. Trample thinks I'm ignorant, Izuku thought. He thinks I'm learning this as I go. His gaze lingered on Relic Bastion Colosseum, on the way it anchored itself to the field, on the subtle hum of chaos beneath it. But I've seen this kind of deck before. Not this exact configuration. Not this power. But the philosophy was the same. The graveyard is not a loss condition, Izuku recalled. It's a resource. He kept his face neutral, betraying nothing. If Trample wanted to grind him down through attrition, then revealing his understanding too early would only make that worse. Let him think I'm overwhelmed, Izuku decided. Let him believe I'm reacting. He shifted his stance slightly, grounding himself against the pressure. Trample finished his turn without another word, the bastion looming between them like an unmovable verdict. Izuku met his gaze. Despair still lingered at the edges of his thoughts. But beneath it, strategy had begun to take root. And for the first time since entering the antlion's den, Izuku realized that knowledge itself might be the one thing Trample had underestimated. Bakugo drew. The card slid into his hand exactly as he'd planned for it to. Good, he muttered. He didn't look up at Zeitgeist as he spoke. I activate the effect of Hexplosion Circle, Containment Array. The faint grid etched into the plaza pulsed once, steady and controlled, its lines tightening rather than expanding. The field responded with a muted tremor, a low, restrained vibration that barely rippled outward. This time, Bakugo said, I'm not rushing. He placed the card from his hand onto the field. I special summon Hexplosion Reanimator in defense position. A compact figure materialized within the grid, robes reinforced with sigils shaped like ignition runes. It landed solidly, braced low, arms crossed as if anchoring itself against recoil. ATK 1500 diff. The civilians nearby barely reacted, a few confused glances, a pause in conversation, but no stumbles, no shattered glass. Bakugo felt a flicker of satisfaction. This is how it's done. He didn't stop. Reanimator's effect, he continued. Once per turn, I can special summon a Hexplosion monster from my graveyard. He snapped his fingers. The ground flared red. From the scorched remnants where it had fallen before, Hexplosion Howitzer reassembled itself, armor reforging midair as arcane heat compressed inward rather than bursting outward. 2,300 ATK. This time, the chaos ripple was almost imperceptible, a low hum rather than a shock. Bakugo let out a slow breath. 2 bodies. 1 wall rebuilt. Zeitgeist clapped softly. Oh bravo, they said. Defense first. Revival second. No flashy aggression. They tilted their head, smiling wide. You're learning restraint, Zeitgeist continued. You didn't even try to swing. Bakugo didn't rise to the bait. That's because I'm not stupid, he said flatly. Zeitgeist's smile sharpened. Unfortunately, they replied, it's also pointless. Their hand flicked downward. Mirror image crystal taunt. The set card flipped face up. The air fractured like glass under stress. A lattice of prismatic reflections surged outward, snapping into place around Hexplosion Reanimator. The monster lurched as if yanked by invisible strings, its stance forcibly twisted. What? Bakugo snapped. Reanimator was wrenched upright. Attack position. The sigils along its body flickered violently, then went dark. ATK, Bakugo's eyes widened. Zeitgeist laughed softly. Mirrors don't just reflect, they said. They provoke. The plaza rippled again, sharper this time. A woman nearby cried out as a sharp crack echoed overhead, a spiderweb of fractures racing across a glass awning. People started running. Bakugo's jaw clenched. So that's your game, he growled. Force my hand. Zeitgeist leaned forward slightly, eyes glittering. I'm giving you options, they corrected. Very tempting ones. They gestured toward Howitzer, then to the now vulnerable Reanimator. You can protect the weak link, Zeitgeist said. Or you can keep your wall. Their smile widened. But either way? The field hummed eager. You'll have to move. Bakugo stared at the board, at the civilians, at the reflected monster that now existed only to bait him. His fists tightened. So that's the trick, he thought. Punish restraint by turning it into liability. He lifted his head slowly, eyes burning with focus rather than anger. Fine, he muttered. Then I'll choose. Bakugo didn't hesitate. Battle phase. Zeitgeist blinked. Just once. Bakugo lunged forward, arms snapping out as Hexplosion, Howitzer roared to life, sigils blazing hot red. Howitzer, attack the DMN mirror. The plaza convulsed. Zeitgeist's eyes widened, genuine surprise flashing across their face. Wadash! You'd throw it away like that? They exclaimed. That monster dies the moment it dash. Bakugo's hand slammed down. Not yet. One of the face-down cards flipped up in a burst of controlled heat. Hexplosion circle, haste. The quick play spell ignited instantly, not as an explosion but as a sharp acceleration. Arcane flames wrapped tightly around Howitzer's frame, reinforcing joints, stabilizing recoil. Target 1 Hexplosion monster, Bakugo continued, teeth bared. It gains 500 attack points dash. ATK, and it can attack twice this battle phase. Zeitgeist's grin returned, slow and delighted. Oh, so that's it, they said. You planned for me. Bakugo didn't look away. I planned for this kind of fight, he snapped. You want chaos? Fine. I'll dismantle you piece by piece cleanly. No collateral. Howitzers surged forward. The first strike slammed into mirror image displacement, the mirrored monster buckling as energy tore through its form. 2300, the impact thundered across the plaza. The mirror creature held. But the shockwave was focused, tight, disciplined. No glass shattered. No one fell. Zeitgeist's eyes flicked sideways, just briefly. Second attack. Bakugo growled. Howitzer pulled back and struck again, the reinforced blast punching straight through the reflection, forcing it to stagger backward in a cascade of distorted light. 500 damage. 500 damage. A full 1,000 life points torn away. Bakugo exhaled sharply, bracing himself. This ends now. Then Zeitgeist laughed. Oh, they crooned. You really are spectacular. Their hand moved. Second effect of mirror image, crystal taunt. The trap card dissolved into fragments of light, sinking into the graveyard. By sending it away, Zeitgeist continued lightly, I restore your Reanimator's original attack. Reanimator's sigils flared back to life. AK, and Zeitgeist finished, eyes gleaming. I reflect all battle damage I took this phase to you. Bakugo's breath caught. What dash? The backlash hit. Pain tore through him like a concussive wave, raw and sudden, slamming him to one knee as his vision exploded into white. The dash. 1,000 damage. But it didn't stop with him. The same violent surge ripped outward, uncontrolled this time, no containment, no dampening. A civilian screamed. Bakugo's eyes snapped up just in time to see a man hurled backward, slamming hard into the pavement, body crumpling as people around him shouted in panic. No dash. Bakugo choked. The plaza erupted. Shouts. Screams. Confusion. Zeitgeist threw their head back and laughed, the sound bright and horrible. There it is, they exclaimed. That's the rhythm you can't escape. Bakugo forced himself upright, chest heaving, teeth clenched so hard they ached. I did everything right, he thought wildly. I controlled it, contained it, and still. Zeitgeist leaned forward, eyes shining with cruel delight. You see now, they said softly. Speed has consequences. Control has limits. Bakugo's fist shook. Not with fear. With rage, tempered now by something colder. You're going to pay for that, he growled. Zeitgeist only smiled wider. Oh, they replied. You already are. The field hummed violently, civilians scrambling, the duel spiraling closer to catastrophe. And Bakugo Katsuki stood at its center, realizing that winning cleanly in a broken world might be the hardest fight of all. Zeitgeist didn't wait. The moment Bakugo forced himself upright, breath ragged and eyes blazing, Zeitgeist was already moving, graceful, eager, almost vibrating with anticipation. My turn, they said brightly. The plaza lurched again, harder this time. The desynchronization deepened. Civilians moved in uneven spurts now, some slowing, some accelerating, voices overlapping into a rising panic they couldn't quite explain. Zeitgeist drew one card, then another motion, too fast to follow. They laughed softly. Look at the board, Zeitgeist said, spreading their hand just enough to make the point. 5 cards. One reflection still standing. Their eyes flicked to Bakugo's side. 2 back row. 2 monsters. Not a single card in hand. Exhausted. They inhaled deeply, savoring it. This is what advantage feels like. Bakugo's jaw tightened. He didn't respond. He couldn't afford to. Zeitgeist raised a card. I activate a continuous spell. The card slammed down. Mirror image calling. The air screamed. A warped summoning circle unfolded beside mirror image displacement, its lines jagged, overlapping themselves like reflections caught between mirrors. From it emerged another mirrored construct, sharper, more aggressive, its form flickering violently. The moment it fully manifested, the circle flared. And something shattered. Calling's effect, Zeitgeist said cheerfully. When it enters as a monster, it destroys one spell or trap on the field. They didn't even look. Say goodbye. Explosion circle, containment array fractured. The stabilizing grid Bakugo had so carefully maintained splintered and vanished, the field losing its anchor in a sudden, violent ripple. The plaza reacted instantly. People cried out as the ground seemed to tilt beneath them. Someone fell hard. A scream cut through the air. Bakugo's heart lurched. No dash. Zeitgeist spread their arms wide. Oh yes, they breathe. Now we're unrestrained. They straightened, eyes burning with delight. And now, they continued, we move to the endgame. Bakugo felt it before he saw it, the pressure, coiling tight like a spring pulled too far back. Zeitgeist lifted a card from their hand. My strongest spell requires a price, they said lightly. 3 continuous spells. From the field or hand. They gestured casually. I'll send mirror image. Calling. The mirrored monster shattered into fragments of reflected light. And 2 more from my hand. 2 cards dissolved instantly, swallowed by the graveyard. The field howled. Only mirror image, displacement remained, hovering silently at Zeitgeist's side. Then Zeitgeist slammed the final card down. Mirror image convulsion order. The plaza convulsed. This time, there was no subtlety. A massive summoning circle erupted into existence, its geometry violent and asymmetrical, lines folding inward as if reality itself were being crushed and reshaped. From its center rose a hulking figure, part monster, part living distortion, its body composed of layered reflections that never aligned the same way twice. The air shook under its presence. Zeitgeist's voice dropped, reverent. For every continuous mirror image spell in my graveyard, they said, it gains 700 attack points. Light flared. The monster loomed, heavy and wrong. Bakugo felt cold. And that's not all, Zeitgeist added happily. They flicked another card from their hand. I can also send a continuous spell from my hand to the graveyard. The card vanished. To negate the effect of a monster on the field and reduce its attack to 0. They pointed. Explosion, howitzer. Howitzer shuddered as its sigils went dark, power ripped away in an instant. Zeitgeist didn't stop. Another card. Explosion, reanimator. Reanimator's stance collapsed, its magic unraveling. The convulsion order grew. Reflections stacked upon reflections, its form expanding, power compounding. Bakugo stared at the field. His monsters, helpless. His containment gone. The civilians, panicking. Zeitgeist leaned forward, eyes shining with manic glee. Now, they said softly, you don't have choices anymore. The hulking mirrored monstrosity loomed between them, power radiating unchecked. This, Zeitgeist whispered, is what happens when you let me respond long enough. The field screamed. The stone tightened. Not all at once. Not enough to kill. Just enough to remind them. One of the hostages let out a strangled gasp, fingers clawing weakly at the stone bands constricting their chest. Another trembled violently, breath coming in short, panicked bursts. The third had gone frighteningly still, eyes unfocused as the pressure mounted with slow, merciless intent. Izuku's heart slammed against his ribs. No dash, he whispered, taking an instinctive step forward before forcing himself to stop. This is what he's doing, Izuku realized. He's turning time itself into a weapon. Every second of hesitation was another fraction of pressure. Every pause, another tightening. I can't wait anymore. Izuku drew. The card slid into his hand, and this time he didn't flinch at the weight of it. His eyes snapped to the field. Trample's side crowded with presence. A A monster. 2 set cards. 3 anchors pressing the field inward. He has more ground than I do. Izuku's grip tightened. Then I'll close the gap. He raised the card. I activate the effect of Superhero Speed Blitz. The air cracked. A streak of red light tore across the narrowing street, resolving into a lean, armored figure that skidded into place beside alloy garter, engines of compressed momentum humming along its limbs. I can special summon it, Izuku said, voice firm despite the fear clawing at his chest. When my opponent controls more cards on the field than I do. The field reacted violently. Pressure spiked. Trample's eyes narrowed slightly. Careful, hero, he said calmly. Advancing carelessly tends to produce unforeseen consequences. He moved at the same moment Izuku did. A card flipped face up. Relic Bastion Walls of Adrian. The trap activated with a deep, resonant boom, ancient stone sigils flaring to life beneath Trample's feet. He discarded a card from his hand without hesitation, the cost absorbed instantly by the field. The walls shifted. Stone plates surged upward around Izuku's monsters, locking their legs in place, forcing their stances inward. Alloy Garter. Speed Blitz, Trample intoned. Defense position. Both heroes were wrenched into place, their forward momentum crushed, their ability to attack this turn sealed completely. Izuku's breath hitched. No dash. And then, one of the hostages screamed. The stone restraint around their chest constricted sharply, far more violently than before. The sound was raw, wet, desperate, cutting straight through Izuku's thoughts and into his bones. Izuku staggered. Stop it, he shouted. This doesn't have to dash. There is no reversal, Trample said quietly. The field tightened again, the antlion's den responding eagerly to the imbalance Izuku had created. Every step forward, Trample continued, collapses something behind you. Izuku looked at his monsters, pinned, unable to act. Looked at the hostages, one barely conscious now, breath ragged and uneven. I knew this would happen, Izuku thought, horror flooding his chest. I chose to move anyway. His hand shook. Not with indecision. With guilt. Trample met his gaze across the narrowing space. Heroes like you, he said, believe action is always better than restraint. The stone creaked ominously. Now you understand, Trample finished, why that belief breaks people. Izuku swallowed hard, tears stinging his eyes as he forced himself to stay standing. I can't go back, he realized. And I can't stop. Trample spoke again before Izuku could even begin to process the pain he'd just caused. There is something you should understand, he said calmly. The stone restraints pulsed. Izuku stiffened, every nerve screaming as his eyes snapped back to the hostages. The traps you see, Trample continued, gesturing subtly to the set cards behind him, are not random. They are sequential. Izuku's breath caught. Each time you summon a monster, Trample said, voice steady and merciless, one of them tightens. The meaning hit Izuku all at once. His knees almost buckled. The first has already triggered, Trample went on. You summon Speed Blitz. That cost you 1 tightening. As if to punctuate his words, the stone around the first hostage constricted slightly again, drawing a weak, broken gasp from their throat. Izuku clenched his fists so hard his nails bit into his palms. You may still summon 2 more monsters, Trample said. If you do, the remaining 2 hostages will lose consciousness. They will survive. Injured. Traumatized. Izuku's chest burned. But, Trample added, eyes narrowing just a fraction, if you summon a 3rd monster after that dash. The silence was unbearable. The first trap will activate again, Trample finished. And this time, it will not tighten. It will close. Izuku's vision blurred. That would crush their windpipe, Trample said without inflection. Death would be immediate. No, Izuku whispered. The word felt too small. Trample watched him carefully. So, he said, if you wish to remain a hero, you must finish this duel within 2 summons. The pressure of the field seemed to increase at that declaration, as if reality itself were enforcing the condition. But you have another option, Trample continued. You may abandon heroics. Izuku looked up sharply. You may summon freely, Trample said. Overwhelm me. Ignore the cost. Your deck is stronger than mine in a clean environment. Both of us know that. Izuku's heart twisted. Trample inclined his head slightly. That is why I do this, he said. That is why Zeitgeist is doing the same to your friend. Izuku thought of Bakugo. We cannot win cleanly, Trample said. So we win honestly. His gaze hardened. You call them unsavory tactics, he continued. I call them truth. The stone restraints creaked softly, ominously. If there were no hostages, Trample said, you would defeat me. Izuku knew, with sick certainty, that it was true. That is why heroes lose, Trample concluded. Not because they are weak, but because they insist on carrying everyone else's weight. Izuku stared at the field. 2 summons. That was all he had left. 2 chances to save everyone. Or 1 decision to let someone die. His hands trembled as he realized what this duel truly was. Izuku's thoughts scattered the moment his eyes dropped to his hand. I can do it. The realization came fast, too fast. There was a line. A real one. A way to push through Trample's defenses, to turn the duel before it ground him down completely. But it required another summon. His breath caught painfully in his chest. 1 more, he thought. 1 more means another tightening. He looked at the hostages again. 1 barely conscious now, head lolling forward as the stone constricted with slow, deliberate cruelty. The others trembling, breaths shallow, fear written plainly across their faces. Izuku felt dizzy. This wasn't strategy anymore. It was triage. Arithmetic measured in lives and seconds. His hands shook as despair flooded in, heavy and suffocating. For a heartbeat, he felt powerless again, small, crushed beneath expectations and blame. He remembered the jester's laughter. Remembered how he'd fallen, how trying to shoulder everything alone had nearly broken him. That's not heroism, he thought, teeth clenched. That's just self-destruction. And worse. If he froze now, if he hesitated, the hostages wouldn't be spared. They would suffocate slowly while he stood there thinking. Izuku drew in a ragged breath and forced himself upright. No, he whispered. I won't waste time sulking. His grip tightened around his deck. If I'm going to choose, he said quietly, voice shaking but resolute, then I'll choose to move. He placed a card down. I tribute summon. The words felt like a vow. Alloy Garter, stand down. The armored hero dissolved into light, its presence pulled into the card Izuku revealed next. Come forth, superhero Grand Reckoning. The ground answered. A massive figure emerged, armor forged from layered stone and steel, its frame heavier, denser than any hero Izuku had summoned before. Earth cracked beneath its boots as it took form, a great blade resting against its shoulder, etched with marks of judgment and consequence. Level 6 Earth Warrior. ATK, 2200. The field reacted violently. Stone restraints tightened again. One of the hostages went limp, body sagging as consciousness slipped away, breath reduced to shallow, uneven gasps. Izuku's heart screamed. I'm sorry, he whispered fiercely. Hold on. Please, just hold on. I will save you. Grand Reckoning raised its blade. Battle phase. Izuku shouted, desperation bleeding into his voice. Grand Reckoning, attack relic bastion, Colosseum. The massive hero charged, blade slamming into the fortress-like defender with crushing force. The impact rang out like a bell struck at the center of the antlion's den. I can deal piercing battle damage, bypassing the ability of a defense position. Izuku cried. And if I manage to destroy it, you receive a staggering 1,000 points of damage. Trample moved. Another card flipped face up. Relic Bastion, Fortress of Pain. The air collapsed inward. As long as I control a bastion in defense position, Trample said evenly, discarding a card without hesitation, I may destroy up to 2 of your monsters. Stone surged. Walls erupted beneath superhero Grand Reckoning and the remaining hero, jagged spires impaling upward with merciless precision. Both were torn apart in an instant, their forms shattering into fragments of light that scattered across the ground. Izuku screamed. No dash. The battlefield fell silent except for the slow, grinding creak of stone. Grand Reckoning was gone. His second summon, spent. His options shrinking. Trample met his gaze across the narrowing space, unflinching. You chose to act, he said quietly. The stone restraints pulsed again, ominous and patient. And now, Trample continued, you are running out of room. Izuku stood trembling, chest heaving, eyes burning with fear and fury. One summon left. One chance. And the antlion's jaws were closing. I end my turn. The thoughts raced in his head. Trample drew. The motion was unhurried, almost ceremonial, as if he were giving Izuku time to prepare for what was coming, though they both knew there was nothing left he could do to stop it. This will accelerate things, Trample said calmly. He revealed the card and discarded another without hesitation. I special summon Relic Bastion, Battering Ram. The ground buckled. A massive, brutal construct tore itself free from the stone, shaped like a siege engine given limbs. Thick, reinforced plating angled forward, its entire form built for impact rather than defense. Level ATK, Def, Izuku's breath caught. A level 6, without tributes, he realized. Discarding again, he's filling his graveyard on purpose. He understood the implication immediately. Whatever came next would not stay dead. But that was a problem for later, if there was a later. Right now, the monster was already lowering its stance. Battle phase, Trample said. The words echoed like a verdict. Battering ram, direct attack. The construct lunged forward, the air screaming as its full mass surged. Across the narrowed battlefield, Izuku raised his arms on instinct, even knowing it was pointless. The impact hit him like a collapsing wall. Pain exploded through his body, ripping the breath from his lungs as he was thrown backward, skidding across the stone until his back slammed hard against the closing barrier behind him. The dash. His vision blurred. His ears rang. Life points fell sharply, the damage burning through him with brutal clarity. Not symbolic, not abstract, but real, as if the duel itself were punishing him for still standing. Trample watched him struggle to his knees. You feel it, don't you? He said. The truth beneath the performance. Izuku gasped, one hand pressed to the ground, the other clutching his chest. You could end this, Trample continued, voice steady, almost instructive. You could summon freely. Overwhelm me. Stop worrying about the people behind you. The stone restraints creaked ominously, tightening just enough to draw another weak sound from one of the hostages. They are not your responsibility, Trample said. They are leverage. And leverage exists because heroes allow it to. Izuku shook his head weakly, teeth clenched. No, he rasped. Trample stepped forward, the pressure intensifying with each footfall. Every hero claims they fight for others, he said. But when protecting others costs victory, they hesitate. And hesitation kills. He reached into his hand one final time. I set one card, Trample said, placing it face down behind his monsters. The sound was quiet, final. He looked at Izuku, really looked at him now. This duel is over, Trample said. You have one summon left. One choice. The antlion's den tightened another fraction, walls creeping inward, air growing thin. You can keep pretending, Trample finished, or you can accept reality. Izuku stood there, trembling, bruised, exhausted. His deck lighter, his options fewer, the lives behind him hanging by threads of stone and breath. The image rippled. The air itself, two overlapping visions suspended by warped light and trembling shadow. One showed the collapsing street where Izuku stood, bloodied and cornered. The other, the fractured plaza where Bakugo fought amid reflected distortions and screaming civilians. The shadow circus watched through televise. Maestro stood at the center of the chamber, hands folded behind his back, porcelain mask tilted slightly as if in polite interest. The chaos-enhanced projection washed over him, colors bending unnaturally across the smooth surface of the mask. Well played, he said at last, voice calm, almost warm. Both of them. Behind him, the figures of the troupe remained still. Trample has cornered the hero child exactly as intended, Maestro continued. No wasted motion. No indulgence. And zeitgeist. Chaos, spectacle, pressure. A faint chuckle escaped him. They adapted beautifully. Harlequin shifted weakly in the back, still bandaged, still silent. The situation was dangerous, Maestro went on, but they made the best of it. I would say, he inclined his head slightly, that both duels are as good as one. Fisher frowned. One, he echoed. Already? Maestro turned his masked face just enough to acknowledge him. Yes, he said simply. Barring miracles. There was a pause. A shame, Maestro added, almost wistfully. I was beginning to consider stepping in myself. Those two children show promise. Resolve. Adaptability. The porcelain mask tilted. But they are still obstacles to my ultimate goal. Fisher's brow furrowed. Obstacles? To what? He asked. Maestro did not answer immediately. The harvesting proceeds, Maestro said instead. Souls gathered, chaos stabilized. The circus grows stronger by the hour. Fisher listened carefully. That wasn't what unsettled him. It was the phrase Maestro had used. Ultimate goal. My ultimate goal. Not ours. Fisher's gaze drifted sideways, settling on the tall, lanky man standing near the edge of the chamber, the one whose eyes were unfocused, pupils faintly shimmering as he maintained the televised quirk. Invisible cameras hovered over allies miles away, transmitting every movement, every scream. For just a fraction of a second, the man flinched. It was subtle, almost imperceptible. A hitch in his breathing, a tightening of his fingers. Fisher noticed. He knows something, Fisher thought. Or he's seen something we haven't. Maestro's voice cut through the silence again. Enjoy the show, the captain said lightly. There will be little else to enjoy once this phase concludes. The images flickered again. Maestro stopped speaking mid-thought. The air in the chamber changed. Not with a sound, not with a flare of chaos, but with simple absence. The steady, almost rhythmic pressure that had accompanied the televised projections faltered, just for an instant, like a heartbeat skipping. Maestro's posture stiffened. His head tilted, slowly, deliberately, as if listening to something no one else could hear. Fisher felt it then, a chill crawling up his spine. Captain, he asked cautiously. What is it? No answer. Maestro did not move, did not gesture, did not even breathe. The porcelain mask, moments ago animated by amused interest, was now perfectly still, featureless, unreadable, unsettling in its silence. Fisher swallowed. He turned back toward the hovering projections. At first, nothing seemed different. The street where Trample stood was still closing in, stone and pressure grinding inexorably inward. The plaza where Zeitgeist reigned was still fractured by mirrors and screaming civilians. And then, the image stuttered. Not like interference. Not like distortion. Like something disturbed the cameras. At the same time, a ripple spread across one of the feeds, sharp and sudden, as if something inside the shadow game had pushed back against the viewing itself. The colors deepened unnaturally. The edges of the projection trembled, lines blurring and then snapping back into place with a violence that made Fisher flinch. What? He muttered. The televised user gasped softly. His fingers twitched. No, he whispered under his breath, eyes widening. That shouldn't dash. The feed pulsed again. Harder. For a split second, nothing happened. Then the interference again. Fisher's heart began to race. Captain, he said again, louder this time. Something's dash. Maestro raised one hand. Fisher froze instantly. Slowly, Maestro turned toward the projection, the porcelain mask reflecting the warped light of the feed. When he finally spoke, his voice was quieter than before. What? He said. Amused. Is going on here? Fisher stared at the feed, dread pooling in his stomach. What could possibly unsettle the monster he called Captain? Darkness. A rare spectacle to witness. A plethora of binding lights and voids was dancing behind his eyelids. The situation was dire, extremely dire. Only one draw left. Only one chance. He looked at his enemy, at the way he was moving the field and endangering these people. The way the stone pillars merged with the crystal afterimages. Who was he again? It didn't matter. The only thing that mattered was the defeat of the monster in front of him. Or monsters. Secondary. Meaningless, even. Only one thing in front of him now, his deck and his last draw. He put his hand on the first card and felt chaos surge and stir beneath the surface. For a fleeting moment, just a single, dangerous moment, both villains allowed themselves the same thought. It's over. Trample stood firm within his collapsing arena, stone and silence obeying his will. Zeitgeist basked amid fractured reflections, chaos humming eagerly at their command. Two different fields. Two different philosophies. The same certainty. A heartbeat. Not imagined. Not metaphorical. It rolled through both shadow games at once, low and heavy, like something vast stirring beneath the ground. Trample frowned. Zeitgeist's grin faltered. Their eyes snapped to their opponents. Izuku's hand hovered over the top of his deck. Bakugo's fingers were already there. The air bent. The act of drawing a card sent a visible gust through the field, spirals of chaos ripping outward as if reality itself recoiled from what had just been taken. Loose debris skidded across stone. Reflections shattered and reformed. The pressure spiked violently, sharp enough to make both villains instinctively brace. Zeitgeist's eyes widened. What dash? Bakugo didn't answer. He straightened slowly. When he looked up, there was no anger on his face anymore. No rage. Only cold. Utter, merciless focus. This ends, Bakugo said quietly. Then, without flourish, he slapped the card down. I activate Soul Charge. The field howled. Black-red lightning tore across the plaza as Bakugo's life points plummeted. 2,000 burned away in an instant, the pain hitting him like a hammer blow that made his knees buckle for half a second. He didn't fall. I pay the cost, he growled, teeth clenched, to special summon 2 monsters from my graveyard. The ground ruptured. From scorched stone and shattered sigils, Hexplosion, Reanimator surged back into existence, runes reigniting along its frame as it took form in defense position, steady and unyielding. And beside it, with a thunderous roar, Explosion, Howitzer reassembled itself, armor reforged midair, cannons locking into place as its power stabilized once more. 2,300 ATK. Zeitgeist staggered back a step. You burned your own life points, in a moment like this? Bakugo's eyes never left them. I don't need them, he said flatly, if you're done breathing. The chaos ripples slammed outward again, but this time, they were controlled. Focused. Tight. No civilians were thrown. No glass shattered. It was as if the field itself had snapped to attention. Zeitgeist swallowed. Trample, miles away, felt it too. The same heartbeat. The same shift. Something had changed. Zeitgeist forced a breath through their teeth and straightened. The tremor in the plaza hadn't gone unnoticed, but panic was a luxury they refused to indulge in. Impressive, they said, rolling their shoulders as if shaking off a chill. Truly. Burning your own life just to claw back what you already lost. Their gaze slid to the towering presence behind them. Mirror image, convulsion order. Still standing. Still overwhelming. 3,500 ATK. And yet, Zeitgeist continued, spreading their arms theatrically, nothing has changed. They pointed sharply at Bakugo. You have no cards in hand. No tricks left. And you just paid away 2/3 of your remaining life points. Their grin returned, sharp and predatory. 1,000 left. That's all. The mirrored giant loomed, reflections twisting hungrily. One attack, Zeitgeist said softly. That's all it takes. Bakugo didn't flinch. He didn't look at the monster. He looked at Zeitgeist. I don't need another card, he said. Zeitgeist scoffed. Delusion now? You really are Dash. Do you notice anything, Bakugo interrupted, voice low, almost chilling, about my monsters? Zeitgeist paused. Their eyes flicked to the field. Explosion, Reanimator. Explosion, Howitzer. Both damaged. Both previously reduced to ashes by him. Both, on the surface, unremarkable against convulsion order. No, Zeitgeist said after a beat. I see two weak monsters waiting to die. Bakugo smiled. Not wide. Not manic. Cold. They're the same, he said. Zeitgeist frowned. What? The same level, Bakugo finished. The words landed like a dropped match in a powder room. Zeitgeist's pupils shrank. What is that supposed to mean? Why does it matter? Don't worry, I'll show you. Granted. You won't be able to enjoy the lesson for long. Trample narrowed his eyes. Something was wrong. The pressure hadn't increased. The hostages still lived. The board state was unchanged. And yet, Izuku stood straighter than he had moments ago. Not defiant. Not desperate. Certain. Why? Trample asked slowly. Are you still standing like that? Izuku lifted his gaze. Something in his expression had shifted. A frightening clarity. The trembling in his hands was gone. I don't have to choose, Izuku said calmly. Trample's brow furrowed. Between what? Saving them, Izuku replied, eyes flicking briefly to the hostages, and winning. He looked back at Trample. Ah, so you finally realized because I'm not going to outlast you. The air around him tightened, responding to intent rather than hesitation. I'm going to end this, Izuku said, voice steady, almost eerily so, with a single monster. Trample felt uncertainty creep in. Trample exhaled slowly, almost patiently. There is no monster, he said, voice steady and absolute, that can save you from this position. The stone restraints tightened just enough to remind Izuku of the ticking clock. One hostage stirred weakly. Another didn't move at all. Izuku didn't look away. You're right, he said quietly. Trample frowned. For normal monsters. The pressure shifted. Not heavier. Sharper. Izuku straightened fully now, shoulders squared, fear stripped away and replaced with something far more dangerous, intent. What I'm about to summon, Izuku continued, isn't playing in the same weight class as anything you've seen so far. Trample's eyes narrowed. Delusion, he said. Your hand is empty of answers. Izuku raised the card he had drawn. The chaos around it recoiled. Slowly, deliberately, he turned it so Trample could see. A spell card. Its surface shimmered faintly, not with raw power, but with resonance, as if it were vibrating in sympathy with something unseen. Heroic Fusion Harmony. For the first time, Trample's composure cracked. A spell? He asked. You didn't draw a monster. Izuku shook his head. No, he said. I drew the key. The field responded to that word. Not violently. Reverently. This game, Izuku continued, voice calm but carrying an unfamiliar weight, isn't just about cards. It's about intent. About resolve. About what heroes are willing to give. He lifted his other hand, revealing the two remaining cards he had been holding back. My monsters aren't just pieces on a board, Izuku said. They're ideals. Fighting spirits. Trample's gaze flicked to them, unease crawling up his spine. With heroic fusion harmony, Izuku said, I don't need them on the field. The spell ignited. Light spread outward, not explosive, not chaotic, but convergent. Two distinct auras flared from Izuku's hand, intertwining, synchronizing, their rhythms locking together like heartbeats aligning. I combine, Izuku declared, each word striking the field like a vow. The fighting spirits of two heroes dash. The stone restraints shuddered. To deliver a blow that ends this. The air screamed as something massive began to take shape beyond the visible spectrum, pressure condensing inward rather than expanding outward. Trample took an involuntary step back. Zeitgeist hesitated. Just for a moment, but in a shadow game, moments mattered. Why again? They asked slowly, voice no longer playful. Should it matter that your monsters share the same level? Bakugo didn't answer immediately. He tilted his head slightly, eyes narrowing, not in anger, but in something colder, more appraising. Zeitgeist, do you know, he asked, what the extra deck is? The question hit harder than any attack. Zeitgeist's breath caught. The fear wasn't just confusion. It was wrongness. They started then stopped. They didn't know what he was talking about. And worse. How? Zeitgeist said carefully. Do you know my name? Bakugo smiled. Not wide. Not cruel. Dismissive. The extra deck, he said, ignoring the question entirely, is where real duelists keep the monsters that don't belong in the main flow of the game. The plaza trembled faintly, as if the field itself were reacting to the concept. It's not for basics, Bakugo continued. Not for filler. It's for things that are earned. He gestured sharply at the field. You don't draw them, he said. You call them when the conditions are right. Zeitgeist took an unconscious step back. That's impossible, they snapped. There's no such mechanic dash. There was, Bakugo cut in. Before your circus started playing pretend with half a system. The word stung. Bakugo raised a hand, palm open toward his monsters. 2 monsters, he said. Same level. Same archetype. Explosion, Reanimator. Explosion, Howitzer. Level 4, Bakugo said calmly. Both of them. The air thickened. You meet the conditions, Bakugo continued, voice steady and merciless. You get to call something better. Zeitgeist's eyes darted wildly, reflections around them distorting faster now, more erratically. No, they whispered. That's not how this works dash. Bakugo leaned forward slightly. It's exactly how it works, he said. You just never got far enough to find out. The chaos on the field began to invert, pulling inward instead of spilling outward, as if something vast were waiting just beyond reach. You call yourself dangerous? Bakugo went on. But you're just loud. The light around his monsters flared, synchronized. I'm not surprised you don't know about the extra deck, Bakugo finished. You're a mediocre fighter at best. Zeitgeist stared at him, terror finally breaking through their composure. Bakugo's voice dropped. Not loud. Not theatrical. Cold enough to still the field. 2 sparks become 1 core. 2 engines align their ignition. When pressure exceeds containment, the 2 monsters lifted from the field, bodies breaking apart into rings of blazing sigils, circling one another with lethal precision. There is no explosion. The sky above the plaza darkened. Not with clouds. With silence. Using my 2 level 4 monsters, I create the overlay network inside this crystal hell. The rings collapsed inward. Reality folded. Descend from the dark abyss of the night sky. A massive sigil burned into existence, layered hexes rotating like warning signs spinning out of control, light compressing until it screamed. Rank 4 dash. Bakugo raised his hand. The monster emerged. A towering spellcaster clad in reactor-like armor, frost and radiation bleeding from its core, eyes glowing with an apocalyptic white light. Beneath its feet, the ground crystallized and cracked, heat and cold existing simultaneously in a violent paradox. Under him, 2 faint twirling lights, all that remained of the monsters used to summon this abomination. The field went deathly quiet. Hexplosion Lord Nuclear Winter. Bakugo finished, voice steady as a death sentence. Now watch the fallout. Izuku closed his eyes for just a heartbeat. Not to hesitate. To remember. The faces of the people behind him. The weight of every choice he had made tonight. The pain of falling alone, and the resolve to never do so again. He placed the card down. I activate heroic fusion harmony. The field answered. Not with violence, with recognition. I send 2 monsters from my hand to the graveyard, Izuku said, voice steady, resonant. Not as fuel, but as conviction. 2 lights ignited behind him, familiar, warm, resolute. Trample took an involuntary step back. You're throwing them away, he said, disbelief bleeding into his voice. Izuku shook his head. No, he replied quietly. I'm letting them stand together. The lights rose. One burned with speed and resolve. One with endurance and protection. They did not collide. They aligned. Izuku lifted his gaze, eyes shining with something deeper than determination. Heroes are not born from power, he began. They are born from burden. The ground trembled, for a monster of this magnitude hadn't been seen for centuries. When one hero runs forward dash, and another holds the line dash, the 2 auras spiraled together, forming a massive sigil etched into the earth itself, its lines ancient and unbreakable. Their wills do not cancel. They compound. Stone erupted upward, not jagged, not cruel, but solid and enduring, forming the outline of something vast. A hero does not stand alone. The sigil blazed brighter. A hero stands for others. The pressure suffocating the hostages faltered, just slightly. Trample's eyes widened. From the harmony of fighting spirits, Izuku declared, voice rising for the first time. From the bond that refuses to fracture dash. The two lights fused completely. I call forth the embodiment of resolve. The fusion completed. Appear before me. Superhero. Izuku felt his feet leave the ground, not physically, but perceptually, as if the duel itself had loosened its grip on him for the briefest instant. Sound dulled. Pressure vanished. The screams, the stone, Trample's looming presence, all of it faded into a distant echo. Darkness surrounded him. Not the oppressive darkness of chaos, but a vast, quiet void. Stone. An enormous monolith rose before him, suspended impossibly in the emptiness. Its surface was weathered, ancient beyond reckoning, carved not by tools but by patience. Symbols etched into it glowed faintly, lines intersecting with mathematical precision. Izuku's breath caught. It was a schematic of the solar system. Circles upon circles, each orbit perfectly measured. Planets rendered as simple nodes of light. The sun at the center. Around it, everything moved in silent, inevitable harmony. No chaos. No domination. Just balance held together by gravity and time. Izuku felt very small. And strangely safe. A deep, wordless understanding settled into his chest. This is what holds, he realized. The monolith cracked, splitting along fault lines that mirrored tectonic plates. Light poured from within, warm and steady, and the stone peeled away like shedding skin. From behind it, something vast shifted. Izuku turned and saw not a weapon, not a beast, but a silent titan, standing in the void of space itself. Its form was colossal but still humanoid. He had white armor with 3 blue plates layered atop, near to a core that glowed with a blinding red light. Faint lines traced its body like tectonic faults, echoing the paths of orbits Izuku had just seen. It did not move toward him. It did not speak. It simply stood, a guardian of continuity. Izuku felt its gaze on every choice he had made. Every hesitation. Every step forward taken despite fear. There was no judgment. Only acceptance. You may lean on me, the silence seemed to say. But you must still walk. The vision collapsed inward. Space folded. Stone reformed. Sound returned in a rush. Terra firma. The lair was silent. Not the expectant quiet from before. Not the amused hush of spectators confident in the outcome. There was something else. They stood all frozen. The televised projections hung in the air like wounds in reality, both feeds now dominated by figures that did not belong to the Shadow Circus's understanding of the game. On one screen, Hexplosion Lord Nuclear Winter, its apocalyptic presence warping light and temperature alike, rings of compressed power orbiting it like execution protocols. On the other, Superhero Terra Firma, immovable, monumental, its sheer mass seeming to stabilize the chaos around it rather than exacerbate it. No one spoke. Harlequin stared openly, fear naked in his eyes. Zeitgeist's usual smirk was gone entirely on the feed, replaced by something close to disbelief. Even Trample had taken a half step back. Fisher swallowed hard. What the hell, he muttered, breaking the spell, are those things? For a moment, no one answered. Then the lanky man, the one maintaining the televised quirk, spoke. His voice shook. They're real, he said, eyes wide, unfocused, struggling to keep the projection stable. I can't believe it. He swallowed. One is an XYZ monster, he continued, glancing between the feeds. The other is a fusion monster. Fisher turned sharply toward him, disbelief on his face. What does that mean? He demanded. Since when are there dash? Enough. Maestro raised one hand. Not sharply. Not angrily. Simply decisively. Fisher fell silent immediately. The porcelain mask tilted, not toward nuclear winter, not toward the spectacle of annihilation and control, but toward terra firma. Maestro said nothing. He did not comment, did not speculate, did not correct. He simply watched. The glow from the screen reflected faintly off the smooth porcelain surface, carving the silhouette of the Titan into the mask's blank expression. Maestro did not look entertained. He looked thoughtful. Fisher's thoughts spiraled. This is madness. That was the only word that fit. Two monsters, no, entities, that broke every assumption the Shadow Circus had built its confidence on. Mechanics no one had ever mentioned. Powers no one had prepared for. And worst of all, Televise knows what they are. Fisher's gaze flicked to the lanky man again, heart pounding. He had been with the circus longer than most. He had studied chaos, fought shadow games, bled for Maestro's cause. And yet he hadn't known. The urge to demand answers burned in his chest. Why does he know? Why didn't we? What else haven't we been told? But Fisher stayed silent. Because Maestro had gone quiet. He had never seen the captain like this. Not during defeats. Not during setbacks. Not even when plans had gone awry. Maestro stood utterly still, porcelain mask angled toward the feed showing superhero terra firma, as if the Titan had reached through the screen and seized his full attention. It was unsettling. Not rage. Not excitement. Recognition. Fisher felt a chill crawl up his spine. It's like he's seen a ghost, he thought. No one dared speak. Behind them, Televise swallowed hard. He tried to keep his posture neutral. Tried to maintain the feeds without letting his emotions bleed through the quirk. But his eyes betrayed him. They were fixed on terra firma. Not with curiosity. With fear. Real, visceral terror, barely contained, leaking through the cracks of his carefully controlled expression. No, Televise thought desperately. Not now. Not like this. His hands trembled almost imperceptibly as he sustained the projections. It wasn't just outside the Shadow Circus's expectations. But this wasn't just the heroes breaking the rules. This was the past resurfacing. And it terrified the one who had hoped it would stay buried forever. Sam Gale was already running when it hit. Not a wave. A surge. He staggered mid-stride, boots skidding against the pavement as a pressure rolled through the air like a deep-sea current suddenly shifting direction. His hand shot out to steady himself against a lamppost, breath catching hard in his chest. "You've got to be kidding me," he muttered. The chaos wasn't just spiking. It was aligning. Two distinct signatures, sharp, focused, impossibly dense, had flared almost simultaneously, miles apart, yet resonating like matched frequencies. Sam closed his eyes for a split second, instinctively mapping the surge the way a seasoned sailor reads the sea. No, he realized. Structured. That alone ruled out half a dozen possibilities. A ritual gone wrong, he murmured, already shaking his head. No. Too clean. A mass harvest? His jaw tightened. Not like this. He straightened slowly, heart beginning to pound for an entirely different reason. Shadow games escalating, he said under his breath. His mind raced, assembling pieces faster than he liked. Two young duelists. Two simultaneous awakenings. Two chaos signatures that didn't bleed outward, but pulled inward, compressing power instead of spilling it. Sam swallowed. No, he said quietly. That's not possible. The thought still surfaced. Extra deck. He almost laughed at himself. That's too advanced, he muttered. You don't just do that. But the evidence was there. Fusion resonance. XYZ compression. Chaos behaving like a system that had been completed, not improvised. Sam exhaled sharply. I underestimated them, he admitted. Not just their resolve. Their output. If they really had called forth extra deck monsters, if they'd crossed that threshold without guidance, without tools, then the scale of chaos they were channeling wasn't just dangerous. It was historic. Sam reached into his bag as he started moving again, fingers brushing against smooth metal. Two devices. Angular. Purpose-built. He pulled them out briefly as he ran, the light catching on their surfaces. Two dual discs. Guess that settles it, he said with a faint, crooked smile. Those kids were already rewriting the rules. Then it was time they stopped fighting with one hand tied behind their backs. Sam tucked the devices securely under his arm and broke into a sprint, eyes locked on the converging chaos signatures ahead. "Hang on," he muttered. "I'm coming." The sensation was subtle. So subtle that most people would have ignored it entirely, written it off as nerves, or imagination, or the aftereffects of a long day. But she stopped walking. The evening air was cool, the street quiet, the sky already darkening toward violet. The city felt normal. Too normal. And yet, there was a tug. Not on her body. On her attention. She frowned slightly and shifted the strap of her bag on her shoulder, fingers brushing against the small, rectangular weight inside. The deck box. "That's weird," she murmured. She hadn't meant to bring it with her tonight. She almost never did. The cards were still new, still confusing, still something she hadn't quite decided what to think about. And yet her hand was already reaching inside the bag. She paused. Then opened the deck box. The cards inside were perfectly still. No glow, no heat, no obvious sign of anything unusual. But the feeling hadn't gone away. If anything, it had sharpened, narrowing until it seemed to pull toward a single point. Her fingers slid across the edges. "You," she whispered. She drew one card out. The moment it left the box, the sensation spiked. Not painfully, but unmistakably. Like a gentle pressure change, the kind you feel just before something important happens. She stared at the artwork. A lady stood in front of a pale moon, half erased, her outline dissolving into the night sky. Light and shadow blended so seamlessly it was hard to tell where one ended and the other began. Her breath caught. "Is this what I'm feeling?" she wondered quietly. The card felt heavier than the others. The world around her continued on as normal. Cars passed. Someone laughed somewhere down the street. But for a brief, quiet moment, it felt as though something unseen had turned its gaze toward her. And it was connected to her card. The vanishing moon. The room was dark. Not abandoned, deliberately dim, lit only by the cold glow of shifting readouts that crawled across a curved wall like living things. Symbols scrolled, graphs spiked and dipped, unfamiliar metrics flashing warning colors before stabilizing again. A voice broke the quiet. "Boss." It came from somewhere off to the side, filtered through layers of static and distance. Not afraid. But careful. The readings just spiked again. The pause. Same signature as before, the voice continued. But stronger. Localized this time. Near a campus in Japan, UA. Silence followed. Not empty silence. Considering silence. The camera drifted, slow and deliberate, toward a figure standing before the largest display. Their back was turned, posture relaxed, hands clasped behind them as they studied the data unfolding in real time. Japan pulsed on the screen. Mizudafu marked in red. UA highlighted again and again as the system struggled and failed to normalize the readings. "You," the figure repeated softly. The voice hesitated. "We're still running verification, but if the projections are right, this isn't a random search. It's structured. Almost like Dash." "An awakening," the figure finished. They tilted their heads slightly, amused. "Well," they said, voice smooth, unreadable. "That is earlier than expected." The screen flared again. Two distinct peaks appeared this time, harmonizing instead of interfering. The figure chuckled. "How intriguing," they murmured. "Japan continues to surprise." They turned just enough for their silhouette to catch the light. "Shift our focus," they ordered calmly. "All attention to Japan. I want eyes on UA, Mizudafu, and any anomaly even adjacent to those readings." "Yes, boss," the voice replied immediately. The figure stepped closer to the display, watching the data settle into a new, unstable equilibrium. "Chaos," they said thoughtfully, almost fondly, "never announces itself quietly." The screen dimmed. The last thing visible was the pulsing marker over UA's campus, steady now, waiting. Zeitgeist staggered back a step. "What Dash?" they breathed, voice cracking despite themselves. "What in the hell is that?" Their eyes were locked on the towering figure of Hexplosion Lord Nuclear Winter. The air around it warped into a paradox of frost and radiation, silence and pressure. Bakugo didn't look impressed. That, he said flatly, is an XYZ monster. Zeitgeist swallowed. An X what? Bakugo clicked his tongue, almost disappointed. Figures you wouldn't know, he said. XYZ monsters are different from anything you've been playing with. He gestured toward Nuclear Winter. They don't represent growth over time. They represent crystallization. The field seemed to quiet as if listening. Power drawn from the deep cosmos. Bakugo continued, voice steady and cold. Compressed so hard it becomes form. The dark stars beneath Nuclear Winter's name pulsed faintly. They don't have levels, he said. They have ranks. Zeitgeist's gaze snapped downward. The stars were black. Inverted. Wrong. A rank is a declaration, Bakugo went on. Not of potential, but of completion. The two rings of energy continued to orbit Nuclear Winter, slow and deliberate. And the monsters used to summon it? Bakugo said, eyes narrowing. They aren't discarded. They're not lost. He raised a finger. They become overlay units. The rings tightened, rotating faster. Like moons around a planet, Bakugo said. Fuel. Stored power. Zeitgeist shook their head weakly. That doesn't matter, they snapped, trying to recover. My monster still has more attack. They pointed desperately. Convulsion Order has 3,500. You're still 1,000 short. Bakugo finally smiled. A thin, chilling thing. You should be scared, he said quietly. Zeitgeist froze. Because you don't even understand what it can do. Bakugo raised his hand. I detach one overlay unit from Hexplosion Lord Nuclear Winter. One of the orbiting rings shattered, dissolving into raw light that flooded the field. The temperature dropped instantly. Target? Bakugo said, voice carrying like a death sentence. All special summoned monsters on the field, except Nuclear Winter. Zeitgeist's eyes widened. No, wait, dash. Too late. A wave of absolute cold rolled outward, not freezing matter, but energy. Magic crystallized mid-flow. Chaos stiffened, locked into place. Mirror image, displacement convulsed, its reflections collapsing inward. ATK, mirror image, convulsion order screamed soundlessly as its towering form cracked, light draining away like heat into vacuum. AK, the plaza fell deathly silent. Bakugo didn't stop. For each monster affected, he continued, Nuclear Winter gains 500 attack points. The remaining overlay ring flared violently. Power surged inward. AK, the apocalyptic spellcaster straightened, now perfectly matching, then eclipsing, the presence that had dominated the field moments ago. Zeitgeist stared in horror. That's not possible, they whispered. Bakugo met their gaze, eyes like steel. No, he corrected. It's inevitable. The field trembled, civilians frozen in place as if the world itself was holding its breath. Bakugo didn't hesitate. Battle phase. The words hit the plaza like a dropped guillotine. Zeitgeist recoiled, the manic confidence that had defined them unraveling in an instant. The mirrors around the field warped wildly now, reflections tearing apart as if they could no longer agree on what reality was supposed to look like. "Wait," they stammered, stumbling backward. "Hold on, dash. You've won. You've proven your point. There's no need for this dash." They raised their hands, palms open, desperation naked in their eyes. "We can talk," Zeitgeist pleaded. "We're the same, you and I. Power like this, chaos like this, it doesn't have to end here." Bakugo didn't respond. He stood unnaturally still, eyes locked forward, posture rigid, not tense, not emotional. Empty. Or perhaps occupied. For a split second, it was hard to tell if it was Bakugo Katsuki making the decision, or something wearing his will like a perfectly fitted glove. His gaze passed through Zeitgeist. Not seeing a person. Only an obstruction. "Direct attack," Bakugo said quietly. The field screamed. Zeitgeist's voice broke. "No. Please." Hexplosion Lord, Nuclear Winter moved. It did not charge. It descended. The temperature plummeted to an impossible low as the XYZ monster raised its arm, cosmic sigils igniting across its armor. Space itself seemed to buckle inward, light bending as if trying and failing to escape the gravity of what was about to happen. Bakugo's voice carried, flat and merciless. "Nuclear winter," he commanded. "End it."